Today we must talk about Charlie Kirk. This is gonna be a bit of a dive because we're gonna watch this, but I'm watching this for context. I'm not really going to be like I'm sure I'm gonna pick on it and we'll have our commentary, but we're watching this for context because Charlie Kirk proceeded to post a bunch of fucking coping and seething on his YouTube channel where he's taking clips from this to try to like make it seem like he's winning, and then it was so bad that Dave Rubin had to step in and be like, oh, these people think they actually owned Charlie Kirk. So we're gonna so I just want to explain a little bit and walk through a little bit of like the quote-unquote right-wing pipeline here, and that's kind of what we're gonna do. We're gonna use this. I do like that the Union Cambridge Society, or Cambridge Union Society, says defending free speech since 1815. Which is kind of funny. Hello, hi, hello, welcome, hi, hello. So, are you guys ready with the Triggly Puffs? Because I think we're probably gonna need them. Let's go!
Hi everyone, and thank you for joining us tonight. Our speaker tonight is Charlie Kirk, a prominent conservative commentator. He's founder and CEO of Turning Point USA, which has a presence on over 3,000 high school and college campuses. It is the largest and fastest growing youth activist organization in USA, and he's written.
I think that should actually be something that people talk about more. Did you catch those statistics? 3,000 high schools and colleges have a Turning Point USA group that is trying to indoctrinate and influence young people in politics. So, yikes, I guess.
Largest and fastest growing youth activist organization in USA, and he's written 4 books. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you. Great to be here.
Brilliant. So I'll start with some questions from me, and then we're going to move to the questions from the audience, from the people who've submitted them, and who'll be asking them at the dispatch box. My first question is about Turning Point USA's Professor Watch List. Its mission is described as exposing college professors who discriminate against conservative students and advance leftist propaganda in the classroom.
I'm sorry, they're what? They have a professor watch list? Oh no. Oh dear. Oh boy. This is gonna devolve really quickly, isn't it? Okay. Sorry, I don't know that much about Charlie Kirk. I know a little bit about Charlie Kirk, but I don't know that much about like Turning Point USA as a Canadian. So this is okay. All right.
Examples including feminism, abortion, and socialism. How would you respond to critics, such as PEN America, who see it as supporting what it claims to deride, which is the intimidation and ostracization of those who express controversial views on campus?
Well, we're getting right into it, aren't we? Thank you. So just by background.
Yes, nobody has patience for your asininary.
Turning Point USA has now grown to be the largest campus conservative organization in the country. I come from a view that conservatism is widely underrepresented in American campuses, and
I thought you didn't want education to be political. That means you should be underrepresented. Also, by the way, like, aren't there studies that have shown that the more education you have, the less conservative you tend to be? Which is why, like, groups like AIG have to go out of their way to get people who have graduated to talk about not the topic they graduated about, but other topics. Oh boy, widely underrepresented. What does that even mean? Like, that the professors aren't conservative? That the ideas that are talked about on campuses aren't representative of conservative ideology? Well, they shouldn't be. That's the point. Unless you're studying poli-sci, I guess. Alright. Show me where you got these stats from, Charles. I like that. Where'd you get these stats, Charles? He really does have a weirdly shaped head. Poor guy.
And by conservatism, I literally mean the defense of Western values, free markets, rule of law, individual initiative, entrepreneurship.
I think that's a definition that exists in America of conservatism. I don't think that's unilateral.
The Constitution, so on and so forth. And in American college campuses in particular...
The Constitution! No. I'm sorry, I'm gonna stop you on the Constitution. You've got a Republican conservative president right now who's shitting all over the Constitution and using it as toilet paper. Get out of here. Who are you kidding?
The Constitution, so on and so forth. And in American college campuses in particular, and I don't know, I'm guessing that this campus is, I don't even want to guess. We'll see what happens when we have dialogue. But I do know that there are some great professors that do...
Wait. He's going to see what happened, but the people who are there to have dialogue are going to be there to challenge him. They're not going to be there to agree with him, so he's already stacked the deck in a way that doesn't make any sense. What does he think somebody's gonna come up and be like, oh wow, Charlie Kirk, you're the best, sign my boobs? Like, that's not gonna happen. Like, so he's already, like, setting up his expectation and his experience to be biased, so that way later he can be like, oh my god, you're just fucking leftists freaking out. Put a point in that for my prediction, put that in a box somewhere.
Teach the Western canon, which is far too missing from American universities, is that American college campuses have become a place where they strive to have everyone look different but think the same. And in America, university and college tuition is through the roof. And
hey, that is true. I'll give him points for getting one thing correct so far. This was, by the way, posted 2 days ago, which would be May 25th, 2025, for anybody watching this in the future. So this is, in fact, after Donald Trump, the guy that Kirk was, like, at the Republican rallies. Like, Kirk was backing Donald Trump. So when this is after Donald Trump has attacked and been going after universities and law firms, specifically Harvard.
Students and parents have a moral obligation to know who is teaching their kids. And for these professors that have such a major objection for being on our professor watch list, if they don't say obscene things, then they will not end up on our watch list. I'm talking about professors that were excited about what happened on October 7th. I'm sorry.
Okay, define obscene things. Like, that's you'd have to actually have some kind of criterion. I mean, I'm fine for, like, following the law and being like, hey, this professor is being racist, and then doing an investigation and deciding whether or not this person has broken rules or if rules need to be changed, changing rules. That's fine. Having this weird watch list based off of fucking arbitrary, obscene to our traditional values, as if you get to apply those across the board to all of America, is, well, also trying to pretend that this, like, trying to project that it's not you who's the one saying everybody has to think the same? Like, what? Canada, we will lift the tariffs if you take Charlie Kirk. Man, I don't know. You might have to sweeten that pot a little bit.
If you're excited about what happened on October 7th, then you deserve to be on a professor watch list, and people should know all about you. And if people want to fire you as a consequence of that, or if people don't want to go to that school as a consequence of that, then so be it. And so...
It sounds like Charlie Kirk is pro-cancel culture. That's what that sounds like.
What was the criticism exactly?
It was that the watch list supports what it claims to deride, which is the intimidation and ostracization.
Oh, yeah, I mean, sorry, thank you. If the publicizing of certain ideas is intimidation, then I think that's just laughable. It is using our own free speech to expose professors who we believe are making America a worse country. And
but you just said expose and putting them on a list. Why, like, you're not a journalist. Right? If you were a journalist being like, hey, here's a news story, here's a story about this professor being problematic, you would probably be fine. But you just talked about how it's a matter of exposing and punishing and canceling and the firing of professors for saying quote unquote obscene things, which is an incredibly vague term. So, no? Please do us a solid. Alright, tell you what. We get our like version of PBS gets Sesame Street, and we'll take Charlie Kirk. Because I think it'd be really, really funny to have Charlie Kirk be, like, subjected to only ever appearing on Sesame Street. He doesn't get to leave. And now it's like a horror show of Charlie Kirk trapped in Sesame Street. Like, this criteria could target at conservatives as well. It's so weird. Yeah, the criteria is being left vague on purpose, so that way they can just try to publicly shame and cancel anybody that they don't like, which is the criticism, right? She's calling the question or the statement or the ask is highlighting hypocrisy. Right? How can you say you're against cancel culture and you're for free speech when if somebody steps out of line of your groupthink, you purposefully go out of your way to fucking expose them? Right?
In fact, I believe in America, higher education has largely posed a threat to Western values, and I think we need more students and more parents to realize the moral rot that universities have become in the Western world.
I think it's very odd. This is what we were talking about. If you saw the debate hub with Geo Streber, this is exactly what we were talking about when we're talking about fascism setting up the idea that any kind of intellectually based anything, any type of education is demonized. So why? In what way? Like, what are you talking about?
So Turning Point Academy mentions the importance of promoting intellectual growth. How would you respond to critics that such an education system stifles intellectual growth through establishing a fixed set of values, for example, regarding God, life beginning at conception, and two genders, rather than promoting intellectual diversity?
Sure, I mean, at some point, you're going to have to get to a truth claim. So even to say that you want intellectual diversity...
No, you don't. You don't have to get to a... You don't have to get to a truth claim. Two things can coexist without one being definitively chosen over another. You can have two positions where people disagree and nobody is wrong. Like, this is, again, we're back to this really problematic wide brush painting of there is only black and white. There is only true and false. And that's just not how most things work. So, I don't even think that matters. Like, I think that's absolutely, you don't have to get to a truth claim, especially in education. When you're teaching people, you are not just teaching them memorization, you are teaching them how to think in multiple different ways, and in ways that allow them to make advancement in those fields that they are studying. If I hand you, let's say we're studying literature, right? Let's take literature, for example. If I hand you the book Cyrano de Bergerac, I hand you the play, and I say, what is Cyrano saying in this monologue? And you come back to me and you say, well, he's going on a rant because he's upset that this person insulted him. And somebody else comes up and says, well, actually, I don't think he's even really bothered by the insult. I think he's more insulted that how ignorant and foolish the insult was, and it could be so much better. And then another person's like, actually, Cyrano thinks he is intellectually superior to this guy who's a brute, and he's demonstrating that, right? Like, nobody's wrong. It's about interpretation, and when you learn about how that play puts these ideas forward and paints these characters, it enables you to do it yourself. If I just told you that this is the play, this is what Cyrano said, this is what it means, can you repeat that back to me? You're just memorizing things, you're not actually advancing your knowledge necessarily. Now, memorization can be part of education. Like, for example, if you're in chemistry, it behooves you to have the periodic table of elements memorized. It's in your best interest. If you're doing mathematics, it's helpful and useful to know, not just know which calculations apply to which equations apply to which thing you're trying to learn or figure out, but also, like, to have them memorized, like velocity and time and yada 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 yada. Anyway, that's not how you don't have to come to a truth claim in education necessarily. One class one year might come to this conclusion, and one class this year might come to a different conclusion, but they're still both right, or neither of them are wrong, or neither of them are right, and neither of them are, like, or both of them are wrong. Like, that's not the point of education. It's very silly that this is what he thinks education is supposed to be. I don't know where he got this idea.
It means that you think intellectual diversity matters, but by what standard? So you have to actually at some point say that something is good. So if someone says, well, the criticism that you're going to tell a kid that something is good, something else, you should have intellectual diversity. Okay, why? By what standard? By what?
Good. It's the point is that going to school lets you determine what you think is good, and university gives you the tools to learn how to make those and to learn how to make those decisions, as well as how to obtain the knowledge to make that dissertation. Right? So, like, you're not fooled by fucking Facebook ads disguised as news articles that are pushing some kind of political agenda, right? So you learn to recognize those things. But, like, huh? Did you see the 20-on-1 Jordan Peterson vid? Yes. I watched it, yes, I watched it yesterday, David. I just said that a minute ago. I watched it yesterday. The video is up. I'm gonna make a video out of it. It'll show up on Debate Hub soon, but yes, I watched it yesterday. Because diversity keeps bigots like you in minimum chunks. Oh, in minimum chuckles. Or to a minimum. Yes. Yes, absolutely, yeah.
Book, by what scholar, by what author, by what worldview? We believe...
You want to look at... By the way, if you want to learn about a topic, it's useful to fucking get different perspectives. Like, if you want to learn about women, for example, does it behoove you to only speak to old Republicans in the Senate? No, you're not going to learn about women by never speaking to women. You need to speak to women, and if you want to learn about women as a whole, you need to talk to and about a lot of and read the perspectives of different women, because not all women are the same. So, like, you want to listen to Black women in America. For example, a group that has been fucking absolutely raffle-stomped for decades, completely unnecessarily. You might want to talk to white women, you might want to talk to women in Africa, you might want to talk to women in El Salvador, you might want to read something written by women in India, if you want to have a grasp or an understanding of women throughout history and what they were writing. Because guess what? Women wrote things in history. Believe it or fucking not. So if you want to educate yourself, or let's say if you want to educate yourself about Egypt. Say you want to learn about Egypt, and you're studying Egypt, you're studying current Egypt, and you're studying historical Egypt. You're going to want to read multiple sources. You're not just going to want to go to the British Museum and look at all the stolen shit. Like, that's only going to be one perspective. You need to listen to and read people from Egypt. What the fuck? You wouldn't like it, like Charlie Kirk wouldn't like it if I wanted to learn about Republicans and then and the Republican position, and then I only ever listened to Democratic talking heads. Right? Like, that wouldn't be reasonable, right? Like, that wouldn't make any sense.
As a organization, that the West is the best for many reasons. In particular, my own personal views. I'm a Christian. I'm not ashamed of it.
The West is the best. Put that on a shirt. I would like to direct anybody who's curious about how best the West is to please go ahead and look at the happiness index and, like, where people, like the greatest countries to immigrate to are, because shocker, only one of them is in the West, and it's not America. Just to be clear. So if you believe that, Charlie, I'd love to see your essay in your TED Talk in which you detail any proper like metrics and how you measured them.
And Christianity brought to the world things that we all take for granted. Tom Holland, who actually was educated here and is one of the great classicists and taught himself ancient Greek, he wrote in his book Dominion that even if you hate Christianity, your critique of Christianity is actually using Christianity itself. And so this idea of intellectual diversity, I totally support that. And I think that students should read different books and should read different authors. At some point, though, the purpose of education is not to have an endless buffet line for students to sample every bad idea in the world. It's to point them to the good, the true, and the beautiful. And I think we've lost what the purpose of education is. Education in Latin literally means to lead forth. To lead forth out of the cave was the original analogy. And so at Turning Point Academy, we take the biblical idea to train a child up in the ways in which they will go, and we make no apologies for instituting a belief that believing in God is better than secularism. The defense of universal human equality is a good for all humanity, amongst many other things that you articulated.
And it's just a Christian school. it's just a Christian school. Like, okay, whatever. I guess. I mean, sure.
So, how would you reconcile the importance of freedom, which is listed as Turning Point USA's mission on your website, with the restrictions on body?
Their mission statement is freedom. America is a very silly place. Yeah. How do you have a mission statement that's just freedom? Oh. Whew.
Autonomy, which you support, including abortion, trans-affirming healthcare, and birth control. And how would you respond to criticism of your limited view of freedom?
Sure. So first of all, birth control I don't have that strong of views of. So I mean, except for the fact that I've criticized how actually young women that take hormonal birth control might have side effects that are not always disclosed to them. As far as
all right. My unfinished journey for 222 said Hail Chesh and Hail Mary Shelley, Sappho, etc. Thank you so much. You actually reminded me to put in the goal, which I will. I can't make it any lower. I wish I could do like a total number, but I will. Space. Let's go. All right.
Abortion and trans-affirming care. I'll get into that in a second, but I find
it's gender-affirming care, but we know it's just because you hate trans people, so fine.
Laughable, not from you, of course, but some of the people that are always very critical.
Yeah, to train up a child reminds me of this terrible book of pearls of the same title. Yeah, by the time, here's the thing. When you're in university, you're not a child anymore. You're not going to these schools to learn right and wrong. You're going to these schools to get an education about broader and more specific topics. So you should, like, if you are concerned about, like, Christian values, those need to be imbibed before they're in university. Now, the fact that those things, your ideas and what you've grown up with, gets challenged in university doesn't mean they're telling people what to think or what to believe. It means that your ideas are being challenged, which is healthy and normal. And some people come out of university more conservative, some people come out of university less conservative, some people come out of university still believing, because guess what? Most of the time, universities have fucking absolutely nothing to say about your belief system. And the fact that Charlie Kirk is disingenuously blurring the lines between being a conservative and having a political position with having a religious belief and then somehow trying to then tie it to education should alarm people, because you know what that makes? Theocracies. That's theocracy at that point. Does America want to be a theocracy? I think they do. I think that there is a large percentage of Americans who believe that they already are a theocracy and believe that the Democrats are trying to destroy that Christian fundamental rock they believe their constitution and their amendments are built on and their government is built on. And so they've tied their government and religion together in their head.
Of, Charlie, why don't you just believe in bodily autonomy? I'm sorry, didn't you just mandate a vaccine for the last couple of years? I couldn't visit your country for 2 years because I didn't take a vaccine. So it's my body, my choice, unless it's, so it's my body, my choice if it's another human being in the womb, but it's not my body, my choice if I want to take a vaccine. That was neither safe nor effective. And we all must be very honest about the fact that the public health experts of both of our countries never apologized for the fact that they made you take a vaccine that, by the way, has a lot of side effects for a lot of people in this room, and no one wants to say that. As a side note, though...
Oh my god, run-on sentence the person. All right, I'm stopping him at a side note. All right, no, wrong and incorrect. You cannot equate getting a vaccine, which was a choice. The mandate wasn't about whether or not you got jabbed. The mandate was about whether or not you were able to participate in events and things if you did or did not get the vaccine. The vaccine was never actually mandated. So that's a lie. Second off, trying to compare these two things is a false equivalence. Like, that they're not remotely the same. They're not remotely fucking close. And trying to bullshit a bunch of university students about this is like, again, this is factual data. Anybody can go fucking look up the data about the effects of COVID and the effects of long-term COVID and who it is affected and who it hasn't affected and the effects of the vaccine. So... yeah, it wasn't safe or effective. Citation needed. Shall we drop the citation needed? Should we drop that on Charlie Kirk's head? Yeah, we're gonna go with citation needed. Right. Apply directly to the forehead, Charlie. You got enough space.
all the bodily autonomy people. You guys can laugh all you want. It's fine.
I like that they're laughing at him and he's already getting mad, and we're only like 5 minutes in. Jack for 2 said, I could never trust a person in a blue suit. You know what? At least it's not Jordan Peterson's weird, like, fucking Two-Face red, blue, or his weird Twitter suit, or his weird one that's got all, like, the fucking Anglican art on it.
All the bodily autonomy people suddenly got really silent when we decided to say, we're going to control your body and control the movement of what you can do. You can't go to the
That's
pub.
not, no. That's fucking really stupid. That is not how that works at all. But people got really quiet, did they? Or did they just say, wow, that's really fucking dumb? Because I feel like that's not what happened at all.
You can't go to the local gathering of friends. You can't go to university. You can't even go into the UK if you don't have a card. So that's a fun contradiction for me. At the same time,
that's not a contradiction. You just made that up.
There's a difference between freedom or liberty and license. Liberty is the pursuit of things that allow human beings to flourish at its highest possible potential. License is not those things. So on the first thing, you do not have a ability, and I'm sure there will be a question about this,
an ability, not a ability. It's a vowel at the beginning of the word.
Under any agreed upon Western morality, which is derived from a Christian construct, to murder another human being. You do not.
Yeah, that is not everybody agrees that it's derived from a Christian construct. You're just saying that. But okay.
Western morality, which is derived from a Christian construct, to murder another human being. You do not have that freedom, and so.
It's because murder is defined as unjust. Like, by definition, murder is the unjust killing, right? So if you wanted a more honest conversation, you would have to say, by law, agreed upon in society in America, there are times where you are allowed or you are permitted or you will not be punished for killing somebody. But if the killing is deemed to be unjust, it is then murdered. If you want, like, an example, self-defense, the stand your ground laws that exist in some states will follow along those lines. The police shooting somebody in the back 17 times and then are apparently just allowed to do that. Another example would probably be, manslaughter. So, like, in some cases, killing is within not only just the legal framework, but is actually a right. Like, you have the right to defend yourself, right? So the murder by definition is unjustified. So it's kind of silly. I'd settle for weed. Yo, fair. Like, how about legalize weed? Good start. There's also, like, suicide. Yeah, suicide's another good point.
We believe, obviously, because we believe in very basic biology and science, that life begins at conception, and therefore that life deserves universal human rights as applied equally under our laws. As far as
But you're circumseding someone else's rights to do it. That's what makes it complicated. Right? If you're allowed to swing your hand until it hits my face, it means that, right? Like, we agree that that's generally the agreed upon rule of law, right? Like, you're allowed to swing your arms all you want, but as soon as you hit me, you cause harm to another person, your right to harm that person and touch that person is void. You don't have that right. So if you want to apply equally these rules to life at conception, if that woman is not consenting to being touched or harmed by that conception, then you apply the law that way by Charlie Kirk's logic. I don't necessarily purport to this logic. That's simply just the situation he's providing. This is the hypothetical. This is what he's proposing. So does a baby get tried for murder if the mother dies? Does the baby go on, if the mother dies in childbirth, does the baby get charged with manslaughter? You want to apply all these laws equally, right? It's not like kids can't murder people. They've done that. There are children who have gone to, juvie for it and things like that. Would it fall under manslaughter because it's not intentional? Like, this is what I mean. You follow the train of logic and it just kind of falls off a cliff really fast. So, again, whatever.
Trans-affirming care, as far as if you want to do something over the age of 18, knock yourself out, you guys actually have been better than our country.
Going to school at university is generally over the age of 18. Just for context.
Country on this. You have the Cass report that our country has lost its mind, where the Cass report itself issued an opinion based on my limited but somewhat understanding of it that...
Yeah, limited understanding is a good way to describe Charlie Kirk. Yeah, the Cass report is trash. It's absolute garbage. Monty and I went over it like 2 years ago. You're welcome to go and look at that. It's on one of the Dumb Fuck Fridays. Go ahead and find that there.
Trans-affirming care for children is highly questionable at best. And so we all can agree that students that are not, or young people that are not...
Yeah, we don't all agree on that. Canada and Australia have both, like, absolutely shish kebabbed the Cass report.
Not yet of age or mature age of 18, of course we limit certain freedoms or licenses or liberties for 15-year-olds. In my country, they can't own guns till they're 18. In my country, they can't even drink till they're 21. In my country, they can't vote.
Okay, sure. All right, go on.
Until they're 18 in America. And so until someone is of age, you're going to limit that. And so I believe that we should all agree that young people in particular, 15, 16, 17, there should be a prohibition that you should not be able to cut off your breasts or go under life-altering, irreversible, gender-affirming care just because you might be going through a temporary phase.
It's not temporary, Dad. Yeah, that's just stupid. We'd be here for hours if I break down how stupid everything he just said was. Like, for example, please show me an example of trans-affirming care where children, people under like the ages of whatever he listed, are getting breast implants. You notice his issue is breast implants, right? He's just scared of trans women, specifically. At this point, what was her question? Bro, I don't even know. She asked him about what freedom is as the school's mandate. I have no idea how this answers that question. On On the other hand, it's just preaching. He's just taking the opportunity to preach. Also, there are young girls who develop incredibly quickly. And it causes them a lot of pain, a lot of anxiety, and a lot of issues that develop in their chesticle region. And they get breast reductions. Is that's part of the chopping block that Charlie Kirk is talking about, because again, when you paint with such a broad brush, you miss nuances. The majority of these bills that are targeting trans people also negatively impact women because they hate women. Like that, it's that simple. None of this is biblical, by the way. There's no law in the Bible that that says anything about this. He's just making it up.
So you spoke about vaccines and the COVID-19 vaccine. How would you respond to accusations about you misusing your platform and purporting misinformation during the COVID-19 pandemic, including speaking against the COVID vaccine and speculating about deaths caused by it, and being briefly banned from Twitter for claiming that hydroxychloroquine was...
I like that he fucking knows it off the top of his head.
100% effective in treating the virus.
Well, I'm back on Twitter now, thankfully. New ownership. I appreciate...
You know, if he wasn't so gross, that would be very funny.
Question. Has anyone asked our public health leaders that question? Will they...
Oh my god, are you just not going to answer the question and deflect it? Why would we ask the public health leaders about a claim that you made that was obviously wrong about fucking hydrochloroquine or whatever the fuck? They always jump to the most extreme hyperbole. Yeah, it's because it's all an argument from emotion. Like, the arguments and the point... I shouldn't even call them arguments. The points that Charlie Kirk and his groups like to make about trans people are all emotionally charged, like, rhetoric. They're not actually reasoned or logical or, like, they're not actually, like... high-thinking things, because you think about them for 30 seconds and you're like, wow, that fucking doesn't make any sense. It's all just, like, trying to feed off of people's outrage and outrage farm and emotional disparagement, I guess, but... Hydro clothing pin? Pat Benatar? One time I went to the circus and I met a lady who could bend a car. Bend a car? Pat Benatar! Canadian comedian on Whose Line Is It Anyway? Colin Mockery.
They apologize for everything they got wrong. The lockdowns were completely unnecessary. They should never have happened. And the young people of the West lost proms, graduation, whatever equivalent you have here in the UK.
Oh no, not graduations. The graduation ceremony, the most boring fucking thing ever.
For no good reason whatsoever. And you guys can laugh.
You know, not... I like that the crowd is laughing at him enough that he feels like he has to be defensive and call them out for it. Like, motherfucker, that's a joke. Like, that is ridiculous. It's absurd on its face, and I do like that I like that Charlie Kirk went to another country to do this, because the responses he would be getting in America are greatly different. So, like, he's going to a place and he's being mocked for how fucking absolutely absurd he sounds. Because he's absurd. Guys, we can't have prom. We can't have graduation like normal right now, because if we all get together, a portion of you will die. Scoffing at parents who waited their whole lives to see their children graduate does not reflect well on your character. Making a child's achievements all about their parents does not reflect well on yours.
You want, but let's look at the data. Suicide rates of young people in the West went up after COVID. There's speech delays, there's a misery problem, and we locked down the generation of people that needed to be locked down the least, that have now bared the consequences the most, on top of a hyperinflation crisis, which caused a housing crisis, which has caused a sovereign debt crisis. All for what? Because we were worried.
I'm sorry, a sovereign death crisis? He went to the most polite country in the world and still got roasted. I don't know. I don't think he went to the UK. He went to Cambridge. I don't think that's the most polite country, but you know.
That's something that materially was never a greater threat than the seasonal flu to these people in this room was a...
That is a lie. That's not true. Also, people dying of the flu in America has gone up since Trump took office and appointed RFK Jr., and there does seem to be a correlation between current public policy being put forward by this current American administration and deaths of the flu. Also, by the way to dismiss people who die of the flu, because that is still a thing. Can we put him in lockdown? Put him in the Elon box. Put him in the Elon box. Let him go.
It was never a greater threat than the seasonal flu. That is a fact of science, because we have to trust the science. And again, we can go back and forth, but this is the more important thing. It was never about trusting the science. It was about trusting the scientists that confirm this view.
What? Charlie, then who are you gonna get to do the science and the science communication? What an arbitrary extra fucking degree of separation that doesn't matter and doesn't mean anything. It's so silly.
There is something called the Barrington Declaration. If you don't know what this is, all of you have a moral obligation to know what it is. The Barrington Declaration was thousands of scientists from around the world that said these lockdowns are doing more harm than good. And the one thing that we never talked about through all this...
So the lockdowns doing more harm than good is one claim that is not necessarily attached to the vaccine doesn't work or the vaccine is bad or wrong, right? The lockdowns can do harm, and nobody's saying lockdowns didn't do harm. They definitively did. They did economic damage. They did damage to relationships and emotional damage and mental health damage. The lockdowns pointed out a good handful of flaws in the structures, in a lot of structures actually, like both political structures as well as social security structures, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Right? Nobody's saying the lockdowns didn't cause harm. Right? The question is did people die, right, at more or less of a rate based on those lockdowns? And what the fuck does that have to do with whether or not the vaccine worked? It's independent. Again, we're back to he's conflating shit. Correlation and causation, everyone.
That now the pharma companies magically discovered after they were able to proliferate a vaccine is early interventions. Is the fact that if you catch COVID early, what is your vitamin D level? Let's have a serious conversation about whether or not...
What? You mean knowing that you've got a disease in the early stages of the disease makes it easier to deal with, especially once we understand what the disease is? Wow! I'm shocked. Baffled even. This is anybody read about the Black Plague recently? Could you imagine? I like that Charlie Kirk is totally willing to lean on the advancement of science when it's convenient for him.
You're chronically overweight. In my country, we are a fat country. We're good at a lot of things. We're also really good at gaining weight. Why didn't we also say to the American people, and be honest, if you are 50 pounds overweight, you have a much higher likelihood of dying of COVID. Well, that would be considered to be politically insensitive in America. So how do I respond to critics? Honestly, I'm proud of the work that we did during COVID. I oppose the lie.
Are there not? Okay, maybe I'm wrong about this, but I get American commercials. I'm in Canada, right? I get American commercials. American commercials are regularly talking about heart disease and regularly talking about people bringing their cholesterol down. Well, how the fuck do you think you bring your cholesterol down? Like, what do you think cholesterol is, my friend? Like, it's weird. It's weird to me that Charlie Kirk thinks that being rude is like the correct thing to do, and being polite about public health is somehow not talking about public health, which is bizarre. That's strange. What a fucking weirdo.
Lockdowns from the beginning. We talked about early interventions. We platformed people that were right all along. And meanwhile, the people
Hey, what the fuck does that have to do with you, the question, which was the question about you misusing your platform and you saying that this hydroxychloroquine shit was 100% effective? What the fuck does any of this have to do with that, by the way? Do you want to actually, like, you know, answer the question? We're up to, like, what, 3 questions, and he hasn't answered one of them yet?
that got the most important...
And the students are laughing at him?
Public policy questions of our time wrong, have never felt any sort of criticism. They've never actually faced justice.
What are you talking about? You have a show where you were criticizing them all the time. There's somebody in the chat right now criticizing it. There are people all over the place that were criticizing fucking COVID and lockdowns and shit. Fucking Canada had a bunch of people that ended up being arrested and tried and sent to jail because they fucking decided to terrorize Ottawa over fucking vaccines. What do you mean? That's such a fucking lie. Just bald-faced lying.
I think we, the people of the West, deserve an apology from our leaders for all the suffering that they inflicted on the young people of both our countries.
So you've described recently how it used to be 10 vaccines, now it's 72 shots for our babies. Something's not right and our kids are sicker than ever. How would you respond to criticism that your rhetoric regarding vaccinations is dangerous and irresponsible when considering a global rise in vaccine distrust and deaths from vaccine-preventable diseases, including measles and meningitis?
Okay, before he answers, I'm gonna place a bet. His answer is going to, one, just be more rhetoric of him doing the thing that she's asking about. How would you respond to criticism of the thing? So he's not actually going to respond to criticism, he's just going to restate the thing she's saying he said. That's what's gonna happen. Alright? 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 That's what's about to happen. Are we ready? Watch my predictive power.
Well, first of all, number one, you can use your own agency and you can get 9 COVID shots if you want. I'm not preventing that. I think, though, that a robust conversation needs to happen that... That's the logical conclusion that you follow when Charlie Kirk backs up anti-science and anti-vaccination organizations and political positioning, though. So yes, it is. That's absolutely what he's doing. He might not be saying that right the fuck now, but it is certainly what he has done and has been doing up until this point. So... go on. Shots if you want. I'm not preventing that. I think, though, that a robust conversation needs to happen that inoculations have risen across America. I'll just talk about America. I know this for certain. Inoculation and vaccine rates have risen, and chronic diseases are higher than ever. And there is a perplexing rise in a lot...
Hey, Charlie, can you get a chronic disease from being fat? Charlie, does being fat make you more likely to get chronic illnesses and chronic pain and have issues? Did Charlie Kirk not just say his country's a bunch of fat fucks? Isn't that what he just claimed? So how do we know it's not the issue of dietary problems in America? There are a lot of dietary problems in America. For example, your red dye. You know, the red dye that's in your children's food? That is a chemical that is known to cause problems? So why are you equating this to vaccines when there is an obvious correlation instead of you're leaning on a causation. Sorry, you're leaning on a correlation when there is an actual causation that you brought up and then complained about people being politically correct about it. There's a reason why other countries... Okay, so America and, like, McDonald over here, Golden Arch Trump, has been fucking bitching about. And he's bitching about other countries not buying American beef. The reason why other countries do not buy American beef is because it does not reach other countries' standards of food safety. But Americans are eating it, and they're fine with it, or they don't even know. Meanwhile, the FDA is getting fucking gutted. So, like, for example, if you take Fruit Loops, right? You take Fruit Loops from Canada, and you look at the ingredients list, and you take Fruit Loops from America, and look at the ingredients list, they are different ingredients lists. And those ingredients matter. The American one is basically made of a bunch of dye and corn sugar shit. The Canadian one is made out of fucking fruit and fiber. So maybe the issue that Charlie is actually accidentally touched on and is instead deciding to completely rhetorically drive the other direction is that maybe the health and wellness of your country is affected by your dietary restrictions and expectations. And if you want to do something about that, you should probably do something about that, and maybe, if you just try it, your rate of chronic illness might go down. Fucking Cinnamon Toast Crunch. Charlie Kirk's so fucking stupid, dude. This is a tiny face. Look at his tiny little face.
Of the secondary and third tier issues. Of course I'm pro-vaccine. If you want to get vaccines, we should do it prudently, we should do it appropriately, we should do it smartly, but in the same way, we should also simultaneously...
We should do it big smartly.
...respect medical freedom and religious conscience.
We respect medical freedom unless it's an abortion. Or it's fucking healthcare for women, like pregnancy prevention.
The criticism is this. I'm not a scientist and I don't play one on TV, but I also...
I just have a lot of opinions about science and scientists. So remember when I said he wasn't going to answer the question and was just going to go off on a fucking tangent rant just restating the issues that they're saying, but what would you say to critics?
I use human reason, and one would say common sense to also...
Human reason! Yeah, as opposed to dog reason or cat math? What? Alien reason? Somebody get Xenu on the phone. We got a couple of questions for him. What about angelic reason? What about the reasons of, like, Jesus or God, since you're a Christian, right? Why wouldn't you use God's reasoning instead of human reasoning? I mean, we have access to some of that, right? It's in the Bible. No? Alright. Okay, fine.
Ask the very simple question. The public health authorities got almost every major problem of every question of COVID wrong. Why should we continue to delegate trust to them? Trust is earned, it is not given.
But they didn't get it wrong.
And so, yeah, look, I'm sure someone's going to ask a question or two about that. That's fine. I'm by no means a quote-unquote expert on all that. But let me also question this. The experts... They have to now, number one, you have to apologize when you get something really wrong. And I think you have to get back into the...
Oh, really, Charlie? Do you? Uh-huh. All right. And how many apologies have the American people gotten from Trump? I'm just curious. How many apologies has Charlie Kirk ever given for all the shit he gets wrong? You can literally... Yeah, no... Only mods can post links. If you want to cite something, you actually have to cite it. You can't just link to it. If you look at the thing above, you can see on screen that no link popped up. Do you not know how YouTube works? Are you new?
Into the public square and prove to us why we should trust you. When, for example, in my country, I'm not sure if it was for you guys, we had this thing of 6 feet to slow the spread. Anthony Fauci just made it up. The data shows that he just arbitrarily made it up. There is not a single public health reason why we had 6 feet to slow the spread.
Guys, when you sneeze, how far does it go? The molecules of spit in your mouth when you talk, how far does it go? About Mm-hmm. Yeah, feline, it's cool. I'll wait. You are not high enough for this. Correct. I am not high enough for this. In that case, when are they going to apologize for falsely claiming the 2020 election was stolen? Sneezes reach 45 meters. Yeah, sneezes go far. Yeah, he relied on human reason, not the word of God. There's your problem. Right? I'm too sober for this. Me too. Alright. Feline's posted us a link. Let's see what we got. Alright, Nate! When are you going to apologize? As per Charlie Kirk, didn't liberals claim Russia stole the election from Hillary in 2016? I'm sorry. 17 feet. For like the furthest flex that he got. So you think that the 6 feet is actually arbitrary? You think it's random? I mean, I think it's random on the fact of using 6 feet because I'm not a mongrel who uses imperial. But, you know.
Down schools. Actually, what made COVID worse and delayed the inevitable spread. The only country in Europe that I think was a model was Sweden. They kept schools open, they kept restaurants open, they leaned into herd immunity, and generally their statistics were way better than some of the other countries that were...
See, this is the problem, Nate. You're already attributing and assuming why I laughed at you. Because you're defensive. And you're mad. It's okay. It's alright. Your assumptions are exactly in line with why I was laughing in the first place. You're adorable. It's very cute. Anyway, back to Charlie Kirk. That segment is gonna get cut later, so... Because it's gonna get copyright, so I'm just gonna cut it out. But it was just the Mythbusters figuring out 17 feet is about as far as something goes.
Correlated to it. So everyone has the agency to do what they want to see fit. And yes, I do think that there is something troubling when the childhood vaccination schedule goes from 10 shots to 72 shots, some of which are things, for example, hepatitis B. Upon birth in America, I don't know how it is in the UK, within seconds, they will inoculate a child against hepatitis B. Number one, hepatitis B vaccine expires by the age of 13, and there's only 2 ways to get hepatitis B, through sexual intercourse or through intravenous drugs or some other correlated way. So unless it is a son or a daughter...
Only 2 ways, except for 1, 2, and any other correlated way. So, like, if there's any kind of injection into your body, like, I don't know, stepping on a nail, getting a cut. Intravenous drugs. No, it's not the drugs part, dude. And what if a child needs stitches? What if a child does need to be injected with something like, I don't know, insulin, or injected with something because they got into a car accident? Like, what do you mean? It's so fucking crazy. So fucking ridiculous.
Of a active drug user or a drug mom, totally get it, which you can test for in utero. The argument for hepatitis B vaccine within seconds of a baby being born is, I think, questionable at best. And so those of us...
Yeah, because you're an ignorant fuck.
Ask the question, why are we using a hepatitis B vaccine when we could maybe wait till they're 12 or 13 and when they're sexually active?
Nate, you know that I'm not a Democrat, right? And most of the people in the chat aren't American. That is why the baby gets the inoculation. Yeah, go figure. Wow, go figure. I have a co-worker who refuses to get his daughter the HPV vaccine because he thinks sugar causes cervical cancer. What? Did he get that idea from Charlie Kirk? Read the above. Yeah. HPV can be transmitted through several routes of infection in vertical transmission. HBV is passed from mother to child, MTCT, during childbirth. Without intervention, a mother who is positive for HBsAg has a 20% risk of passing the infection off to her offspring at the time of birth. This risk is as high as 90% if the mother is also positive for HBeAg. It's almost like you don't have to have these issues to pass them on. Charlie Kirk conveniently ignores New Zealand. Yeah, they got rid of COVID due to exactly locking things down and people following the rules. Yeah, no, Charlie Kirk only knows about America. That's why he keeps saying, well, I don't know about the UK, right? He's only looking at American statistics. He's not applying any of this to anywhere else in the world or even bothering to look as if anywhere else in the world fucking exists and applying any of that information. Because he's short-sighted, because he's fucking selfish, because he's fucking got blinders on, and there's only America and not America. And he already says he bases his fucking entire view on education and everything in the world off of America. Off of the belief that the West is the best. And when he's talking about the West, he is not talking about the UK and France. He's talking about fucking America. He's not talking about Canada and Mexico or Brazil. He's talking about America and only America.
No, you must do it and you must just trust the science. Okay, well, that's not good enough for us.
So Turning Point USA acquired Students for Trump in 2019 and worked on targeting students on college campuses, especially ahead of the 2020
So yeah, he didn't answer the question.
Election. However, despite an increase in youth turnout in 2020, Trump's support was worse with young people in several battleground states than 2016. How would you respond to critics who claim that this failure was partly due to Trump outsourcing youth outreach to Turning Point USA?
How did he do this last election?
Well, I mean, his support was better in youth, but it was still lower with lower amongst youth than the Democrat support was.
We won the youth vote in the state of Michigan, and we ran.
Oh my God! So he's just not gonna acknowledge the facts. He's just gonna ignore it and cherry pick something so he can just dismiss it.
The entire youth operation in 2024. In fact, it doesn't. Anyone can look on ChatGPT, Grok, or Google. I mean, whatever you want. Like, we crushed the youth vote. Even Democrats acknowledge it. There's story after story after story. Why are young people moving so far to the right? And so, will you give me credit for that?
I mean, why do you think that, like, in several key states, even in 2024, amongst
guys, ask ChatGPT.
We did anywhere between 10 to 25 points better in the key battleground states. This is not just conjecture, it is material fact. Both young men and young women moved to the right dramatically. In America, young people are Donald Trump's most loyal cohort, not even baby boomers. According to the Yale Youth Poll and the Harvard Youth Poll, Donald Trump has actually made the most gains amongst younger voters. And I guess maybe something we did had something to do with that.
And what do you see as the future?
So then what do you say about the information that's not comporting with comparing Trump here to Trump here? Or not comparing Trump to everywhere and the Democrats solely in this area. We're comparing Trump to Trump. He can't keep up? Is that too complicated? No, it's because the answer makes him uncomfortable.
Of conservatism amongst young people.
I think it's going to be the dominant, God willing, dominant worldview amongst young people in America, and it's ascendant. Again, what we are...
how is that doing right now? I'm curious. Let me just look up. Youth in America, Trump support 2025. Let's see if something comes up. Okay, well, we can't trust the White House, because it says White House fact sheet. Well, we can't trust the White House, so let's see if we can find another... let's see... Trump administration's war on children. I don't think that's quite what I'm looking for. Let's see. 15% of young people see. This is okay. Here we go. This is the Washington Post. All right, Washington Post. 15% of young people see the country on the right track under Trump polls find. Only 15% of young people believe the United States is headed in the right direction under President Donald Trump, according to a Harvard youth poll released Wednesday, which also found that just under a third of young people approve of his job performance. So it looks like this was as of April 23rd. So at best, Charlie Kirk as of May 25th is a little bit out of date, and also definitely not regards to current Trump statistics. I would like to point out, Charlie Kirk referenced Harvard. So here's another example of Harvard. So it does not look like Donald Trump is polling well anywhere about anything at the moment, quite frankly, but, you know, whatever.
Are seeing in the States, and I don't know if it's the case here in the UK, young men in particular are on pace to be the most conservative generation in history. And it's an exciting trend, and we're leaning into it. We see this in the...
Yes, an exciting trend.
Macro trends. We also see this micro. Young women are following suit. There's kind of two Gen Zs. There's Gen Z that was...
In Canada, women voted almost like in the most extreme against the Conservatives. So we had our own like mini Trump in Canada. Pierre Poilievre was the Conservative leader. Might still be the Conservative leader. Women wholly disliked him and voted in swaths against it. So maybe Charlie Kirk should take a look at the way other places function once in a while.
Basically out of college or near end of college at COVID, and then there was Gen Z that was in high school. What would the equivalent term here be in high school? Whatever you call...
Yeah,
okay. And they had their lives obliterated. Those are the most formative times of their life, 15, 16, 17, 18. They were forced to wear masks. They had to do school through Zoom. They saw friends...
Oh my god, they had to wear masks. Wow, their lives must have been so hard. Get over it. Get over it. It's such like a silly, like for the group that's supposed to be the pull yourselves up by the bootstraps and like be manly and suck it up and just do it, to be bitching and moaning and crying about how my life was ruined because I had to wear a mask sometimes. It's not like whatever.
Many of
I can't take him seriously after him calling a dolphin fetus a human fetus. That's the same way I feel about Ben Shapiro. You can't take him seriously ever since he said that people who get their real estate underwater due to climate change just need to sell it.
that took their life, our suicide rates went up exponentially. And also on top of that, we had this insane race stuff in America during 2020. Otherwise known as Floydapalooza, where we decided to burn our country because a guy drug overdosed on the streets of Minneapolis. And
well, that's a blatant lie on the level of Sandy Hook. Holy shit! I'm not gonna go into George Floyd that much, but he was a man who was murdered by the police in broad daylight.
That's true. He did drug overdose.
He's getting fucking booed, because of course he is. Good job, UK. Good job, Cambridge University. Good job, students there. Boo that man. Fucking boo him for that one.
My opinion. Just read the medical examiner report. The Hennepin County medical examiner report. And so then all of a sudden we decided to like commit cultural suicide and throw statues. By the way, in London, they like threw a statue into the river or something because we're systemically racist. I'm sorry, our two countries are the two least racist countries ever to exist in the history of the world. And you guys should also be...
Yeah, the absolute outrage.
Thanking the Lord that you have someone like William Wilberforce to look up to, and you should be building statues to Wilberforce, not taking down statues of your history, because it's thanks to Western values that we abolished slavery, and the world is a profoundly better place because of that worldview, and we as conservatives are unafraid to tell that story and that truth.
So you've condemned the Civil Rights Act of 1964 as a huge mistake.
Okay, I love after his little angry diatribe, she immediately dumps on him the fucking him condemning the Civil Rights Act. Oh, this woman is fantastic. Very well played. Very well played. Star for 5 says, I asked Nate if he wanted to know my opinion instead of using straw mans, and he didn't even try to ask me. Why is that all the way? It really is. That is a thing that happens a lot. Like, you'll notice that every time a conservative comes in here, they come in with a lot of baggage, a lot of assumptions, and then they end up kind of just shitting their pants. Like, they're not usually able to, like, articulate or, like, in any meaningful way, and they're not able to have conversations. Like, they're not capable. It's an issue with dogma and ideology over reasoned conversation. Mostly, so far. I'm sure there are exceptions out there that do exist, but they're not the type of conservatives we're talking about, and not the type of conversations with conservatives that we've actually had come by here. Like I said, they assume that everybody is American. They assume that all the information comes from America. The script robots, yeah, it's very much. You're right. Yeah, it's very scripted. It's very like they're not able to have conversation because they've got too big of a chip on their shoulder. And yeah, Nate has been doing that. Yes, absolutely. All right, that's very good for her. Good call out, Sar, that there is a lot of assumptions and not a whole lot of able to engage in honest conversation.
Correct.
Why do you believe it was a mistake to pass anti-discrimination legislation? And what do you think would be better policy for being treated fairly and equally, which you see as an American principle?
Yeah, nothing against the intent, but it was too broadly written and it played into something called disparate impact. Disparate impact was woven within the Civil Rights Act, and disparate impact basically says if two racial groups have different outcomes, the answer must be racism. It does not allow any legal nuance. So there are 4 components to, quote unquote, the anti-racist regime of America. I don't pretend to know what goes on in this country. I could just talk about America. Is that?
The anti-racist regime? And anti-racism is being contextually described as a bad thing?
I'm sure that's fine. And it's 4 components: affirmative action, critical race theory, DEI, and disparate impact. Those are the kind of the 4 components. All of them have their subsection. The Civil Rights Act led the way to affirmative action, which is weaponized, quote unquote, reverse racism against Asian and white people. And the
No, it's not.
Rights Act also blazed the trail for disparate impact as a legal theory, basically saying that if black Americans are doing worse in a group, it might not be because of marital differences or cultural differences or single motherhood issues. It must be racism.
No, did you hear the switch? Did you hear his bait and switch on terminology? It may not be because of this. It must be because of this. Did you catch that subtle rhetorical word swap? Of course it's racism if the outcomes aren't equal. Oh, I mean, when you eliminate, you shouldn't assume that it's not racism. You've got things like redlining, you have things, like, there's some really serious problems with America that have long-lasting effects, right? Redlining doesn't stop having a social impact when you remove the legality of it, for example. That's long-term social impacts. And if you want to fix those social impacts, then you want to equalize the disparagement, which is what he's referring to. He's dismissing it and misrepresenting it, but that's what he's referring to. If you want to fix that disparagement, then you need to put in social programs that are going to do that. Once those things have equalized, then you can start picking and choosing what things you want to keep, what things you want to don't keep, what do you want to adjust, what do you not want to adjust, right? You can make those decisions. But people like Charlie Kirk and, racist white people in particular seem to think that those problems have been fixed. And they have definitively not been. because they view equalization as a loss of dominance and a loss of power, and they don't like that. They do the same. This isn't even something that they only do about racism. They do it about women, too. It's not just black people. It's people who are black. It's people who are Asian. It's people who are, Muslim. Muslim's a big one. Muslim's a big one. America is very, very racist against Muslim people. So people from India. You have fucking anybody who's not white enough, quote unquote. And if you don't believe me, all you have to do is look at fucking Trump's outsourcing of fucking concentration camps and the lack of due process. So why would you want to fucking roll this back? Like, clearly it's not even wholly effective yet and is still a major issue. Disparity, not disparity. Oh, thank you. Yeah, disparity. Thank you.
And so because of that, the Civil Rights Act was too broadly written. It's now being applied in my country as a way to get rid of voter integrity, to get rid of election
Yeah, it's very fragile, you're right.
To get rid of voter ID. The Civil Rights Act is also now being applied to put men in female locker rooms. So the intent, it should have been a single
Wrong. Incorrect.
page or a 2-page bill to say that you cannot discriminate against based on the color of somebody's skin, period, end of story. Instead, we get a multiple 100-page bill with lots of chapters and lots of lesser-known amendments that created basically a permanent anti-racist bureaucracy within our federal government.
Wow, it's a bad thing to have a permanent anti-racist fucking rule of law? That's bad? Guys, do you think this counts as saying the quiet part out loud that Charlie Kirk's just a fucking racist? No? Yeah.
Find racism where it doesn't exist and create it in new places where otherwise did not exist.
So you've described
I would love to know how he measured that.
Martin Luther King Jr. as awful, not a good person, even though many conservative commentators
They're mocking him again.
have spoken in support of what he says, including his quote, where they will be judged about his children, where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character.
Statement. He was right there.
So does his speech and his general ethos not then agree with your views on DEI?
No, I've complimented him as well, but I mean, first of all, he was a personally morally flawed man. And to be fair, a lot of people I sometimes look up to are morally flawed. But also, I mean, we're all morally flawed.
Aren't you a Christian? Yeah, okay, we're all morally flawed. So you just, like, gave a bunch of caveats for yourself, but then try to broaden it out? This is fucking embarrassing. Yeah, and yes, the conservatives regularly misuse and misappropriate and cherry pick out parts of things that Martin Luther King has said, the same way Charlie Kirk is cherry picking the Bible. The same way a lot of these groups cherry pick shit out instead of actually understanding the context and implications of what they're saying. So, I mean, if you want to know about that, I did do a video on CRT, which I definitely recommend you check it out. There's a video called CRT. It's from a little while ago. Go check it out if you want to know a little bit more about that.
We're all sinners. I would hope actually, many of you probably don't believe in God, so never mind. Look, Martin Luther King, in a lot of different ways.
Remember when I said conservatives come with a lot of baggage and make a lot of assumptions about who they're talking to? That's what he just did. He has no idea. He has no fucking idea.
A promise of a colorblind America. I don't want to go too deep into this. I don't know how. Maybe it's very interesting to UK students about MLK, but there is a mythology around MLK that does not warrant the reverence that he gets treated with in America. Should he be mentioned amongst lots of people in the 20th century that was complicated and at the end of his life advocated for a more communistic view and then actually got away from race blindness and actually got towards race obsession? I'm totally cool with that. He did some great things. He did some things that were not so great. In America, though, you must understand, he is looked to.
He's not going to explain what any of those things are.
New founding father. The main contention that I have with the Civil Rights Act and the Civil Rights Movement and how it ended, not how it started, is that we refounded the country fundamentally. We cast aside our founding roots and our founding documents, the U.S. Constitution, and we decided to basically usher in...
Sir, you said this on May 25th, 2025, while the president that you backed up is currently trying to revoke, circumvent, and shit on the Constitution and just completely violate the it's the Charter of Rights here, the Declaration of Independence. So, like, this is a gaffe, right? Like, he's trolling at this point, like, that he's joking, right? $5 says the university students at Cambridge know the Constitution better than Charlie Kirk does.
The Civil Rights Act as a new anti-racist dogma, creed, and I find something fundamentally wrong with that. Our birth certificate as Americans is the Declaration, and the law of the land is tied with the U.S. Constitution. It was not the Civil Rights.
Which now, by the way, Donald Trump is trying to revoke your citizenship if you are born in America.
Rights Act. And so, with all of that to say, we have a national holiday to MLK. We got rid of a national holiday for our first president and our founding father, George Washington. We used to call it Washington's birthday. Now
probably because Washington is kind of like cringe, bro. Like, why are you obsessed with, like, you're obsessed with the past in a romanticized way without actually learning anything about the context and the things that went on and what those things meant and what those repercussions what those repercussions were echoing through history. Like, you're really interested in George Washington, but, like, how much do you actually know about what George Washington did and who he was? And, like, the context around what he was doing and what he was interested in. So, like, you could say the same thing about, for example, the conservative leader, our mini Trump here, that got fucking raffle stomped in Canada. He kept citing John A. Macdonald as if he's some figure that should be revered, when he was horribly racist. Like, horribly racist. And had really, really fucking negative and bad ideas and wanted to do genocide. And it's not, we don't erase John A. Macdonald. John A. Macdonald being our first prime minister, using him as a parallel to Washington, right? Like, we don't pretend he doesn't exist. We just simply understand that he was a man in this time that had these ideas, and we talk about those things. But for some reason, America in particular has had a really, really bad and hard time coming to terms with its history. And, like, the bad and negative things that have happened in America to, you know, the Irish, for example. Like, America has had, like, a really bad go of a lot of things, particularly civil rights. And so it's odd to me that, like, between First Nations people, sorry, you guys call them Native Americans, in Canada, they're First Nations. They're the First Nations people, the American slave trade, the Irish, just in general, just the Irish, as well as, like, the treatment of Asian and Japanese people during World War II, as well as the treatment of Muslims now, pre and post 9/11. Like, currently, post 9/11, Muslim people are treated terribly in America, still. And you've also now got the addition of racism towards Chinese people, both in due to, like, political rhetoric, but on top of due to, like, the COVID vaccine stuff, right? So or the COVID-19 shit. So you have America being, like, just consistently really bad at coming to terms, like, while decrying how important history is, refusing to acknowledge it, learn from it, or find ways to move forward. It's like they're trapped. It's so strange. Like, Canada has problems. Canada's done bad shit. But we're doing our best to move forward. We're doing things and acknowledging things. We don't pretend these things didn't happen. And when somebody does try to pretend that this didn't happen, like in the political sphere, they get ostracized and, like, just booed and treated like the awful piece of shit that they are. So it's odd to me. Again, Canada's not perfect. And Canada has things that we haven't rectified yet. And there are things that these aren't things that can be solved like that, right? They're not things that can be solved over 1 year. They're not things that can be solved over 10 years. Because there's a lot to understand, a lot to learn, and a lot of ways where we try a path forward here, and, oh, maybe this doesn't work, and so we try a path forward over here, and we'll try a little bit of this and a little bit of that until we equalize those things and we reach some kind of equity, right? And we're not there yet, but the point is to acknowledge, wow, this shit was bad and problematic and we should not do this going forward, and try to bring these people up to where they should be at minimum in the first place if it wasn't for us fucking that up historically. You don't have to take personal ownership over it, but Americans for some reason seem to think that it's some kind of personal attack to say that America treated black people bad and are currently justifying treating black people bad by saying with the idea that, well, I didn't treat black people bad, so I don't have to do anything to try to fix the problem. But that's you doing black people dirty, though. What the fuck? It's so strange. It's very bizarre. I don't know. Again, I'm not American, so maybe there's some piece that I'm missing here, but I just find it very, very fucking strange.
We call it President's Day in our country, so that's just maybe some context to answer that question.
What? You're mad that they changed it to President's Day instead of just George Washington because now you have more than one president? Like, what a stupid thing to be mad about. Why are all the reasons these people are fucking mad so goddamn just nothing burgers? They're all just a bunch of nothing. You're just mad. And your reasons are bad. Your feelings are valid. There's lots of reasons to feel, like, disenfranchised in America. There's lots of reasons to feel upset by things. Like, sure, but, like, the reasoning you're putting out is so, like, weak.
So you tweeted ahead of the January 6th Capitol attack that Turning Point USA and Students for Trump were sending more than 80 buses of patriots to DC to fight for this president, although it ended up being 7. Do you see your claims, including that
This lady's great. This crowd is hilarious.
the election was stolen, as contributing to January the 6th?
I mean, it's somewhat of an irrelevant question, but no, of course not. In fact, our students were the ones that didn't even go to the Capitol and peacefully went home. But, I mean, how deep into January 6th do you want to get? It wasn't an insurrection by any means whatsoever. There were some people that acted
Yes, it was.
improperly, and they should not
And did an insurrection.
assault police officers or break windows. But there were also a lot of people that walked into the Capitol building and the doors were open for them and they walked between the queued lines that were there and said a prayer. And these are the people that walk around with...
Yeah, that's not... No, this is historical revisionism. We have footage of this. He's just fucking trying to rewrite history. He's just lying. Don't be a whiny maggot. Snowflake. Like and share. Thanks, my unfinished journey. We are 2 away from unleashing the spice. Our dudes weren't there, but if they were there, they wouldn't be wrong. That is what he is saying, yes. Yeah, that is what he is saying.
Pocket constitutions, and they were smeared in the largest witch hunt and manhunt, I should say, the largest manhunt in American law enforcement history that resulted in 1,300 arrests of non-violent offenders that walked into the People's House in the United States Capitol building, while violent crime rose in almost every major city in the country.
This guy is unfucking believable.
I don't know how much, maybe I'm sure there'll be a question on January 6th, so.
You've
Non-violent.
compared same-sex sexual behavior to drug and alcohol use and described it as an error and said you don't agree with the lifestyle. How would you justify these comments whilst also speaking about welcoming gay people into the conservative movement?
Well, first, we all have flaws, that's number one, but number two, how do I justify, it doesn't matter what Charlie Kirk believes, that's a view derived from Scripture. And so,
No, it's something that you have derived from Scripture, making it your view and your responsibility because Scripture is up for interpretation. Like I said yesterday, if you haven't watched yesterday, the Bible is meant to be interpreted differently at different points in your life. That's why you do Bible studies. That's why you have a pastor. The pastor is talking about certain ways to view Scripture and encourages you to then read the Bible yourself. That's why when you read the Bible when you're 15, you continue to read the Bible when you're 25. Because God is supposed to be speaking to you through the Bible, through the Spirit assisting you in interpreting the Bible and applying it to your life. That's the whole fucking point. That's a major piece of Christian dogma. Does the Holy Spirit not mean anything to these fucking people? What's the fucking point of being born again, dude? Why would you not just then read the Bible once and then never read it again? Because you would interpret it correctly the first time. Because there's apparently only one way of fucking interpreting it. That's why there's so many different sects of Christianity, right? That's why you have all these different sects of Christianity that's separated from the Catholic Church. It's almost like the Bible's supposed to be interpreted differently by individuals throughout their own life. So no, it's not what the Bible says. There's no fucking piece of the Bible that says gay people bad, don't butt fuck. Like, it literally doesn't say that. There's a passage that has been weaponized against people, against, by the way, the things that Jesus said. But hey, who cares about anything Jesus says, am I right?
The Bible talks very clearly about God's natural order. We see this reflected in the natural law. Some of my closest friends and closest people that work with me alongside at Turning Point USA.
This is I recommend going and checking out Dapper Dino's channel. It will give you a lot of young earth creationist styled rhetoric and scientific information. Now he cares about nature and science, but ignores it when it comes to trans issues and virology. Sure, of course. But again, this is young earth creationism in the way that it is presented by Charlie Kirk is very, like, it new and, like, relative, new and more prominent and almost unique to America. Oh yeah, okay, yeah, natural law. List of animals displaying homosexual behavior. Here's the list. American bison, antelope, Asian elephant, mouflon, Atlantic spotted dolphin, Australian sea lion, barrasinga, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that, bazinga, Barbary sheep, beluga, barbarol, bighorn sheep, black bear, black buck, black-footed rock wallaby, black-tailed deer, bonnet flying fox, bonnet macaque, bonobos, bottlenose dolphins, blowhead whales, Brazilian guinea pig, bridled dolphin, brown bear, look how long this list is. Look at how long this list is. I could read all of them. I'm not going to. I don't think I deserve that. But, yes. Homosexual behavior in the natural world. Ba Sing Se? Is that what it was? There is no war in Ba Sing Se. Man, I can't wait for the war on Christmas this year. I'm so excited. I love the war on Christmas. My favorite part. Penguins. Ah, yes, yes. Female lions taking the role if the male lion even grow, and male lion taking the role if male lions of male lions and they even grow out the mane. Oh, you mean that like in different species these and with an amount of sexual dimorphism don't always take on the same role? So like, you know, clownfish or seahorses or a plethora of birds or lions or hyenas, for example. Hyenas are a fantastic example of this, let alone when you start moving into reptiles. Oh, my bad, you're right. They're just lines on paper.
Participate in a same-sex lifestyle, and that's their own prerogative. But if you ask me what I believe and why I believe it, it's derived straight from Scripture.
So then it is your position, so justify it. Because the only justification, the closest thing you're getting to justification is saying, oh, I didn't say it, God did. That's not justification. What's the justification?
You've spoken of marriage as between one man and one woman, even whilst polls have consistently shown most Americans as in support of same-sex marriage. How would you respond to critics regarding your position on this?
I don't derive my morality from up or down vote.
That's not. You know what? You know what? I'll give him this one. This is the closest thing to an answer that he's given so far. That's the closest thing to an answer he's given.
How would you respond to criticism that far-right-wing discourse, particularly online, is inflamed by organizations such as Turning Point USA and your rhetoric, even as you condemn attendance of neo-Nazis at your events?
I don't even know how to respond to that. I mean, how do I respond to critics that I'm inflaming tensions? If the truth inflames you, you have a problem. It's not my problem.
Brother, you're the one that's mad about masks and fucking where other people have sex I don't like, as if it's any of your fucking business, and you're just bitching and moaning about the weakest sauced shit ever.
What do you see as the role of an institution such as Turning Point USA in shaping national discourse? And what do you think is next for the organization in terms of what you discuss?
Yeah, I mean, look, we're very known for hopefully what we'll see here, which is respectful dialogue. We have an open mic on campuses. I did over 100 hours.
Yeah, that's a good question. Is Charlie Kirk a flat earther? Because there are passages in the Bible that can be interpreted that to say that the earth is flat. Or does he not agree with that interpretation? Because he clearly doesn't agree with the interpretation of the Bible that says, love your neighbor and God's gonna deal with judgment, it's not on you. You know, pick out the log in your eye before you try to point out the sliver in your brother's. He clearly doesn't agree with the tenet of mind your own fucking business, which is basically what Jesus is saying.
Of campus debates this semester, seen billions of times around the world. And yeah, look, as far as conservatism, we plan to win. And for the 3 conservatives that are here tonight, I hope you guys get your mojo back. This was once a great country. I want to see it great again. You guys are a husk of your former self.
Make UK great again. I'm gonna sit here and insult your entire fucking country to your faces. This is definitely gonna go well for me. I'm definitely not just an asshole, guys. I'm not trying to inflame things. I'm just giving my opinion, pretending it's a fact and saying, well, if facts inflame you, that's your problem. What a weak ass fucking... This is so pathetic. Like, if you want to be strong, then take ownership of, like, the power that you have to fucking move people. But no, you're a pussy.
You guys, you can laugh and sneer all you want, but the country that split the atom and invented the steam engine and eradicated slavery and brought common law to the world can do a lot better than this. And your existence led to our existence. And for whatever I can do, I hope that this country finds a leader or a group of leaders. I'm not here to give you political advice. I hate when foreigners do that to Americans. You guys.
I'm not here to give you political advice, as I just gave you a bunch of shit.
You want, but I do have a wish that the world feels like it's missing something. It feels like it's.
I would like to point out really quick that the world has been all nigh unilaterally rejecting fascism. Canada, Australia, Germany, to name a few. There's been more than that, where there were conservative incumbents, fascist incumbents, Romania, recently Romania, congratulations Romania, that have been in the lead in polls, because it's fascist populism, right? And everybody has been unilaterally fucking just rejecting this concept.
Missing something when Great Britain,
South Korea, France, France as well. Yeah, absolutely. Everyone, the world. He's like, oh, I hope the world goes along, completely ignoring. Again, this is May 25th. We know the results of these elections. He knows, or he's completely ignorant of, which is silly if you're a political commentator, you're a political pundit, you should probably be aware of these things. That fascism and Trumpish nonsense has been getting, like, unilaterally fucking rejected.
The world feels like it's missing something. It feels like it's missing something when Great Britain or England, or whatever politically correct thing I have to say, because I guess England, I can't fly an English flag now, or whatever nonsense that is. Like, be proud of your heritage. You've done good for the world. Stop apologizing.
Being proud of the good things doesn't mean you have to be proud of the bad things. He's lumping the good and the bad things together. You don't need to do that. You don't need to do that. Again, we're back to this really major problem these conservatives, pundits, and conservatives have, where you have to fucking... There's truth and not truth. And the truth is that we've done good things and we've done things that are bad, or things that didn't work out the way we wanted them to, or were bad for specific groups of people. It's very odd to me to be spouting American rhetoric at the UK. Like, at Cambridge University. It sounds so weird in this context. What flag nonsense is he talking about? I don't fucking know, dude. He just makes shit up. I mean, he's probably talking about something that exists and is just presenting it as something silly. But yeah, we've got some people from the UK, from Europe in here. Maybe they can elaborate a little more. Yes, wave a pride flag and see what he says. Yo, Red Cedars nailed it. Nailed it on the head. Fucking peak.
Energy, get your vitality, get what made England and made Great Britain such a phenomenal place. I hope you get that back. And I hope that...
What was it then? Charlie? Chuck? What was it that made Great Britain great? I'd love to know his list.
You reject the
Just remind Charlie that Trump has never won against a man.
swan song of multiculturalism and get back to the fundamental truism that a strong Britain means a strong
fundamental truism
world, and therefore a strong.
But you're again, this is a problem of framing. The swans, I hope you reject the swan song of multiculturalism and get back to the fundamental truism that means a strong Britain means a strong... Wait, hold on.
West, and we can stand...
a strong Britain means a strong world means a strong West. Multiculturalism doesn't make you weak. That's a non sequitur.
Up for what is good, true, and beautiful.
Would you agree with commentators that your politics have become more conservative in recent years, and what's caused this shift?
Yes. Partially, honestly, getting married and having children, something that I hope all of you do. Getting married and having children is an objective good thing for yourself and for society, and for, of course, your children. The fact that...
Why? Because you've set up capitalism to make it that way? Because you've borrowed from the future a lot? And those bills are going to start racking up? What is objective good? And can you prove that?
The fact that we're having less children in the West is a very alarming trend. And as I got more conservative, as I got,
Again, this is a problem with only looking at America and then trying to apply it across the world. America and the context around the issues in America aren't unilateral.
As I got married and I started to have a couple kids, I started to realize this is what I'm fighting for. And I understand the threats against their well-being and their livelihood. And then also,
I don't think he does.
I got more serious about my faith.
So you've spoken today against affirmative action in educational institutions. How would you propose making excellence in education more equitable for students from disadvantaged backgrounds?
IQ tests.
Alright, that's the funniest part so far. IQ tests, he says. Jack Analysis 5 says, someone tell this typical American fool the UK is not just England, and England is not just the UK. There is more that the UK includes. This is Cambridge University. You think that the only people that are at this thing are from England specifically? He's such a fucking goof. What a goomba. Yeah, I'll put it back.
So you've spoken today against affirmative action in educational institutions. How would you propose making excellence in education more equitable for students from disadvantaged backgrounds?
IQ tests.
How will you make education more equitable for people with disadvantaged backgrounds? IQ tests. Fucking what? That doesn't even make sense as an answer. That's like if somebody asked me, like, what's the average velocity of an unladen swallow, and I answered with pancakes. That's what? Look at his face. Screaming frog. Oh my god, what a fucking moron. This is, you know what this is? How? How does that, that's not even applicable as an answer.
And do you see equal treatment as possible without considering...
Now, just so we're clear, IQ tests don't have anything to do with background. I mean, meaning like... Okay, if you have somewhat of an equal nutritional capacity, doesn't matter how much you study or you get an IQ, maybe you can get an IQ tutor and boost it by a couple points, but we should bring back IQ tests in the West. Please.
Did you not notice that he just added in a very prevalent, like, nutrition? Nutrition? So he just said, oh, being poor doesn't matter, except for this very important thing. Did Charlie Kirk just accidentally admit that nutrition matters to education, and so kids shouldn't be going to school hungry? The problem is he thinks he nailed that question. Oh, he fucking does, too. He absolutely fucking does.
And do you see equal treatment as possible without considering...
Now, just so we're clear, IQ tests don't have anything to do with background. I mean, meaning like, okay, if you have somewhat of an equal nutritional capacity, doesn't matter how much you study or you get an IQ, maybe you can get an IQ tutor and boost it by a couple points, but we should bring back IQ tests in the West. Please continue.
Yeah, Feline pre-debunked him. Yeah, of course. Of course.
I was just going to say, do you see it as possible without considering any external factors for students when applying for higher education, such as economic background?
Well, external factors can be factored in, but affirmative action isn't that. At least in America, I don't know how it works here.
External factors can be factored in, guys. Listen to the fucking question, you dip.
Considering any external factors for students when applying for higher education, such as economic background?
Well, external factors can be factored in, but affirmative action isn't that. At least in America, I don't know how it works here. Affirmative action in America we struck it down at the Supreme Court, thankfully, race-based, which is that a certain melanin content gets you certain points, and a certain melanin content gets you demerits.
No, it was never about melanin. It had nothing to do, you're literally describing why what you did was just racism, because you thought it was unfairly targeting and enabling black people. That's what you think. But it wasn't just black people, asshole! It was white people. It was Latino people. It was Asian people. What are you talking about? You're just racism. The answer is he's just a racist. He's just racist. That's all it is. He just when you say like a disenfranchised background, he immediately thinks you're black. He just immediately assumes he's talking about black people. He wants privilege. Yes. This is what I was saying earlier. This is the when you create equity and equality, the people who are up here feel like they're being brought down when all that's happening is people being brought up because they feel like they're losing power. When they're not losing power, they're losing privilege. And that privilege does, to a degree, grant an amount of power, sure. But it was undue power in the first place. He's talking about those with greater food choices and diversity aren't higher IQ than those with less access to complete nutritional foods. This was seen when educating children in underdeveloped... I'm assuming there's going to be another chunk to this, so I'm waiting. Sarfor2 says, check memes in Discord and go! Yeah, here was in the Discord, somebody dropped this, or Sar dropped this. Let me just... That's a good face. That's a good one. I like that. That's a good one. And Olivia, yeah, I agree with you. He's demonstrating the point, right? And developing countries, yeah, he's demonstrating the point because you have to assume, right? He's saying, oh, there's no factor except for this very major factor, where you have to assume equivalent access to nutrition, which we know is not true across the board, particularly in below the poverty line, right? Let's keep going.
Great. We're going to move now to...
Okay. Am I standing?
Sorry, I have to count. We reached the goal. So I have to do this. We have to do the thing. Let's see. What do we got? 2, 4, 6, 8, 18. All right. From the top. Let's move us over here. Woo! From the top. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Oh, this one's got a sticker on the bottom. Oh, it's got a happy winky face. Happy winky face. Looks like. Hell yeah. So this one says tequila lime. This is my kind of spice. I should put this on like wings. We didn't break 20, so I don't have to do a whole ton of this. Tap tap. I like this one. This one's good. It's the lime. The lime really makes it.
Here?
Yeah,
Okay, great.
of the dispatch.
Thank you.
All right, so we're actually going to call that today. We're going to call it there because he's going to go up and he's going to start, like, quote-unquote debating. They're going to be at the box and they're going to be going back and forth. So I wanted to just start with that. We got his Q&A at the beginning out of the way. Now we're going to be able to get into the debatey side of things. I'm glad we were able to reach our goal right near the end. We are at the 2-hour mark. So I will cut it here. We will come back tomorrow with some more of this. I told you it's going to be a dive. We're going to be here for a while. Because once we actually, this is us getting into it. That was just the preamble. This is the prequel. Then we're going to start getting into it, and then we're going to go ahead and we're going to watch some of his videos of what he had to say about it. So if anybody says, oh, well, you know, we got to listen to both sides and hear what he has to say. Oh boy, are we listening to what he has to fucking say. Hello. It's me. Surprise.
Yeah, the one. Okay, thank you. Can we settle down, please? We're going to move on to our questions. Our first question is from Zinosha Zubair from Sydney, Sussex. Come up and ask a question.
Please tell me that the first person that they brought up is a brown woman wearing a hijab to talk to Charlie Kirk. That's perfect. I love that. That's wonderful. That's wonderful. Fucking kick his ass.
Remember, you have the right of response.
I have quite a simple question for you. Now, I know you've debated Dean Withers on Jubilee before. I was wondering why you now refuse to engage with further debate with him.
Wait, hold on. First of all, he's coming on my show.
Wait. The glasses? I think they're just glasses of water.
Show this summer, and let me get this straight. I flew 5,000 miles across the world to have you ask why I'm not going to debate a left-wing YouTuber.
He's so mad! The first question, he's so mad right out the gate. Yeah, why don't you want to debate him again? Just be like, oh, well, you know, I wasn't really interested for a little while, but I'm going to be debating him in the summer. Like, he could have just answered like that. But no, he's an angry, petty little bitch boy. That's wonderful. That's so funny. Yeah, the faces in the audience, yeah.
Well, I mean, he continuously tries to get your attention at your campus.
Yeah, right. Yeah, again,
and you just ignore him.
I've debated him twice in the last calendar year. He's coming on my show this summer. Let me be clear. I came to Cambridge to have you ask me that.
I mean, you talk about freedom, and I'm just using my freedom.
Look, and he's just like fucking dropping his fucking microphone. Like, he's trying to be intimidating, and like the crowd is just like, wow, what an asshole. Like, he thinks he's just, it's so amusing to watch Charlie Kirk engage in a space where usually, like, he's in his safe space where he's going to be applauded for being a dick, right? Like people think that that's funny, and they're like, ha ha ha, yeah, be an asshole, that means you're winning. But, like, this is Cambridge, and they're just like, wow, what a douchebag.
Speech to ask you a simple question. You seem to be dodging it for some reason.
No, I've debated him twice in the last year, and he's coming on this summer for a long-form discussion. But wow, you actually had an answer that could have been a clear response, but now you undermined it by saying it's not even a debate that you're having him on for, it's a discussion. So her question is, you just validated her question further, and you're still not answering it, because I would have taken, oh, well, actually, it's not that I've been avoiding him. I've been kind of ignoring him, but that's mostly because I had other things to do. But I'm having him on in the summer to do a debate. But no, he's gotta be a dick. And then it throws his own fucking... What a moron. This is what I can expect?
Yeah, he's making videos about you avoiding him on your campus debates.
Right, so let me tell you how this works.
Now she specified campus debates.
I do a campus event, like at Texas A&M University.
So he's just being condescending, because of course he is.
I rent it out. I'm there for 3 hours. He shows up demanding to come up to the mic immediately, cutting in line of other students. It's not Joe Biden's America anymore, where you can just cut in line and get whatever you want.
Oh?
So therefore...
the crowd's laughing at him.
I say, excuse me, Dean, we'll talk at another time. He makes this YouTube video as if I'm scared to debate him, even though I debated him twice in the last year. Does that sufficiently answer your question?
Yes.
No, it doesn't answer the question at all. That doesn't answer the question in the slightest. You're cherry-picking an individual instance that you're framing in this way that may or may not even be accurate to the actual situation. All you're saying is that she's right, that you are dodging debating this guy.
It does.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It does answer the question, though. He's a coward.
Our next question is from James Loveridge from Anglo-Ruskin University.
So, firstly, thank you for coming here, Charlie. It's nice to meet you. So my question is, I am a Conservative, and I did back Trump in 2024, but I'm troubled that the GOP refuses to hold him accountable for his personal and legal failings. And how can we claim to stand for moral values and the Constitution while excusing behaviour that we condemn from the left? Isn't it the hypocrisy undermining our credibility, especially with the next generation?
Oh boy. If you remember during the Q&A yesterday, we covered Charlie trying to paint everybody in the room with a broad brush, saying that there's not anybody here that's a conservative. So the first person coming up saying like, hey, I'm a conservative and I supported Donald Trump, but what the fuck? This is a good question. All right, take your bets. How's Charlie gonna do?
What specifically do you have issue with?
Well, countless
He
things.
just said. What do you mean, what does he have issue with? He just fucking said what he had issue with. What do you mean? My brother in Christ. What? What specifically you have issue with? The hypocrisy? The accountability issues? The legal failings? How many things did he list? Hold on. Let me listen to this guy's question again. I'm gonna count.
Meet you. So my question is, I am a Conservative and I did back Trump in 2024, but I'm troubled that the GOP refuses to hold him accountable for his personal and legal failings. And how can we claim to stand for moral values and the Constitution while excusing behaviour that we condemn from the left? Isn't it the hypocrisy undermining our credibility, especially with the next generation?
Okay, so his issues specifically were hypocrisy, accountability, and personal and legal failings, and specifically accountability about this subsect. So he listed about 4 things. If you wanted to be more specific, you could also count that he's talking about credibility and morality, and bump that number to 6. But if I'm being generous, I would call that 4 things.
What specifically do you have issue with?
Well, countless things that he's done.
The what?
Stormy Daniels. You know, the bus interview that he put down to locker room talk. You know, his multiple legal values, filings.
He's a felon. He's a felon. He's a felon. He's a felon and convicted sexual predator.
Would you like to see them do? And you voted for this man. So, or,
No, I can't vote for him.
Whatever, you said you voted, or whatever, I don't know.
You voted for him. No, I can't vote for him. Charlie, please. That's funny. That's funny. Good God.
The Americans, I don't know, you said you supported him, so...
Yeah.
Is that correct? Maybe I'm putting words
no,
in my mouth.
that's
you
correct.
supported him, okay.
Yeah, no, I'm not...
He literally said that at the beginning, Charlie. Can you please fucking keep up? Jesus Christ, my guy.
Saying that. I supported him on some of his policies and him, but a lot of Conservatives, I'm not saying you personally, but a lot of Conservatives refuse to call him out or critique him on anything, and will ignore that straight away.
I mean, I critique him. He's a friend of mine. I might critique him. I don't think Canada should be the 51st state. We have enough liberals in America.
Okay, thank you.
That doesn't answer the question, dude.
Thank you.
Thank you, cheers.
We're just giving up? Bro, why are you giving up so early? He didn't answer anything. I could critique him. I don't think Canada should be the 51st state because I want to be more of a cult. Bro, one of the things that fucking kills me about the differences between Canada and American politics is that the Americans would shit their pants at Canadian liberals. Like, and frequently they do. This conservative guy is fumbling over himself, and Charles still can't keep up.
Our next question is from Kai Bevan at Trinity Hall.
Oh, careful, Charlie. Don't be mean to this guy. He's sitting right behind you. He's gonna bite your ass if you My Unfinished Journey for 666 says, Hail Nero and Chesh. It's not real hypocrisy unless it's from the the hypocrite's region of France. Anything else is just sparkling bullshit. Very funny.
Right, so thank you for coming, Charlie. My question to you, I mean, I'm a medical student, and so I'm going to throw out the big A word. I know you get asked about it a lot, but I want to hear from you what your opinion is on abortion.
Life begins at conception.
That's not an opinion about abortion, asshole! That's just an opinion about when life begins. That's not an opinion about abortion! I don't know if it's because he's, like, so, like, scared that he's so defensive about just a question about his stance. Like, why is... It doesn't answer the question. He's so salty. He's so salty. You know what? You want to know what? I think I know why. It's because during the Q&A, the audience was reacting to things that he said, and the audience laughed at him, and so he got defensive. And so he's already, like, I think he figured out, based on, like, the line of questioning, he noticed and has realized that he's not in America. And he's speaking to people who are far more educated, particularly educated in debate, than he is. And he's scared now, and he's not getting the reactions that he's used to getting, so he's very uncomfortable. Intrigue Feline says, also notice that he just does one-liners. Yeah, he tries to answer these complicated questions with like 1 or 2 word answers. Saying life begins at conception isn't an opinion about abortion. Even if you agree that life begins at conception, it's irrelevant.
About abortion specifically, why do you think abortion's wrong specifically?
Well, you agree murder is wrong?
I agree. Okay.
Murder is wrong by definition. Murder is wrong by definition. Murder is wrong by definition.
So this is where we get to the question, right? Because what is it about murder you say is wrong? Like, why is murder wrong?
Well, because it's a human being, not just because it has consciousness or because it's of a certain age, because it's a human.
What is it?
That's special pleading. That's just special pleading.
Human being, this moral worth.
Not its consciousness necessarily.
I didn't say it's consciousness.
I know that. I can imagine it because it is a human.
I can imagine the argument that I want you to be making to make myself seem like I'm smarter instead of just strawmanning you.
Because that is a soul.
And what is this soul? Where does this come from? This idea that it's...
Exactly. I mean, again, the Greeks postulated that it is the entirety of your being. Okay, you guys can laugh. I mean, it's true. I mean, every civilization has had a different belief, but agreed upon ethical monotheism, which is the creed of the West and what the birth certificate of my country...
It is not the creed of the West, asshole. You can keep saying that all you want. It is not the creed of the West. America is not supposed to be a theocracy. It was not set up by the Founding Fathers to be a theocracy of any kind, let alone Christian nationalism. It's going that direction and has been going that direction because of political punditry and because some people have an agenda, but that is not the way America was, that is not the foundations of America. And by the way, the West is not made up of only America, which is the way that fucking Charlie Kirk likes to frame it, as if the West equals America. It doesn't. The West is made up of a number of countries. In fact, if you were to just make the West, like if you were to draw an imaginary line on the Earth and you decide like this is East and this is West, East being like generally is considered like, you know, Asia, and then you have the West usually includes the UK, but even if you were going to like draw the line in the middle of the Atlantic and you were to say actually the East is the UK and the West is like America, there'll be the North American continent, and then you would have the South American continent, which would mean that the West would include Brazil. So surprise, surprise, guys. There's America and not America. Surprise!
Articulates is that every human being is more than just matter, it's more than just a clump of cells, but it also has...
Oh, really? And so how do you then justify that with birthright citizenship? How do you then justify that with that hypocrisy the conservative mentioned a minute ago? How do you justify taking a child with cancer and deporting them without any due process, without anything? Like, this is the thing. It's all hypocrisy.
Has an invisible element to you that will live beyond you.
Fine.
So what? Even if you accept that, that doesn't answer the question.
Fine. So, I mean, can you say that comes from the Bible, or where else do you get that from?
Ethical monotheism, which is the creed of the West. And again, the Declaration of Independence mentions God 4 times. The founders were explicitly believed, not in a secular morality, but a divinely given one, of at least this idea that there is a God and you are
He might need to reread the Declaration of Independence and maybe actually learn something about history. As we learned last time, he likes to cherry pick history and likes to romanticize it as opposed to actually educating himself and understanding history from a multitude of perspectives.
Not him. And let me ask you, what is the first stage of human development?
So this is the thing, right? We can take it from...
So Pierce is saying something interesting in the chat, is saying, like, about the child, right, with cancer being deported. It says, because they entered illegally. How do you know they broke a law without due process? The answer is you don't. And if you cared about your Declaration of Independence and you cared about your Constitution, then you would care that it says any person in America gets due process. You can't have your cake and eat it too, my friend.
The sperm being generated in the father and the oocyte being generated in the mother, right? They fuse at birth, conception, sorry. The only thing that happens at conception is these 2 cells fuse.
No, DNA is created. A zygote.
DNA is not created.
A DNA, no, that's not true. The DNA, DNA coding at the zygote. Hold on, time out.
Let me finish.
Is it DNA is not created? That is not how it works.
Does a zygote have a unique marker?
Charlie,
Does a zygote have a unique
you have
marker?
to let me speak. You have to
Answer it, yes or
Charlie,
no. Does a zygote have a unique marker?
define a unique marker.
Meaning, can you differentiate the DNA coding between them?
Charlie is talking to a fucking medical student and he's just fucking embarrassing himself because he doesn't even understand what conception is physically. Oh, fucking brilliant.
Mother and the zygote, if you examine it under a deoxyribonucleic acid analysis, can you?
Only purely because the addition comes from the father.
Oh, so it is something different.
Charlie, DNA is not created.
No, it's not different. This guy's as bad as fucking Jordan Peterson, just fucking throwing words out there like they mean anything.
DNA is not created. You have, the father has his own genome, the mother has her own genome. They fuse. This is why you have the same characteristics, similar ones to your mother, similar ones to your father. That's why you have similar characteristics to your siblings. DNA is not created, right? So when you ask me, where does a human being come from? I can say to you, it starts at conception, but all conception is these 2 cells joining, right? But these 2 cells were created, the mother cells were created long before, they were created when she was a fetus. So there's none of this DNA being produced, right? So we can't establish, the only thing that happens at conception is these two cells fuse. Now this idea that means that for some reason suddenly that moral worth comes in, but it wasn't there before when you had these 2 cells who had half the DNA. But suddenly there's a
Correct, yes, something magical happens at that point.
It's magic! I knew this man was gonna get absolutely rolled. When you're in a debate and you're debating a medical student and you show up and say, oh yeah, it's something magical. You're a joke. Especially when you want to use something magical happens, therefore women can just die for all we care. And you're gonna make laws that supersede people's bodily autonomy and people's rights because something magical. You know what? Lunatic is a good word for this. Yeah, this is lunacy. Jack Analysis for 2 says, aborting an ectopic pregnancy is pro-life. Yeah. Can you imagine? Ooh! Could you imagine being in a place, in a state, making a law, right? And you're in like the House, or you're in a position of parliament, And did you say, well, sorry, women, but you have to, if you're an incubator, because something magical happens when a guy jizzes inside you. Sorry, family of the woman currently dead. We have to keep her body alive to potentially allow her body to continue on and carry this child to term that may or may not survive due to the state of your wife. Because something magical happened when somebody nutted. You'll remember that Charlie also said that he's not a scientist and doesn't know anything about this, which is why this guy being a medical student, like the audacity to try to tell the medical student something magical happens when the medical student is talking about the literal biological processes. You don't need a court case to determine if someone is a legal citizen. Oh, sir or madam, how do you do or make any determination about the law? It's okay, we'll wait. How do you make any determination about the law? I'll wait. It's okay, we'll wait. Life begins at the conception, so the sperm and the egg are dead. Listen. Desert Shield Vet says, I watched this and Kirk did not get rolled. The UK is so deluded and woke. The crowd cheered for cult of personality over academic fact. The UK is dead. Long live England Stan. And I find this a little bit amusing because what cult of personality? Because so far, none of these people, the only personality that's part of this conversation is Charlie. And he absolutely just threw 3 people in a row, just absolutely fucking rolled him. 3 of them in a row. He hasn't successfully answered a single fucking question. And his response to the medical student talking about what literally biologically happens is, it's magic. If you don't think that's getting fucking rolled, I don't know what to tell you. I think we might just disagree on the semantics about what counts as getting rolled. He was getting rolled by himself during the Q&A.
It's not magical, Charlie. We know about this.
Well, hold on.
Charlie.
Time out.
Yeah, see, they're laughing at him because he deserves to be mocked. He's absolutely ridiculous. And again, Charlie looks even more ridiculous when you take him out of his right-wing extremist cult-like ecosphere, right?
Hold on. Charlie, I promise you, I'm not trying to score points. I'm not trying to score points on you. This is genuine.
We call it the miracle of life for a reason. We've not been able to yet replicate.
There's no such thing as metaphor. No such thing. A miracle is a literal thing always, anytime anyone refers to a miracle ever. Language isn't malleable, everyone.
Human life development outside of the womb.
We call it the miracle of life.
I can't help but notice that Pierce was unable to answer my question, and that does not surprise me because every conservative, right-wing extremist that has come in here to even try has been completely incapable of conversation. Check off the list, guys.
Because yes, it's something beautiful, the ability to
exactly
form and you
magical.
It's not, you say magical as in, oh, it's beautiful, it's an incredible thing that happens, of course. But it's not incredible in the sense we don't know what's going on. There's no new DNA coming out of nowhere.
Hold on, but time out. Isn't there a separate DNA, though, than the mother? Like,
yes, from the father.
Okay, yes, but then... DNA either. A new coding is created.
Charlie,
you are a blend of the two, and yours.
If I take blue and I take red and I make purple, did I invent a new color? No.
So when did your life begin?
Okay, so
when did your life begin?
Look, I like how he's trying to present like this philosophical, because somebody in the chat said the same thing, like literally word for word. When did your life begin? Tell me when life begins. Take a philosophy class. Take a philosophy class. Come back to me in a year. Take philosophy 101.
Again, this comes from what you define as where life starts. You can say life starts at conception, but I'm telling you, I believe that's just an arbitrary point, right? That's just the moment these two cells fuse. Now you say...
Yeah, it literally doesn't matter. It doesn't matter when you believe life begins, right? I think that's as far as I'm concerned, on a conversation about abortion, when you think life begins is irrelevant. It doesn't matter because we're talking about priorities. Charlie Kirk already explained in the Q&A why exactly abortion should be legal. He already elaborated on this. Now, he accidentally did that, but he explained exactly why abortion should be legal.
About this mother thing. So the way DNA is arranged in a cell is this arranged...
Yeah, it's magic. It's magic. Therefore, we should control women's bodies. Derp derp.
Chromosomes. Chromosomes are paired up, so you have one from the mother, one from the father, typically, in a healthy individual, right? Now, you can take those maternal chromosomes out, and you can find that this is who the person's mother is, and you can do the same with the father. Now, the reason you are different to your mother and father is because some of those chromosomes express genes that are different from each other, and so those genes interact, and that's what gives rise to you, right? But there's no space for any kind of moral framework to come into that until you consider that a human being is capable of consciousness and of suffering. But if you take that out of the equation, the fact that these two DNA, whatever they call molecules, right? These two DNA molecules are fusing, that does not suddenly flip a switch that attributes moral worth to that individual.
I mean, that's a good argument. So far, Charlie Kirk's answer has been magic.
I mean, I'm just saying, I'm not trying to score points.
Right, then, trying to understand. By what moral standard do you believe that?
I believe that if an individual is...
Bro, where is your life come from and what is your moral standard is so far beyond what Charlie Kirk is able to actually engage with because he's so fucking shallow. It's so weird. Like, he thinks that he's asking these gotcha questions that are, like, incredibly philosophically complicated, but, like, these are Cambridge students. They've taken philosophy. If I know the criterion, and I'm remembering correctly, Philosophy 101 is like a year 1 course. Like, it's part of, like, the courses you take in your first year. It's a buzzword question. It is. It's absolutely a buzzword question.
Is capable of suffering, then it's wrong. Now, can I explain my opinion on abortion, just so you can understand? I would agree.
He's not listening. Look, he looks away. Like, he doesn't care. Like, he doesn't want to understand anybody. He wants to preach. He wants to get clips. That's why he's answering, and he's trying to answer in, like, snappy, short things so he can farm clips for his outrage machine for YouTube, which is what we're going to look at next week. So, like, surprise, surprise. So here's Kick's got an interesting statement, all right? Life begins from the beginning, so it is murder. I'm assuming you mean abortion is murder. Please define murder for me real quick. Thank you.
Can I explain my opinion on abortion, just so you can understand? I would agree, as many reasonable people would, that at 9 months, it's unreasonable to expect someone to get an abortion, right? Unless you have some extreme circumstances. But for an elective abortion seems a bit radical to me. But it also seems radical to say that a woman who has just, the cells have just fused, to deny her of an abortion also seems wrong to me. Because that zygote is not capable of suffering, as far as we know.
So by what moral standard? Is that just your opinion? Where did you get that?
He already answered the moral standard. Good God, he literally answered first thing and then elaborated on his opinion about abortion. Could Charlie Kirk pay attention for fucking 30 seconds?
That moral standard from.
Because suffering is a bad thing. We all know suffering is a bad thing. That's an objective fact, right?
Hold on. So you do believe in objective morality?
I believe that suffering is...
No, that's not what he said. Something being an objective fact doesn't entail objective morality. Those are two different things.
Objectively negative.
So if you can't feel it, is it okay?
What do you mean if you can't?
You can't feel the
If
pain.
you can't feel suffering, is suffering okay? No, if you can't feel suffering, the suffering doesn't exist. Oh no, he's too dumb. Body language cues, the student is far more confident and Charlie is not. Yeah, this guy is relatively relaxed. Like, he clearly has had this conversation. He's clearly, like, knows what he's talking about. It's almost like he's a medical student or something. And Charlie is obviously not. He's about to go into bad Christian apologetics theory. Yeah, he's doing the, yeah, but you only know this because God. And it's like, so what? So what if we did? This is a fundamental misunderstanding or a misrepresentation of the entire argument around abortion that particularly comes from right-wing extremist conservative, like Christian conservative nationals, right? They have this conversation as if it is a moral question of right or wrong, right? You might, sure, let's talk about abortion in a moral sense, right? But the question isn't about whether abortion is moral or immoral. It's about choosing one person's suffering over another potential person's suffering and the suffering of those around that person. So you then have to put some kind of like measuring system or some kind of like hierarchy to which thing, a priority, I should say. You have to put a priority on where's the priority, right? But that's a far more complicated and difficult thing to confront, which is why people like Charlie Kirk they can't, they're not capable, they're actually literally too fucking brain dead to do it. Like, it would be, I don't even know if someone were to like unalive Charlie Kirk, if it would count as murder, because I'm pretty sure he's that brain dead at this point. So like, for example, the woman in, is that in Mexico? Let me grab the story for you. No, that's gonna be the wrong thing. It was Georgia. Here we go. Let me pull this up for you real quick because it's gonna make the people doing the pro-abortion thing in the comment section really fucking uncomfortable. Fetus of brain-dead Georgia woman kept alive due to abortion ban is growing, says family. Hospital plans to keep Smith on life support until August when doctors will deliver baby via C-section. The fetus of a brain-dead Georgia woman who is being kept alive to carry out her pregnancy is continuing to grow. The woman's mother said late Monday, days after the controversial case exploded into national news and sparked questions about the ethics of using the state's anti-abortion law to keep a woman with no chance of recovery on life support. Quote, he has his toes, arms, limbs, everything is forming, quote, the woman's mother, April, told local news station 11 Alive. Quote, we're just hoping he makes it. The Georgia woman, Smith, went to the hospital on Friday, in February, with what she thought was an intense headache. Newkirk told 11 Alive, which first reported the story. At the time, Smith was about 8 weeks into her pregnancy. The hospital just discharged Smith after providing her with medication, Newkirk said. The same day, Smith was rushed back to the hospital after she woke up gasping for air. The hospital diagnosed her with blood clots in the brain, and within hours, she was declared brain dead. Under Georgia law, abortion is banned after about 6 weeks of pregnancy, which is absurd, but whatever. That ban also, like, it's not practical, I should say. The ban also contains provisions that strengthen the concept of fetal personhood, a doctrine that holds that embryos and fetuses should be considered people and, as such, are entitled to full legal rights and protections, which is interesting because of what I talked about yesterday, so feel free to go watch yesterday's if you want to see my elaboration on that, but I'll probably turn that into a shorter video that you can go watch on Debate Hub Official later. Kirk said doctors told the family the law requires keeping her alive to preserve the pregnancy. Well, keep her body alive, not her. She's already brain dead. Quote, "We didn't have a choice or a say about it," Kirk said. "We want the baby. That's part of my daughter, but this decision should have been left to us, not the state. The government is stepping in on medical decisions to be made by individuals and their significant others or their next of kin and taking those choices away from you. That is less freedom. That is less choice. That is less rights for everybody involved. Not just for the woman who is now brain dead and not just and for her mother and her immediate family members, but for the man as well, her significant other. He's not allowed to make that decision either. So if this does not, give you pause to maybe think about this and the amount of suffering that is already happening and will continue to happen, and there will just be more and more and more women's bodies being treated like literal incubators without their consent, I don't know what to tell you. You should think about it, at the very least. You don't have to come to a conclusion right now, but you should think about it. This isn't hyperbole. These are literal things that are happening. There are women bleeding out in parking lots because they can't get medical care. And again, if you want to hear my point and what Charlie Kirk accidentally admitted to, about the problem with treating a fetus as a human with all of those rights, it means you're treating that woman as less of a human. That would be the requirement.
Pain, is it okay to inflict the pain?
In the sense that if no one's suffering from it, if you have...
Sorry, I'll put this back. This was Charlie Kirk saying something really fucking dumb about if you can't feel suffering, does that make the suffering okay? It just means no, that means there is no suffering. That's really fucking dumb anyway.
Negative.
So if you can't feel it, is it okay?
What do you mean if you can't?
You can't feel the pain, is it okay to inflict the pain?
In the sense that if no one's suffering from it, if you have a scenario where nobody is suffering from something, then yes, of course. Then there's no
suffering. So that the question, it's almost like his question is so malformed, it should probably be aborted.
Something is only a moral question if it affects someone's well-being.
Oh, so let me just make sure.
Right! Exactly! It's only a matter of morality if it affects someone's well-being. Get absolutely rolled, Charlie. Good God, you brainlet.
Understand this correctly. That if it doesn't affect their well-being, so dementia patients that don't know who they are or where they're from, can we execute dementia patients because they're confused?
What? Brother! I'm sorry, I didn't realize dementia patients were brain dead and couldn't feel anything. And had no sense of fucking, feeling in their body at all. That is not- you literally- What? That is so incredibly nonsensical. Woman in the US got arrested for having a miscarriage. Oh yeah, absolutely.
About their well-being?
Can you imagine a scenario?
Or Alzheimer's?
Yes, I'm very angry. My laugh is very fake. You can tell.
Charlie.
Alzheimer's patients don't really know much about anything.
Are you gonna transvestigate me too while you're at it, Carson?
Can you imagine a scenario?
Or Alzheimer's patients.
Charlie.
Alzheimer's patients don't really know much about anything. Can we?
That is handedly not true. That is not remotely close to a fact. God, what an asshole! Could you what about? But what world, though. Like, this is coming from the same, like, this is Charlie Kirk. This is coming from the same group of people that were like, it's okay, old people can die for the sake of the economy for COVID, right? Like, killing the innocent. Okay, so Kick finally got back. Kick finally got back, right? And I asked them to define murder, and they said killing the innocent. Okay, so there's a couple problems with that, especially if you're approaching this from a religious standpoint, as Charlie Kirk is, right? He's coming at this from this conversation, or from this worldview of Christianity, which means the only person that could possibly ever be murdered by your criteria would be Jesus. Right, Jesus is the only innocent person because nobody is a person because everybody is a sinner. So there is no innocent person, therefore you could have no murder, right? A more accurate definition of murder would be, or is, the actual definition, which is the unjustified killing of someone. So I hope no one in Charlie's family relies on him to make medical decisions for them. Yeah, right? So if something is to be defined as murder, you have to make sure that it is unjustified. And as I just went on a explanation about, you have to explain why abortion would be the unjustified killing. Right?
Schedule them for execution because they can't technically suffer.
Now respond. So, can you imagine a scenario where we lived in a society where we killed people when they suffered from dementia, were incapable?
No, there are premeditative killings by people on people that are not unjustified. That they are justified, right? That's a fact. So that doesn't work as a definition for murder.
Of suffering, and we killed them, right? It's not a scenario that involves. Can you imagine a scenario where we lived in a society where we killed people when they suffered from dementia, were incapable of suffering, and we killed them, right? It's not a scenario that involves an absence of suffering. There's still suffering involved. Right.
It's more complicated than that. It's not an individual to individual scenario. When you remove somebody from society by killing them, you are affecting a sphere of people. You're not just only affecting that individual.
Imagine you grow up thinking, my dad could be killed at any moment because he's going to get dementia. Imagine living your life thinking, I could get dementia and suddenly I'd be killed by my state.
Imagine a world where you slaughter 1 million babies every year in America.
Charlie, it's not slaughter. That's the problem.
Hold on. If it's a forcible removal from the umbilical cord of another human life, again, we have clarity but not agreement. Biologically, you know that your entire coding began at conception. Your coding,
that's
your uniqueness.
That's what I'm denying. I disagree with that.
Okay, when those two cells fused together, to use your terminology,
yes,
that is where the process of
scientifically accepted terminology.
In the interest of time, can we bring this question to a close?
The process of human development objectively begins at that moment. Therefore, those human beings.
But it doesn't objectively begin at that moment. You think it does. You believe it does. That is not the consensus. Not everybody believes that. That's why this is a waste of time. This isn't. They're not even talking about abortion anymore, or the nature or practicality of it. They are simply arguing or discussing about when life begins. And Charlie's answer is, it's magic. That's it. That was his only answer. From then on, he's only been trying to poke holes in what this other person said, which, by the way, doesn't answer the original question. Charlie has just been dodging the question the entire time. The question was, what is your opinion about abortion? Let's discuss that. And Charlie grifted it into a discussion about when life begins and objective morality, as if it was relevant at all to the fucking initial question. My Unfinished Journey for 5 says, I took care of my dad the last 2.5 years before he died of Alzheimer's. Charlie disgusts me and pisses me off. That is fair. He is disgusting and says things that are very, horrible, actually. Very just awful.
Are deserving of human rights. We keep going, or do you want to?
No, thank you. Yeah, you can finish.
The process of development begins from the moment the sperm is being generated.
He's such an asshole.
father, the moment the eggs are being generated in the mother. To say that suddenly the moral worth switches on when they fuse doesn't make any sense. That's just a point you
It makes perfect sense, because that is when your journey as a human being, when the sperm and egg were separate.
Oh yeah, you remember your time, your journey begins? Cause magic. It's cause magic. His only answer is cause magic.
Not yet a fused human being. You were not created uniquely.
DNA existed.
Any image.
Carson saying life starts at conception, that's a scientific fact, is inherently not a scientific fact. There's not a full consensus from science. There is like a lot of people who think that, some of which are scientists, but that is not a consensus in science. Now we have a journey. Yeah, we got our human journey going on.
DNA existed. I thought.
Well, no, the parts of your DNA.
Knucklehead says Charlie has talked ad nauseum about abortion. Why hasn't he addressed the question? I don't know. You would think this would have been like a softball question for him, but I think it's because he's uncomfortable in where he is. Because he's so defensive right now and has been since he hit the floor, that he doesn't want to answer any question because he knows he's not up to the task of dealing with actually like he's not an honest interlocutor at the short answer.
DNA existed. Your DNA did not exist. It's like saying that we have a full car just because we have all the parts. It was not yet put together until conception happens and the zygote was formed. Thank you. I think we have to get
Can we move on to the next
Thank you
question,
very much.
please? Thank you.
No, that guy did a really good job. Yeah, conservatives like to do this stupid thing where they try to say life to car, because guess what? The car's not alive either. So, like, that's not a really good fucking analogy.
So, thank you. Our fourth question tonight is from Rudy Ellis.
I mean, the definition of life in medical science and biology is also a messy. It's not a one-to-one. It's not alive and not alive. The more you read, the more you educate yourself on biology, the more you educate yourself about like the different kinds of life that exist, you will find out that life is not a alive or dead scenario. It's not that simple. That's like at best, if you were to give like the things that are required to define life, you're gonna get like a grade 9 science answer, maybe, but it's far more complicated than that. Like there are things in biology that are studied that are like, is this alive? Is this not alive? Are viruses alive? They do things.
Jones from Emmanuel College.
Hello, thank you for coming to today's talk. So my question, as someone studying archaeology and biological anthropology, I've learned that moral codes and social norms have always been fluid, shaped by time, culture, power. So
yeah, it's simply just the conservative mindset, the conservative dogma, the conservative ideology, particularly with this right-wing extremists of wanting to paint everything in simple black and white terms and completely just painting and brushing over things that are incredibly complicated and nuanced, and they use their ignorance to justify it. Well, I think this about conception, therefore. And it's like, no. It's like, well, it's simple to me and I understand it, therefore it must be right. And it's like, that is not how it works. Some things are very non-intuitive. And some things don't really make sense if you don't know enough about them. Right? And sometimes the more you know about something, the less you understand it.
Ancient and recent societies embrace same-sex...
Oh, Knucklehead was saying, no, I mean, what do I mean? What the fuck do you mean that he hasn't talked about it? In the video, he hasn't answered the question. I'm not talking about him in general. I'm talking about he didn't answer the question.
Relationships, and even the idea of third genders, well before Western conservatism even existed. So when you claim that modern conservative values represent some kind of universal, objective moral truth, like you said on your chair over there, aren't you just defending a selective, historically recent ideology that erases most of human history and targets people who have always been part of it?
That's a really good question. That's a really good fucking question. And we'll hear him not answer the question and dodge it right after these messages. Yeah, if you can't imagine a single scenario in which abortion would be justified or that the killing of someone would be justified, it just tells me that you're shallow in your thinking and you don't know how to discuss morals, because morals are incredibly complicated, especially philosophically.
No, but can you point to me of a...
Sorry, we got a super chat. Let me look at this real quick. Sar for 5 said, if I premeditate to die someone who's been abusing me for years, that's self-defense, not murder. Also, other dude wouldn't ask me what I think again. Oh man, listen, every time, it's very consistent. The conservatives that come in here with a lot of bluster, and they make a lot of assumptions because they have to make those assumptions to justify their behavior. You'll notice how rude and how fallacious most of their attempts to engage are, is because they're not honest. They're not honest interlocutors. Because they never are honest interlocutors. Or the harlequin type. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna go over it again here. We've talked about it before. That'll get us too distracted. If you want to hear more about that, you can go and look at some of the videos I've already done discussing abortion. You can look at conservative talking points that I've already covered. So, regardless, the question, just to wrap up the question of abortion, the question of abortion is not a moral question about whether or not you are unaliving one individual. Whether or not you are killing one individual, whether you want to consider it murder or not, that's fine. You can call it murder if you want. Say it's the unjustified killing. But you understand that it is actually a moral question about which life do you prioritize. Right? So let's agree. I'm fine with taking the point or the belief. I don't personally believe it, but I'm fine with the people believing that life begins at conception. I don't agree that it's a fact or a scientific consensus. But I don't think that matters. Not to the question of abortion. If life begins at conception, and we accept that, and we accept that abortion is killing, is unaliving somebody, right? Unaliving a person, right? Then the question is about which life do you prioritize? Do you prioritize the life of the conception? Or do you prioritize the life of the already living and enjoying life individual? This potential life that may or may not make it to term, and that may or may not have a good life after they are born, because those circumstances need to be considered, versus the life of the person who that now is obligated to carry this other life that they are not necessarily agreeing to, and that may kill them, and that they are then going to be responsible for the next 18 years of their life, etc., etc., etc. This is a sacrifice. So you need to decide which one do you prioritize. And this is the problem about making abortion illegal. Who are you to make that decision for other people? And who is the government to make that decision for other people? And the answer is you don't have the right to do that. And you can't justify a right to do that, to make that decision for other people. Good luck. That's the actual conversation that is being engaged in when you're talking about abortion. Anything less than that is a red herring. So let's go back and hear what this guy had to say. Moving on.
My question, as someone studying archaeology and biological anthropology, I've learned that moral codes and social norms have always been fluid, shaped by time, culture, power. So many ancient and recent societies embrace same-sex relationships and even the idea of third genders well before Western conservatism even existed. So when you claim that modern conservative values represent some kind of universal...
No, knucklehead, that's just whataboutism. Stick on the topic.
Objective moral truth, like you said on your chair over there, aren't you just defending a select...
Nobody's talking about pronouns right now. So if you can't justify it, and you can't argue it, and you can't address the actual topic, and you have to do whataboutism, the fallacy, to even make an attempt, sorry.
Historically recent ideology that erases most of human history and targets people who have always been part of it.
No, but can you point to me of a... And maybe you can educate me. Can you point to me a great power that endorsed same-sex marriage? Not cohabitation, but marriage.
Ancient Mesopotamia.
As marriage. As recognized.
As marriage that exists.
Recognized by the state.
100%.
And how did that work out for them?
It worked out perfectly fine. It was an accepted norm of society.
Okay, I still think it's wrong.
Okay. Swift.
Absolutely fucking rolled. Absolutely fucking rolled. Good God, Charlie. So oh, fine, I just think it's wrong. Okay, I just think it's wrong isn't a reasoned argument. That's you making laws and making assertion based off of vibes.
Moving on, so you said it was based on scripture and you believe that there are moral, objective, universal truths.
Yes, there are.
So
murder is wrong today and murder was wrong 2,000 years ago.
Right, okay, fair. That's not same sex, but fair. I see your point. But
there are moral truths that are transcendent.
And you've got Charlie shifting the goalposts. He's shifting the goalpost and trying to redirect the conversation to try to apply it to murder when that's not what the conversation is fucking about.
Of time, place, and matter.
Okay, but so just to clarify, you believe that...
Hey, Carson, I'm just curious. Is all the laughing that the Cambridge students are doing at Charlie Kirk also fake? I'm just curious. I'm curious about your assessment. Do you mind letting me know?
This is in the Bible. This is laid out in the Bible that man shall not sleep with man, and so therefore...
Well, it's also repeated throughout the New Testament as well. In the book of Matthew, Jesus reaffirms the biblical standard for marriage.
Okay, so I'm going to make two very, very quick...
He doesn't repeat it whatever. It's fine.
Points. So the first, so if we look at the Old Testament in isolation, just to start off with, as an example, so let's look at Exodus 35:2, which suggests that if you work on the Sabbath, you should be put to death. If you look at Leviticus 11:7, it suggests that if you have pork, you should be put to death. Let me finish, I'll be done. If you plant two crops side by side...
Oh, I like this guy. He's good.
You should be stoned by your entire village. If you wear a suit, which you are wearing now, that contains two different fibers intertwined into the same jacket, you should be burned at the stake by your own mother. Now, following that rationale, in Leviticus 18:22, and it states that man shall not sleep with man, why aren't we burning ourselves at the stake as well? Why aren't we stoning ourselves to death?
Do you care to address my...
Classic rebuttal.
Do you care to address my main contention that Christ affirmed biblical marriage in the book of Matthew? And can you tell me the difference between the ceremonial...
So he's not gonna answer the fucking question. Charlie Kirk is not... It's been fucking almost 45 minutes. And he has only answered one question so far, and I believe it was during the Q&A, and it wasn't even a good answer. It was only an answer by technicality. Fucking 45 minutes! I don't think you could get more rolled than not successfully answering a question in 45 minutes. Oh, he will? He will answer a question? How much longer do I have to wait? This is like telling me, oh, don't worry, Final Fantasy 13 gets good when the world opens up. Oh, cool, how long does it take for the world to open up? 15 hours? I gotta play through 15 hours of horse shit before I get to the good part of the game is not a point in that game's favor. Same as if it takes longer than 45 minutes for Charlie Kirk to answer a singular question, that is not a point in Charlie Kirk's favor. Yes, and you're right, Letty, it's whataboutism.
The ritual law, and then finally, also, tell me about Christianity, the difference between the new and the old covenant, or are you just going to cherry pick certain verses of ancient Israel that do not apply to new Christianity?
No, fair, I completely agree. So we'll look at 2 points then. So firstly, if we look at the Old Testament.
So he can't deal with the Old Testament as it is, so this guy was already ready to go.
We can see the kind of inconsistencies there. We've already touched upon that, right? That makes sense. Second,
Kick, I can't keep pausing before he gets there if he never gets there.
he mentioned the point of Jesus and Christ. He never mentioned anything to do with homosexuality at all.
Well, hold on a
Or in
second.
the
No,
Bible.
he affirmed biblical marriage as one man and one woman. He said
Marriage and having sex aren't the same thing, Charlie. I don't know if you're aware of this. You can have sex outside of marriage, and you can have sex within marriage, and within marriage you can have sex with other people. That might be right, that might be wrong, based on biblical standards, but it can in fact happen. So, by that logic, gay people are fine to have sex as long as they're not married. Womp womp.
well, hold on a second. No, he affirmed biblical marriage as one man and one woman. He said a man shall leave his
Romans,
father's
right?
house.
In the New Testament.
No, in Matthew, that is not correct. I believe
In the New Testament.
In the New Testament, well, Romans.
In the New Testament. No, in Matthew. I'm sorry, is Matthew not in the New Testament all of a sudden, Charlie? I'm gonna go ahead and give that like he just flubbed that because he's too defensive and he's too riled up. So because he's too riled up, he's just assuming everything that the other person is saying is wrong. Which is, you know, not the way you engage honestly in debate and discussion. But, you know, who's gonna put it past Charlie? Who's ever gonna accuse Charlie of being an honest interlocutor? Sorry, I'll put that one back.
He affirmed biblical marriage as one man and one woman. He said a man shall leave his
Romans,
father's
right?
house.
In the New Testament.
No, in Matthew, that is not correct. I believe
In the New Testament.
In the New Testament, well, Romans is also in the New Testament. Secondly, in Romans 1, the Apostle Paul talks negatively about homosexuality explicitly. Also, homosexuality is repeated in the book of Titus and in the book of Jude as not being favorable, as the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah. Not even talking about the Old Testament verses. There are 3 types of the 613 Levitical laws, and you know, of course, in your own way.
So, the Cokes wants to address something. They said, in the new covenant, we are under the moral law, but not the civil or ceremonial law. How do you square that idea with Jesus coming and saying, I'm not here to take down the old laws? I'm just curious about your thoughts on that.
Cherry pick some of them.
Which again has to already assume that we have any obligation to follow any of those laws in the first place, which I would say would not fall under a free society. Separation, that would also be against the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence when it comes to the separation of church and state. Because, especially when you start imposing, which is what Charlie wants to do, imposing his biblical view and his biblical interpretation on everyone else, regardless of whatever they believe, and he wants to write laws of governance about these things. So how do you square that? And I don't think you do. Not without becoming a theocracy. So if you're going to, at least if you're going to push for and have the agenda of creating a theocracy, don't lie to people and pretend that you're not, because the only reason you're lying to people is because you know it's non-constitutional.
Favorable as the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah. Not even talking about the Old Testament verses. There are 3 types of the 613 Levitical laws, and you know, of course, in your own way, cherry picked some of them. We do not.
That's not what cherry picking was. That was examples to make a greater argument, which Charlie tried to sideline. But you know, it doesn't surprise me that Charlie wants to like throw ad homs in there. It's because he's projecting.
Live under the ceremonial, we do not live under the ritual, but we do live under the moral. There's only 10 of the moral that we as Christians believe we're bound to. Some believe 9, which of course is the Decalogue. And so none of those that you mentioned we as Christians believe that we live under. However, we do look at what Christ articulated.
We believe. Okay, but how do you know you're right? Did God tell you that you don't have to follow these rules anymore? Because that's not what Jesus said. He brought a new covenant and then turned around and said, but this doesn't negate the old one. So, it's awfully convenient that Charlie is allowed to pick and choose whatever parts of the Bible he feels like he wants to follow.
Articulated as the biblical standard of marriage. And we can also look to church tradition for this as well. And the church has had a tradition for well over 2,000 years. Even myself as a Protestant acknowledges that tradition is marriage between one man and one woman.
But that tradition isn't the only one that exists around the world. China exists, guys. China has existed and has written fucking script fucking older than fucking... My brother in Christ, the main reason that the church did marriage was because it was a government thing. And at the time, the church was the government. The church and the government used to be the same thing. That's why there's a fucking deal between fucking the separation of church and state and the acknowledgement of it. Charlie literally cannot survive under a critical analysis. No, he can't. No, he crumbles. He melts like the Wicked Witch of the West, screeching and pissing his pants.
And fair point, but okay.
It's okay, Knucklehead. It's okay. It's okay. As long as your name checks out.
Say we put aside the Old Testament for now. We'll put that aside and the inconsistencies there, and we'll look purely at the New Testament, following your rationale. Okay?
Does he realize that actually Charlie just burned his entire fucking argument to the ground by him pointing out that the Bible is inconsistent inside of itself? Like, that completely undermines his entire fucking foundational point. Like, his foundational argument. This man baited him into completely undermining his entire fucking position. Remember when I said he was absolutely rolled? Charlie Kirk was absolutely rolled as soon as he stepped into an academic sphere. He stepped outside of his own fucking bubble that is proud of how fucking stupid they are, as you can see from some of the chat. Proud of their fucking ignorance. Wave it around like it's their fucking dick and it's made out of gold and spews diamonds. Steps out of that sphere and he looks like an absolute chode all of a sudden. He looks like Stormy Daniels' description of Donald Trump's dick. It's so fucking funny.
Okay? Now, when you say that Christ lays specifically, and the New Testament states specifically that man shall not sleep with man, I'd like to point out a linguistic error on that point.
I did not say that. I said the biblical marriage was affirmed, and then Romans 1 did talk negatively about the action of homosexuality.
But ultimately, that affirmation comes from 8 lines in there that suggest that man shall not sleep with man.
Yes, of course, yes. The Old Testament and New Testament harmonize one another, but Christ brought it to
Oh my god, Charlie, let him finish his question.
different level, a different covenant, and a different moral teaching. It wasn't just enough to say that you shall, man shall strike eye for eye, it's that you shall turn the other cheek, that you shall love your enemy. Christ's moral standard was much more even elevated than that of the Israelites and the Hebrews.
Well, I'm going to ask you who's by.
Question for chat real quick. Charlie Kirk just explained, or just said, probably without realizing, that the Bible is internally inconsistent. If the Bible is internally inconsistent, chat, could you please tell me, why should we use it to write laws? If it's up to interpretation, and it is internally inconsistent, why would we use it for governance, and why would we force it on people through government?
Bible. Okay, now your Bible that you use currently is written in the English language, right? Correct?
Yeah, the King James Version, yes, thanks to Tyndale.
Yeah, well, exactly. It's written in the English language, which in itself is only, say, 500,000.
Ah, yes, classic. What is considered, by scholars, the worst translation.
500 years old. Now, but the Christianity in itself, say, is 2,000 years old or even older, yeah? Correct? Now, which means that the Bible was originally written not in English, but in ancient
Koine Greek.
Huh?
In Koine Greek.
Yeah, correct. Now, if we look at the Greek terminology of man...
Yes, and Jesus spoke Aramaic. You could translate things, you acknowledge that.
Well, we translate things, but translations are linguistically ambiguous. As a former classicist, I know that language can't be translated directly. So, for example, if we look at the translation of certain words into man... So I've got 2 words here. So I've got malakoi.
So that's correct. You can't. Some words you can. You can't translate things directly like that. Language doesn't work that way. NIV is the woke Bible. Tell you what, Cokes, go to Dapper's channel and go talk about the KJV. Let me know how that goes. One thing as well that you need to point out, that even if you take the Bible as being divinely inspired by its original authors, whoever they may be, and whoever you happen to believe they are, it still has to be translated by a human. So you have to overcome that also. So you also have to take in the context at the time and how the context at the time would inform the authors in their descriptions and understandings. Those are all relevant pieces of information. So even if you say the Bible is divinely inspired, most of the time, as per what's written in the Bible, the authors say that an angel told them something. Now, we also know, according to the Bible, the angels are not infallible, right? We can all agree that the Bible says that the angels are not infallible. So we don't know how many angels the message went through before they got to a person. But even if we assume the lowest number and assume it's 1, and God told one angel to go to one person and tell them this thing, we have 1, 2, then this person writing it down for 3. Minimum. That is a minimum number. There's, in fact, less options for that when you get to the New Testament. When you get to the New Testament, you are talking about somebody writing on behalf of somebody else who is like, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4 before you get to a scripture, for example. The closest one you have are like Paul's letters, and Paul's letters were not divinely inspired. There's no claim in Paul's letters that they were divinely inspired, right? It is Paul writing to the church. Right? So you've got this issue where if the angels are not infallible and people are obviously fallible, the Bible has already gone through at least 2 degrees of separation from God minimum, and that is before you even start translating it. Right? And this is assuming that the authors were the original authors and there was no oral telling between point A, point B, and point C. Right? So, because we're talking about like a time period where oral tradition was incredibly common. So, but even if we remove that, you're still talking about degrees of separation here, where you have to assume that there are changes and potentially errors.
Which means essentially soft, which isn't necessarily directly saying a gay man. And then we've got oh God, how do I say that? Arsena koitai, which essentially means prostitutes. Now, if we look at things linguistically, we can pick apart the Bible and say that actually it wasn't saying man shall not sleep with man, it's saying man shall not sleep with prostitutes, which is an entirely different linguistic thing.
I'm not even getting into Leviticus, though.
But no,
my contention is completely New Testament focused.
This isn't Leviticus.
Well, but you said man shall not speak of the man. So you're talking about Romans.
Well, okay, these words are used throughout the
right. Well, actually, in Romans 1, it was actually women sleeping with women. So you got your verses wrong. In Romans 1, Paul is prophesying about the end of the world, and he's saying that in the end times, woman will like with woman like, and man will. I think it might say man will like man like. You have to get the verses specifically, but it is agreed upon, and you can agree. This is why tradition is important, and I even say this as a Protestant, is that we
agreed upon. Very few things in the Bible by scholars are agreed upon when it comes to verse interpretation, because here's the thing, Charlie Kirk is trying to distill things down. Right? Charlie Kirk is trying to distill things down because he needs everything to exist within a bubble and then only exist within the bubble in which he is presenting with. Because as soon as this guy starts adding context to things and starts saying, well, this, and this, well, you start running into problems. Because of course you start running into problems. It only makes sense that you start running into problems. So, surprise, surprise.
We believe that scripture is very important, but also look to tradition. Church tradition has had an unbroken chain affirming matrimony. Holy matrimony being one man, one woman. One, even as a non-Catholic, I'm glad that Pope Leo has reaffirmed in the last couple of days. And so I'm not even sure your contention, your point. Are you saying that the Bible doesn't affirm marriage as one man, one woman? Or are you saying church tradition doesn't affirm?
He isn't saying anything about church tradition, Charlie. Stop trying to straw man people.
Marriage, one man, woman.
The Bible doesn't affirm.
Okay,
that clearly doesn't affirm.
That is complete nonsense.
But it's not. It's a linguistic error, and it's debated.
But Christ our Lord, which is the standard, he affirms this idea that you will leave your father's home. Going back to Genesis 12 and this idea of Abraham leaving his father's home.
Oh, so now suddenly the New Testament applies the Old Testament? I thought Charlie was only taking the New Testament and the New Testament without the Old Testament. And he just used the Old Testament as a Jesus reference, a reference that Jesus was making. Charlie, keep it together, you dumb motherfucker. You can't say everyone, nobody else is allowed to make reference to the Old Testament and the New Testament except for me. When I do it, it's okay. When other people do it, it's not fair. Okay, sure. Fine, asshole. Oops. I'm assuming he didn't mean to actually undercut himself at the knees there.
You will cleave to your wife. That it'll be called one. In fact, this idea of a new creation, which is something that is then used by the Apostle Paul to describe the Church of Christ and the bride of the church.
The fuck does this have to do with being gay? Which was the fucking question.
The church being the bride of Christ with Jesus. So I'm not even sure your contention. It is.
Yeah, but you're just avoiding my point. I'm saying the Bible that we have today is 100% a translation, and a translation
I acknowledge that.
Ambiguous.
And well, hold on. But what about specifically in Matthew or in the book of Romans? And but in order for you to be correct, you mean the church fathers translated it wrong when they were within like 50 years of this?
It doesn't even necessarily have to be wrong. All it has to be is a translation. Again, we're back to the same problem. These fucking right-wing extremist nationalists want to paint everything with a broad brush that is either true or false. And that's the thing. They could be right in their translation, but still get it wrong. Like, it doesn't work like that.
In order for your contention to be correct, you have to say that.
And yes, also, it's whataboutism again. He's trying to cherry pick specific examples to avoid the point because he can't answer the question.
The early church fathers that wrote the early letters to the church, they were translating it wrong, and the tradition they established was wrong. So by then we can lean on tradition and scripture. So when you get tradition plus scripture, you get something that is authentic, that is real, and that is verifiable.
I've already highlighted.
Hey, do you think Charlie Kirk acknowledges that there's abortion in the Bible? And it was mandated by the church? It was the priests? You want me to make a poll? You guys want me to make a poll? Do you think that Charlie Kirk even realizes that? Cuz like if you want to, you could by that logic you could use the Bible to justify abortion. Tradition with scripture equals authentic, real, and verifiable. How? Yeah, no, you're right. That's a tell, Elmo. Let's get Elmo in here.
The tradition does not align with scripture. We've gone back thousands of years to ancient Mesopotamia.
But understand, but at the time, they all spoke Greek, they wrote Greek, and they spoke Aramaic. So, for example, when they were writing the early Gospels, the synoptic Gospels of Matthew, Mark...
Like, humans are fallible, though. They can just make mistakes, and that's not an unreasonable claim, Charlie. The Bible has never been corrupted and changed by politicians and regular people. They were all 100% Holy Spirit-inspired saints because of reasons. That's a really good point, right? So, like, for example, if you look at the forming of the Bible, because the Bible didn't, like, just get shit out of the sky, right? It's a collection of writings that were put together and compiled by a council, right? And so, like, that council could also be making errors. So even if the translation is correct, this council chose what to and not to include in the Bible. That's why there are scriptures that are kept in the Vatican that nobody's allowed to look at. So you already there's so many issues with the Bible in these contexts. Hell, even like fucking Jesus's own hand-picked apostles, one of them was a fucking traitor, and Peter fucking kept like waffling. So like you have people that even in Jesus's hand-picked group were getting shit wrong and being wrong and bad, somehow special plead in this case, which is what this is. It's mostly special pleading.
Luke, they were obviously writing in Greek. They knew that language. So in Matthew, when they were writing Greek, and then the early...
Do you guys think that Charlie Kirk actually believes that people literally named Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John wrote the Bible, and they were literally like these ancient Hebrew people were actually named Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John? I like how somebody I like that Coaxes is trying to save me from Jesus when, I mean, I might believe in Jesus. I could believe the entire Christian faith and still think Charlie Kirk is wrong and an asshole. Like, it's not, I don't have to be religious or non-religious to realize that Charlie Kirk is a false prophet.
Early church fathers knew Greek and adopted that as church tradition. We have a 2,000 unbroken chain. I think you would irrefutably say that it was the teachings of Christ for one man and one woman, because the church tradition has been unbroken for 2,000 years, and they derived it from Scripture of that original language.
You can't argue that. That makes sense. I mean, if we agree to disagree, then why don't we look at biology?
So you know better than the church fathers?
No, I don't. I'm not saying I know better than the church fathers. What I'm saying is, linguistically, there is undeniably an error. Regardless of what you say, that is
our lens, maybe, but not from the people when they were making these traditions.
I agree. They may have got that right, but...
What? From our lens, we aren't infallible, but those people definitely were infallible. Oh, okay.
That may not have been their original meaning.
What does he mean unbroken? He means to say that the church was consistently doing these things across the board the whole time, which is obviously just not the case. It just means that Charlie Kirk is making an assertion that he can't back up because he doesn't actually know anything about the history of the church, which is ironic because he is literally a Protestant. He literally just called himself as a Protestant. So, you know, it's almost like he's talking out of his ass.
They're saying is the meaning has been warped over time because societal and cultural context, such as the British Empire.
Can we start bringing this question to a close, please?
It can be, but that is why tradition matters, because the tradition, they understand...
The tradition doesn't solve the problem when the tradition has changed, and this guy is literally saying that the words and the traditions have changed. Therefore, you cannot rely on it in the way that Charlie Kirk is trying to rely on it. It's absurd. And so, yeah, this Charlie got rolled again. We're 4 for 4. That's 4, right? The lady wearing the hijab, the medical scientist that came up, this guy. Oh, maybe we're 3 for 3. Hold on, let me look. This guy. I feel like there was a short one. This guy. And that lady. Okay, so we're 3 for 3.
Context.
Tradition is context dependent.
Well, yes and no, because of course.
Yes. What do you mean, yes and no? I thought things could only be true or false, or black and white, or right or wrong. Tradition. Glenda says no, it hasn't changed. No, nothing in the Bible, nothing about perception, nothing about things have changed. Please tell me more about the change that the divine revelation that the Pope had that changed the classification of an animal to allow people to eat it during a famine. Please go tell me about that. Please tell me about the separation of the Protestants and the Catholics. That's a pretty big change. Please also tell me about the interpretations of different sects of Protestant Christians. Like, for example, evangelicals. And, for example, Christian white nationalists in America. Or, for example, the difference between a Baptist church and an independent. The Pope is not our authority. Christ alone is our authority. Thank you for demonstrating my point. Things have changed, and there are different sects that have different things. Traditions change, both contextually and over time. All you're doing is telling me how right I am. Thank you.
If the tradition lasts for 2,000 years, then we look back as to how did they get to that conclusion? How did they reach that?
If the tradition lasts long enough, it makes it real, or it makes it true? Tell me about that with Chinese traditions, then. Go ahead. Tell me why your 2,000-year-old traditions are better than non-Christian Chinese traditions that have lasted longer than 2,000 years. Oh, having trouble keeping up, I see.
Verdict, and if that verdict is in alignment with what we see in Scripture, it means that their verdict was correct in Scripture.
They never reached that verdict. As I have historically pointed out, they never reached
in all of the major church councils.
He keeps interrupting him. Yeah, surprise, surprise. They didn't come to a consensus, motherfucker. These things have always been growing and changing because church has been part of society, and societies evolve and change, and those interpretations change.
It was very
modern day.
Well, no, I'm talking about in like 300 and 400 and 500. The original
Which in the
church
scale
councils,
of 2,000 years is nothing.
no, but they set this unbroken chain.
Exactly. The scale of 2,000 years is absolutely meaningless. It's meaningless. It's just number big, therefore correct. That's not how it works. It's an advanced ad populum fallacy, actually, because he's just saying a lot of people believed it for a long period of time, therefore it is correct. And he's claiming they came to a verdict when they did not, definitively. That's why you have people separating out and moving away from the church and starting their own. That's why you have Paul in the Bible rebuking different churches. So even in the Bible, there's examples of this. Sar for two said, "Prove Jesus wants to save Chesh and I'll convert." We have also reached our goal, so let's get our goal rolling. Let's switch on over here real quick. And let me do the counting, shall we? We have 6, 7, 8, let's call that 11, well, let's call that 10, 16, 17, 18, 20. Oh boy, I gotta take a big one. 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Oh wait, we should actually count from the prior one that we had, shouldn't we? So let's do that. This was the one we had last. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Oh no. Oh no. Haha, I am in danger. Got it. Oh no. This is the face that's on the bottom of this one. Oh no! All right, listen. We want to get the full effect of this, so hold on. I'm gonna go pee, and then I'll do this. Sar, why? Sar, why have you done this to me? What did I ever do to you? Alright. This one's got like a little bit of a mustard smell to it. It's extreme jalapeno. I don't like jalapeno. I mean, my opinion about Jesus isn't gonna change my opinion about Charlie Kirk. You know what I mean? So, like, I could convert to evangelical, born-again Christian tomorrow, and I would still think Charlie Kirk is an asshole. In fact, I would suspect that Jesus would also... I know a false prophet when I fucking see one. Oh, it burns! Whew! I'll tell you what, if you want to have a conversation about religion and my personal beliefs, join us on Debate Hub, where we have a philosophy show every Saturday. The first Saturday of every month. Oh, Charlie isn't a prophet. I agree. He just wants people to think he is. He's a false prophet. So same with like Joel Osteen. And like that, I'm gonna blow the COVID away. That fucking freak. Oh, that's spicy. That's a spicy meatball. All right. Whew. Oh boy.
We've had an unbroken chain and a course that says that marriage is one man and one woman. The church has never wavered on this.
Noted by the British Empire under British form of Christianity.
I'm talking all the way back to like 200 or 300.
Which means it's changed. Oh my god, absolutely rolled.
The idea of biblical Christianity goes back to the early times of the church when it was a scattered, persecuted church well before King Justinian and well before the Eastern Roman Empire, well before mass conversions. When it was a persecuted church, the church believed in one man, one woman. And because they got it.
Whoops. Did Charlie Kirk just admit that fucking that the church isn't currently persecuted? Because I'm pretty sure that fucking very Americanized persecution complex, like that is a very like unique to America. Like it's spread a little bit to other places, but it's very like American dominated idea.
From the scripture itself. We want to keep going, or
Can we move on to the next question, please? Thank you.
thank you.
You notice that he always has to have the last word, and he always has to keep interrupting the person at the end, and then pray to the fucking woman sitting there being like, let's move on. Again, so we're 3 for 3 on this. Okay, we're gonna wrap up soon, but I want to see if we can get this last guy in.
Thank you. Our next question is from Damsith Wimalasena from Lucy Cavendish College. Thank you.
Hello, Charlie. Thank you for being here. Just before I start with my question, I wanted to address something you said earlier on sort of Western Christian values being the reason for the abolishment of slavery globally. I'm not sure whether you know this. I've seen you repeating this quite often. I'm a practicing Buddhist, and it was actually Buddhism, Buddhist emperors, Emperor Ashoka of India, who first abolished slavery globally. So.
Fucking wonk. I miscounted? Oh no, what did I miscount?
I would sort of ask you to sort of look at other sort of.
I will look into that. You did it globally? They had that much. The Buddhists had that much span of influence?
Oh, within India.
Okay, I'll look into it. Thank you.
Thank you. So first of all,
It's funny that he likes to say that about Buddhist, but his claim that American Christianity abolished slavery globally when Canada had abolished slavery before America did. What a fucking goomba. When was the what year was because there's an argument to be made that slavery still exists in America, that it's not actually gone. Like there is legal slavery still in America that usually revolves around conversations about the prison system. I missed the conservative. Oh, it is 4. We are 4 for 4. I was right the first time. Thank you, Red Cedar. Thank you for the correction. When was the last state? Which is interesting because Charlie Kirk is buffeting the people and supporting the people who are fucking waving around the fucking Confederate flag. So a little bit hypocritical there, but you know, whatever. To abolish slavery. Let's find out what the date is. Oh my god, that can't be right. That says 1995. The last state to officially abolish slavery was Mississippi, which certified its ratification of the 13th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution on February 7th, 2013? What? No, brother, no! Charlie, you Goomba! Oh, no. Oh, okay, so here's the link for anybody who wants to actually read it through. So it looks like abortion wasn't, like, allowed, but it wasn't, like, officially abolished. Fucking 2013! Guys, what did Charlie Kirk say? That the West's Christianity in America globally abolished slavery for everybody, which is why so many fucking American companies moved out of America to use slave wage workers, and why the police are allowed to do, like, fucking slavery for all intents and purposes, and why it wasn't abolished officially in Mississippi until 2013? Oh, I said abortion. Sorry, slavery. Fuck, that's funny. Oh my god, yeah, sorry, I meant slavery. Oh my god. Oh. Oh, that's very funny. Whew.
My first question, or my only question, is...
Fuck looking up what was going on in India, or because, you know, there's only America and not America. Just look at your own fucking states and they debunk you, Charlie, you goof.
You've advocated and applauded the reducing and removing of public funding for universities on the grounds they promote ideological biases. Given that universities play a critical role in driving national innovation, research, and upward mobility, especially through federally funded grants, how do you reconcile this position with the broader societal value that higher education institutes offer?
Well, they can, but in Harvard's case, for example, who's getting their funding pulled, they have a $50 billion endowment. Just so we are clear.
Well, they're not necessarily getting their funding pulled. Trump is threatening to pull their funding, but Trump doesn't have the power to do that. That's the power of Congress. Now, Trump doesn't really care, and his administration doesn't really care about, you know, the rule of law or the Constitution or, like, any of the foundations that America was built on. So he might try to do it anyway, but from my understanding, they're already in court, and a restraining order was already granted to prevent the Trump administration from doing anything to them in the meantime. However, that doesn't mean he's not going to break another court order and be in contempt of court, so that still could happen, but that doesn't make it legal.
In pounds, that would be like what, 42 billion, 45 billion? I mean, I'm trying to learn the conversion rate here. I mean, it's an extraordinary amount of money. They can either use their endowments to fund it, and
so what? It doesn't matter. The amount of money is irrelevant. It could be $2. It doesn't matter to the question.
If you have certain behavior and certain practices, then you should not get federal funding. Harvard is in direct violation of the United States Supreme Court fair admissions case, which says you cannot discriminate people based on the color of their skin.
How are they doing that? Good luck.
Go ahead.
But isn't the whole point of it, you can't use endowments like that. The point.
By the way, the Trump administration's letter in which they are citing the revocation of some of this money for, like, for example, PBS, they are literally saying it's for political reasons, like, because they are not biased, but there isn't a legal responsibility for them to do so in the way that the administration is doing this. So the way the administration is approaching this is in their own statements of revocation, they are actually explaining and saying out loud how that what they're doing isn't actually legal.
They can.
The point of an endowment is to manage a fund through perpetuity. Cambridge has an endowment, and that endowment allows professorships to
That's too big of a word. Charlie Kirk doesn't know what endowment means. Not functionally, not practically.
Funded to allow for research into sciences. That's the whole point of an endowment.
You just said it funds research into sciences. That's what they should do with
That's an example, not all of it, Charlie. Learn words. Learn to listen, you dishonest McBumblefuck.
monstrosity of an endowment.
Yeah, but the endowment is, you can't.
The interest alone on their endowment could fund the entire research and development budget of most Ivy League schools. They have a $50 billion endowment. Even like a podunk money man.
I wonder if that's true. And so what if it is? I thought the whole idea was supposed to be money based on merit. Wasn't that the whole idea between like Project 2025 and what the conservative or what the Republicans were running on? So if fucking Harvard is doing the best job, should then Harvard not get the funding? If you're giving people things based on merit. Because we know that, you know, Pete Hegseth got his job based off of merit and is definitely not a DEI hire.
Manager in America can earn a 7 to 10% investment in the markets the last couple of years. That's $5 billion of returns that endowment could then reinvest in whatever they want. Instead,
that doesn't answer the question.
Harvard has become a hedge fund with a radical school attached. And I think that's very
radical. You're gonna call Harvard radical? Man, like, I've seen extreme right-wingers try to, like, apply words to like descriptors of things. He's an IUD, a DUI hire. Yeah, you're right. I've seen right-wing extremists try to apply words to things in, like, descriptors in ways that just make absolutely no sense and are absurd on their face. And, like, I mean, it was happening here too, right, today, where, like, that's just something they do. It's all just ad hominem nonsense. But calling Harvard radical while at Cambridge, yeah, feline, calling them radical while he's at Cambridge is fucking hilarious. I would love to know how, in what way, Harvard is considered radical. Do they just, like, wear sunglasses, backwards hats, baggy pants, and ride around on skateboards?
Wrong for U.S. taxpayers to continue to subsidize.
But it's not just Harvard. You've called on colleges being a scam. You've constantly attacked higher education institutes. You've attacked liberal arts as a scam.
Oh my god, did they not like liberal arts because it has the word liberal in it?
For example, like a lot of conservatives, Peter Thiel studied philosophy at Stanford. Ronald Reagan studied sociology. A lot of them did study liberal arts, and you keep undermining these august institutions, which have provided a lot to...
See, he's trying to dodge the question and dodge what's actually being asked by trying to cherry pick out an example and then make a bunch of fucking claims without actually, like, that are just fundamentally flawed and, like, just fundamentally untrue.
Society. Like, society's backbones have been universities and higher learning institutes, and yet you keep attacking them.
It was actually one of the fundamental ideologies of America. One of the, particularly after World War II, one of the fundamental policy changes, I shouldn't say policy changes, that's not quite the right word. There were policy changes that followed, but one of the, like, the underpinning philosophies of making America and having America get stronger is the fact that more education makes your society better and makes your country stronger. So it's bizarre to, like, that suddenly, in certain cases, Charlie Kirk really cares about the fundamentals of America just so he can weaponize it against other people. But if you look at the actual fundamentals of America, they're just not applicable to the way Charlie Kirk wants them to be.
Well, they used to be largely, but again, I don't want to speak too much about this country, but in America, they don't represent fundamental American values. You know, Peter Thiel, after he graduated Stanford, wrote an entire book criticizing college and then paying people not to go to college. So Peter Thiel, who spoke at this very school...
So what? And the thing that makes college a scam or feel like a scam is the job market after the fact. And fucking late-stage capitalism problems. And that's not to say that capitalism is bad. It just means that the current capitalist situation has problems and needs fixing.
And you guys had a great conversation with him. Do you know that he believes college is such a scam? He would pay people $100,000 a year.
So what if this guy thinks that thing? It doesn't matter. Answer the fucking question, Charlie.
for 20 years straight not to go to college, so not exactly a good argument in your favor. Peter Thiel, who got a philosophy degree, made billions of dollars, and has now forked over tens of millions of dollars for people not to go to U.S. universities and colleges.
Yeah,
You know that there's a really big difference between U.S. universities and colleges and universities and colleges in the U.K. and university and colleges in France and university and colleges in India and university and colleges in Canada. Those are different places. Australia, New Zealand, pick a country, China. Those are different things. Guess what, Charlie? Not all universities and colleges operate the way fucking American universities and colleges operate, you dumb motherfucker. There's other places besides America. Again, we are back to the same fucking broad brush problem of these fucking extremist right-wing nutcases. It's not, there's more than just America! We don't all have the same problems that you have.
But it's not just Peter Thiel.
I know, but you mentioned him, I didn't. But to complete the point is that...
As Thomas went to, did liberal arts.
Look, in America, there are far too many people going to college. We need people to become welders, electricians, people that work with their hands. There is a major trade deficit problem in the United States. We have 11 million well-paying jobs that we cannot find enough labor for, and instead we have a lot of people going to university to go study North African lesbian poetry. It might sound good, but it doesn't necessarily, A, either development the content, the character, or the development of the soul, and B...
He's getting mocked again.
It does not necessarily also give you the skills necessary. Some college is good for you. I'm a big proponent of Hillsdale College.
Guys, can you please be quiet?
Hillsdale. Oh, okay. Sure. Let's get you to, yeah, you go to college for your soul. Yeah, that's... No, you go to church for your soul. That's what the church is for. Holy shit. Too many people with critical thinking skills? Yeah, they've been making fun of him the whole time.
I believe Hillsdale College is America's greatest college, and I'm a big proponent of that. But I would ask a question.
Should we do a dive on Hillsdale one day? Maybe. Perhaps. The character of the soul. It's magic!
America's greatest college, and I'm a big proponent of that. But I would ask a question. In your own words, what do you believe the purpose of college is?
Could you answer the question they asked you first and then start? No, he can't. He can't answer any of these questions. He's fucking 5 for 5.
Critical engagement, but coming back to your point on lesbian poetry or whatever.
Did you see how quickly and how straightforward that guy answered the question? You might have missed it. I'll play it again.
In your own words, what do you believe the purpose of college is?
It's critical engagement, but coming back to your
critical engagement
point on lesbian poetry or whatever.
North African lesbian poetry.
North African lesbian poetry.
Ooh. I like that the crowd is reacting the exact same way I am. Look at this guy. This girl. They're fucking, everybody's having a good time except for Charlie Kirk. He keeps looking around smiling, but really he's not looking around. He's looking directly at the lady sitting on the fucking chair, hoping she's going to save him. the moderator.
So in the morning, I actually had a lecture on development policy. And
see, you'll notice most people are sitting on the right and on the left and around that way, and he keeps looking the opposite way away from the crowd when he's done speaking, because he knows this is a tough crowd for him. They do not agree with him.
One of the key...
And he's not convincing anybody either.
Or whatever.
North African lesbian poetry.
North African lesbian poetry. So in the morning, I actually had a lecture on development policy. And one of the key authors on sort of development economics is Nussbaum, who talks about how liberal arts sort of engages you critically. And one could argue, even North African lesbian poetry, I don't think that's a degree, I think that's just a module within a degree.
Maybe.
Yeah.
He doesn't even fucking know, man. He's just making shit up, and he's getting called out by it. Oh my god.
That makes you...
The fact you don't know shows how rotten to the core universities have become.
You're taking one example...
What? I'm sorry, does Charlie Kirk think that when you go to university, you're taught what the modules are for every degree? Is that what does he think universities are about learning about universities? Do you expect somebody who studies fucking social science to know what all the modules are in chemistry? Do you expect somebody who studies chemistry to know what all the modules are within a biology class? Or a biology degree? Do you expect a PhD in philosophy to cover what all, if you were to do a studies in literature and literature history, let alone if you were to study literature history and then modern literature, both of which would be you would have a course in modern literature if you were studying literary history as your major, and if you were doing a PhD in historical literature. But you would also, if you were doing modern literature, you would still have a unit likely or a course likely on the history of literature. But the history of literature inside of the modern literature would not be as in-depth of the entirety of the literary history, and vice versa. Ask me as somebody who's gone to university. This man is so disingenuous that he just has to be this stupid. He has to act like he is this fucking dumb to make anything he says sound confident. It's incredible. A PhD in historical literature with a focus on North African lesbian poetry. Wonderful.
And telling conservatives and hordes of young people that college is a scam. College isn't.
Yeah, he's saying it's not justified. That even if what he's saying is true, that it's still not having one example of. So it's like saying that we shouldn't have teachers anymore because this one conservative teacher sexually assaulted a child. Right? Or saying, hey, we shouldn't have schools in America because there's too many school shootings. At least you have a better argument for there shouldn't be schools in America because there are too many school shootings. That, you could actually form a cohesive argument around that. I think you could have actually a really good point. I wouldn't agree with it, but I'm also not somebody who says that somebody can't make a good point that I don't agree with. Clearly that wouldn't be the right answer, but, it doesn't make it invalid.
Scam. I mean, I took my mum down to a pub just down the road where Watson and Crick announced DNA.
Guys, can we... Okay, wait one second.
If college is a scam, then DNA wouldn't have been discovered. With cancer research...
Yes, hold on a second. Yes, you're right. At this specific university, you guys split the atom. You had Sir Isaac Newton. You had some of the greatest minds of the West. I don't know about what's happening here, and I'm not going to criticize it. But at most colleges...
Yes, you are. You have been, but okay.
...in the West, they've gone...
Not in the West! Brother, not in the West. He doesn't know what the West is. He says the West, and he means America. And that's not necessarily always the case. For example, Harvard is considered, or at least was considered, one of the most prestigious universities in the world. In the world! So what the fuck do you mean, most colleges in the West? Community colleges? I don't know what's happening here. LOL, he's right about that. Yeah, drink for Charlie Kirk being right about something.
You guys split the atom. You had Sir Isaac Newton. You had some of the greatest minds of the West. I don't know about what's happening here, and I'm not going to criticize it. But at most colleges in the West, they've gone away from places of inquiry and appreciation of what is good and what is beautiful and into this incessant oppression Olympics of trying...
First off, what oppression? Second off, define oppression. And third off, when you learn something, you don't just learn the good things that have happened. If you study history and you only study the good things that have happened, you are missing out on swaths and swaths of history to the point where you don't even know anything at that point. That doesn't even make any sense. Why would you do that? What about Greece? What about the universities and the learning places inside of Greece and Rome that were not based on Christianity? The pre-Christian ones. Good and beautiful are subjective terms. Absolutely. Practically fascist dog whistles at this point. Yeah, true. Especially if they're coming from Charlie Kirk. Contextually, that is definitely a dog whistle. But, like, there are also schools in India. There are things like, for example, the Pythagorean theorem. Pythagoras was not the first person to come up with it. He might have been the first person to come up with it where he lived. Maybe. I don't know. I'd have to double check. But he wasn't the first person to ever do that and write out that equation. China, India, the whole Babylonian era. Like mathematics, philosophy were done in places that Charlie Kirk would not consider the West. Education developed before Christianity did. Universities and debate and discussion existed before Christianity did. Japan! Again, this is this really fucked up disease that is existent inside of the American psyche and the American ideology at this point. And because I don't know what else to call it. That is just like this isolationist, blind view of that nowhere in the world exists and no history has ever happened anywhere else, where you just make these bizarre, bold-faced, bloviated, disgusting claims about, like, the world and things existing that are completely unrelated. Sure, but Christianity is a branch of Judaism. Then this is exactly what I'm talking about. That's exactly what I'm talking about. You have swaths of history around the world that has nothing to do with the Judeo-Christian sphere. Completely isolated, that we're doing things and having discussions about morals and having discussions about ethics and having discussions about math and philosophy and theology, completely unique, completely isolated from this Judeo-Christian stink that these people are applying to everything. Because this isn't real fucking Judeo-Christian shit. This is just trying to apply it and forcefully, retroactively shove it up everybody's ass in places that it doesn't fucking belong, which says nothing about whether or not the Judeo-Christian values are good or whether or not the Judeo-Christian values and stories are true. It's completely independent, but these fucking people... Pay attention, motherfuckers. Listen. Good fucking God. There is so much more out there, and these people are so willing and blind to fucking anything outside of their own little bubble that they then have to isolate and then isolate and then isolate. You remember Charlie Kirk talking about the Bible? He was like, no, but this one passage taken completely outside of any context around it whatsoever. And then said, oh, no, you can't talk about other parts of the Bible to understand the context of this one passage. You can only take this one passage as it is. And then immediately turned around and then referenced an Old Testament passage in reference to Jesus. Motherfuckers, pay attention. There are holy, secular things that were going on independent of religion. There are wholly religious things that were going on, independent of secular things, and things that were kind of blending between one thing and the other thing. Well, again, for example, when you had a religious position, a cardinal, for example, was a political position. To a degree, nowadays, sometimes still is, depending on where you are and when you look. So it's almost like all these attributions that Charlie Kirk is making, a lot of the attributions that are being made in the chat today have just been wholly unfucking viable because this fucking rot of fucking shoving Christianity into fucking everything retroactively at the fucking tossing out of the baby with the bathwater and everything that anywhere around the world has done. It's hard to say that it's not just racist, and it's hard to say that it's not just, oh, we're America, we're the best, and completely fucking ignoring literally anywhere and everywhere because you have to shove your own fucking belief system into everyone else's dick when nobody fucking asks for it, and you don't need to do that. You can accept that mathematics exists independently of your theological belief. You can accept that when life begins is a philosophical discussion that is beyond what your Bible says because your Bible doesn't answer that question. You have to extrapolate and interpret. And that is based on your fucking worldview and your context of who you are and when you are and how you've grown up. That doesn't mean you will come to a wrong conclusion. Sometimes these things don't have a right or wrong conclusion, and when life begins isn't a fucking moral question in the first place. Go fucking figure. So fucking stop. Fucking cut it out. Are you even capable of having a conversation about anything without trying to shove your fucking religion down everyone's throats, speaking about it as if it's a global phenomenon, when it actually is an incredibly Americanized blinder that you fucking put on and apply to fucking everything. Not everybody's American. Not everybody on the internet is American. Fucking no, not everybody you talk to is fucking American. Other places fucking exist, you psychopaths! Stop it! Actually learn how to have a conversation. I'm gonna end there. I'm done my rant. God, you people are fucking infuriating. You're the worst! The fucking Americans are starting to learn that the rest of the world doesn't actually like you that much. It doesn't like your government. It doesn't like your fucking religious doctrine. It doesn't like you applying your religious doctrine around the fucking planet when it's completely not applicable. They don't like your attitude. They don't like the fucking way you walk around places and fucking destroy and shit all over fucking everybody's goddamn fucking religious spaces and sacred places like you fucking don't give a shit. I'm explaining why I'm angry. You can't listen? You should be angry. People should be angry about this. It's ridiculous. It's absurd. And the world is fucking sick and tired of just letting fucking America wander around like it's not fucking the emperor has no clothes. Good God. Fucking ridiculous. Absolutely absurd. And see, the Cokes is still fucking doing it. You can't not, can you? It's not possible for you. The West's Christianity. Fucking ridiculous. It's an isolated niche of a bubble inside of a bubble and trying to fucking force the world into a box. Anyway, we'll be back for part 2 of this. We got an hour and a bit, about an hour left. I'm gonna get out of here. Charlie Kirk's gonna get rolled more, I'm sure. He's 5 for 5 of getting rolled, and we're only halfway through this guy. I should have made a counter. Charlie Kirk. I don't remember where we were, so I'm just gonna put it back a little bit. He said something about incessant oppression Olympics. And I mean, I don't know... I don't know how that doesn't apply to the Christian persecution complex, but you know, we'll get into it. Yeah, Jubilee, thank you. I forgot the name of the fucking YouTube channel that did it. Alright, I'll put him back a little bit. Oh right, he was talking to this guy who was calling him out for not knowing what the fuck college is. Forgot. Alright, are you guys ready? Hopefully everything works. Let's go.
At most colleges in the West, they've gone away from places of inquiry and appreciation of what is good and what is beautiful, and into this incessant oppression Olympics of trying to deconstruct the core canon that is our birth certificate. I don't know if that's happening here. It's certainly...
That's not true, though.
In America, it is objectively true, okay?
That isn't true.
Again, no, first of all, they removed Western civilization as a core course in Stanford in the 1990s. They tried to bring it back with petitions, and the university said, no, teaching Western civilization is racist. Shakespeare is not taught at major... let me finish. Shakespeare is not taught at major universities across America because it's deemed as racist. I talked to some students earlier in the English department, and they said, hey, I'm studying Shakespeare. I said, that's refreshing because in a lot of U.S. schools, they don't teach Shakespeare because he's called racist. You would be surprised at how...
You do realize that with the book banning laws, for example, in Texas, that want to remove illicit content, right? They would be removing Romeo and Juliet because it talks about premarital sex. Yeah, he's throwing words around like objectively, and he doesn't know what that means. It means that he is certain that he believes these things are happening. He is very certain. On a scale of certain to objectively, where do you fall?
Wretched to the core, some of these colleges have become in America.
If you look at the Global Innovation Index, America, which is predominantly a lot of their majors are in humanities and liberal arts, they're number 2 on the Global Innovation Index. China is somewhere near 13. If you look at every metric, Fortune 1000 CEOs, 40% did humanities and liberal arts. There is a value in liberal arts, yet you're criticizing it.
And I'm going to keep on criticizing it. Also, the vast majority of liberal arts graduates...
He's not going to deal with the fact that just got thrown in his tiny little face on his really big head. So, here's the thing. If you want to study Shakespeare in America, there's nothing stopping you. Different universities are going to have different curriculum and different courses. If you are in a specific, like, through line of courses, there's a good chance Shakespeare doesn't end up being in your course line. When I went to university, the first thing that they threw at us was the Iliad. Right? And like, that's fine. It's fine. And I was in an English course. I was in a BA English course for just English. So... yeah, I also did Shakespeare in high school. Every year, grade 9, 10, 11, 12, every year had Shakespeare in it in English class, which was a requirement. And then I also had additional Shakespeare that I ended up reading, like, studying, like, Much Ado About Nothing, King Lear, and a couple others, because I also took studies in literature. So, like, not everybody takes the same things. Not everybody in school read as much as I did while I was in high school, for let alone, like, my personal time reading, but my required reading was way higher. But that was because of the courses I chose to pick. So if Charlie Kirk is going to cherry pick a school that is not doing this, or they've renamed the course from Western Studies to be like, wow, we're teaching a lot of racist things, let's be more accurate on our history, and he's acting like that's an affront. He's acting like learning an unbiased, or at least less biased version of history with less of a filter on it about what was actually going down. Like, for example, if he really wants to teach the forming of the United States and Western culture, you have to put prostitution in there. The Wild West was built on the back of slavery and prostitution. That's basically it. And probably dysentery. But, like, you have to study these things. And again, the bills that the Republicans are putting forward, the people that Charlie Kirk are fighting for, the people that Charlie Kirk has backed, are banning books like this, which means you would not be able to learn about the prostitutes that were able to manage cities and maintain any kind of hygiene and, like, have money flow throughout the American West. So it's just, Charlie Kirk doesn't know anything about history, therefore he feels justified to criticize how history is taught by people who do know about history. And that's what this whole big rigmarole is when it comes to these, like, this kind of punditry. It's a pony show, right? Like, it doesn't, these are people who don't understand what they're criticizing, thinking that their ignorance gives them higher value of criticism, like that they're proud of the ignorance and they think that ignorance entitles them to say absolute fucking nonsense.
Graduates do not respect freedom of speech. That is an empirical poll. They increasingly do not have reverence or gratitude for the United States.
An empirical poll. Polls are about opinions, Charlie. Who did you ask? What was the question? Where were you? How many people were in the poll? Oh, good God.
States of America, they don't care about the core values of the U.S. Constitution. If you want to go to college, that's fine. But in our country, 40% of kids that enter college do not graduate. The kids that do graduate, half of them end up getting jobs that do not require any sort of college degree. There are all these...
That's not an education problem. That's an economic issue. Sir, you're crossing your streams. It is an economic issue to not have jobs in these fields. And what you're doing, Charlie, and what your president is doing, Charlie, the guy that you backed, Charlie, is getting rid of high education jobs and trying to bring back manufacturing, which is a low education job. Working a machine is not considered high education. That doesn't mean building the machines, programming the machines, fixing the machines, managing the machines can't be. There are high-level jobs in manufacturing or higher education jobs in manufacturing, but not machine operating, not material movement. As somebody who worked in a factory, there are a lot of jobs where you do require little to no education to do. So maybe the job market is an issue of unfettered capitalism not functioning properly, because I'm not anti-capitalist. I think capitalism can be fine, but capitalism can be done incorrectly, and America has been doing capitalism incorrectly for a very, very, very long time.
Up degrees in America. I know it's different than the experience you might be having here. Your tutoring system here is objectively great. I'm glad you guys have it. The class sizes in America are 400 to 500 students, sometimes per introductory course, to go hundreds of thousands of dollars into debt, study things that don't matter, to find jobs that do not exist. And so let me just...
And that's again, you're misdiagnosing you've got the symptoms correct, Charlie, but you've got the issues that are causing it incorrect. You think therefore the education is bad. And that's not the problem. That is not the problem. I'm a janitor at a clinic. I'm pretty sure my job is worth more than $14.25, the $14.25 an hour it pays. Absolutely. And then you have these entry-level positions that require 3 years of experience and a college degree. Who's scamming who? Did you learn something at college? Did you learn how to do the thing? Yes, okay. Is college too expensive in America? Yes, absolutely. But that's not because the education isn't valuable, and it's not because the education isn't worth something. It's because your economic situation and your blithe just pronouncement of the best thing is to be an ignorant fuck is a problem.
Just make one final point, is that, of course, some people should be going to college, but generally in the United States of America, it has become a racket of debt, it has become a burden, and a place where we're actually not putting our best and brightest into the job field itself to be equipped for the jobs of the future. Instead, we have a lot of baristas at Starbucks with philosophy degrees.
So then why is your answer to stop doing education? That's a non sequitur. Even if at college/university is not vocational training. Right, exactly. Even if what Charlie is saying is 100% true, and we take it 100% as fact, how is the correct answer to all of the symptoms that Charlie listed to get rid of education? How is that the answer? Why do you think that would work? Why would you want to eliminate the choice and the option for younger people to get an education should they want one? Why do you think that solves the problem? In what way does that solve the problem you're proposing? This is also coming from Charlie Kirk, who did not graduate. He didn't go to school. So, like, for example, if you were to, like, flip the script and say, hey, listen, there's less manufacturing jobs. There's less entry-level positions out there because those positions are being taken up by AI, so it's a lot harder to get a job in a field just coming out of university or coming out of college. So we should cut manufacturing? No, that would not be the answer to that question. The answer, the way you start solving things like that is you make onboarding programs. You bake internships further into the education system, make sure that they are paid for their work. So that way they're not no longer starting. The entry-level positions are going from here to here, so you make sure that here is where you're coming out of college or out of your course or out of whatever it is you're doing. Or add in a year of vocational training. Right? Onto the course, depending on what type of course you're doing. Some engineering courses already have that baked in, but a degree in history doesn't work like that.
Also mention indoctrination. As per the Oxford Dictionary's definition of indoctrination, it means that you take a belief and you can't critically observe that belief. Turning Point USA has over 30,000 chapters, 3,000 chapters across US universities. So are you arguing that students, including conservatives, lack the critical thinking skills to sort of decide political ideologies, political beliefs, that they're so dumbfounded that they can't decide for themselves what's right and what's wrong, and that your whole premise is on the fact that students like us, we lack critical thought in deciding what is taught in schools?
Again, I'm not using Cambridge as the school that I think of, but in America, we have millions of people that go to these massive state schools that have humanities departments.
So he can't, yes, the answer is yes. He's trying to get ahead of the question. The answer is yes, he is saying that. But he's saying, but I'm not applying it to this school, even though he has been applying it to this school. He has been applying it to everywhere because we're, again, as I said last time, there's America and there's not America. La 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 la, we can't hear you.
That are not reading the great books, that do not have a tutoring system, that are unfortunately laced.
I'm sorry, please define the great books. What are the great books? Guess what? Education is about allowing you to experience different books, and you get to pick what your criteria is and what books you like and don't like. That's what university is about. That's what education is about. You study these things, you find what you like and what you don't like, and then you learn how to express that in a productive way. Ta-da! No wonder Charlie Kirk hates fucking education.
With the most anti-Western thought imaginable. I don't really quite following what one thing has to do with the...
Sir, do you want to hear about anti-Western thought? Do you want to hear what anti-America looks like? How about state regime media in Russia showing Melania's sex tapes? How about the Russian propaganda during the Cold War? How about Canada right now? You want to talk about anti-American? How about 9/11? There's a lot of... There is anti-American sentiment around the world in different pockets, in different places. And some is more aggressive or, I guess, extremist than others. Right? Some people are just like, wow, what a bunch of assholes. And some people are like, wow, fuck those people. Think of it the same way as you think of anti-theist and an atheist. Some people don't really care to be anti-theist, and like anti-religion and anti-dogma, and other people do. Other people are into that. Right? And like, neither of them are necessarily wrong. You're allowed to have opinions. You're allowed to argue for things and debate the stuff and do things. As long as you're not, like, blowing up a Planned Parenthood over your belief system, you're pretty fine. You're pretty much in the clear to think what you want to think. As aggressive as Christians tend to be by going everywhere and waving their religious dogma dick everywhere. But, I mean, even Charlie Kirk is doing it in this video. Saying that education is anti-American is pretty extreme. Like, that's a pretty extreme claim. That's a pretty extreme statement. So it's weird to say, oh, all of the philosophers that are now working at Starbucks got anti-American education, and that's why they're not getting, like, you see how he's just making talking points, but he hasn't actually connected any of these things together? Right? Like, you see what I'm saying? So if the school wasn't anti-American, the philosophy students wouldn't be working at Starbucks? If you cut education, less people will be working at Starbucks and you'll have more educated people in the correct areas? You see how none of what he's actually saying makes any fucking sense? If you're struggling to fucking get the people that you want in education because your education is too expensive and you think it's an anti-American racket, why would cutting that suddenly mean those people are going to have an easier time getting educated in the way that you dictate they need to be educated, Mr. doesn't know anything about the education process and probably hasn't even bothered to read a single paper about education because, people study education and educational methods. He seems to be fine with the way Cambridge operates. So if he's fine with the way Cambridge operates, why doesn't Charlie Kirk, for example, do a comparison and say, hey, let's take Harvard and let's take Cambridge and let's compare their reading lists. Let's compare... Remember the other day he was upset because, like, the student in this class didn't know what the subject was of this subclass of this other fucking area? Like, good God.
The other why 3,000 chapters has something to do with your indictment. Maybe you can clarify, but I think we're out of time.
You can clarify, but then we'll move on.
In general, colleges should be a place that lift you up to what is good, true, and beautiful. To study the great things that have been.
Good, true, and beautiful, the great things that have been. Okay, well, what about the bad things that have been? You're not going to study any of the bad things that have been? Define good, true, and beautiful? By what criteria are you deciding what is good, true, and beautiful to be studied at school? Harvard and Cambridge are not so different. Yup. Yeah, you'll notice that he's the one who's said we're out of time every time. Not the mediator moderator person. It's him that, like, wants to cut the other person off. He wants to get the last word and cut them off. So again, how about Charlie actually put some leg in the game, right? Because he wants to, like, sit on the sidelines like he's the fucking peanut gallery and tell me by what criteria are you defining good, true, and beautiful, and by what criteria is great things that have been, and justify why you would not study the bad things that have been. He just wants to whitewash history.
To develop your soul and develop your character. Character in Greek literally means like
Character is something that develops regardless, and your soul is just, that doesn't mean anything.
To etch within you. Far too often, colleges create ungrateful, pessimistic, and nihilistic revolutionaries that want to tear down what was...
You can tell that he's on a script, because listen to his tonal change of when he's, like, panicking versus when he slips in.
Etched within you. Far too often, colleges create ungrateful, pessimistic, and nihilistic revolutionaries that want to tear down what was before and instead have no alternative to build the future, and the West is...
How do you know there's no alternatives? Can you define this? Do you have a number? Do you have, like, a statistic about what you're talking about? Ungrateful. What the fuck have you done for college students? But this is the thing, too, right? He wants to have his cake and eat it, too. He wants to be able to say that students are ungrateful, but explain that students are getting scammed for hundreds of thousands of dollars for jobs that don't exist. So are they not then correct by what Charlie is saying? And if they want to tear down the structure, you mean the structure that you're claiming is scamming them? Isn't that... like, what you're describing is, like, the reasonable outcome is backlash, but now you're mad about it. Listening to Charlie Kirk makes me miss Ben Shapiro. you know, yeah. Yeah, I got what you got there? A knife! Education is supposed to make people grateful. Yes, I don't know since when that was the case. Have you ever met a university students with the energy to revolutionize anything? Yo, that's a very good point. That's a very good point. Ben Shapiro clip that Jack shared. Maybe later. I want to actually get
suffering because of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I disagree, but thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Our next question is from Archie McIntosh at Jesus College.
It's good to meet you, Charlie. I hope you can understand first rule. I'm a little nervous. There's a very real chance I could wake up tomorrow, front page of YouTube. Charlie Kirk owns man bun idiot with facts and logic. So
Destroys.
Yeah, destroys.
We are going to be going into some of the YouTube videos that Charlie Kirk made in response to this, so I think this guy might be predicting the future. I don't know. I found it. I have no idea what this is from. I can give you a closer look at it if you'd like. Maybe Diablo? It's got kind of Diablo vibes. Charlie dropped out of community college, so understand college education because of reasons. Yeah, no, Charlie doesn't get it. Whose body did you find it in? For legal purposes, I can't answer that.
So my question is, I agree that stable monogamous relationships often produce the best outcomes for society, but if that structure really works for everyone, why do we consistently see societies, once they become safer and more prosperous, move away from traditional monogamy? And why do so many marriages still end in divorce, even among people who generally try to make it work? And just one final framing there. If you believe in free markets because they are decentralized and they adapt to reality without top-down control, and given the individual ability to form healthy long-term pair bonds very significantly with factors like genetics and ecologically calibrated attachment styles, why do you reject top-down control in economics, but not extend that same rejection to human behavior in terms of marriage?
Okay, so the first one, the second law of thermodynamics answers your question.
I'm sorry, what? The second law of thermodynamics answers why marriages end in divorce? Guys, our marriage ran out of steam. It's an enclosed system. What? Huh? Me and Smitty are on the same page. I was not expecting the second law of thermodynamics to come out of this man's mouth. Fucking what? Young Earth creationist Charlie Kirk. What the fuck? The second law of thermodynamics. What? I'm so distracted by this guy in the back because he keeps reminding me of fucking Masako X, and I don't know if anybody else in here knows who that is, and I don't know if anybody else is as much of a degenerate and like a weeb as I am to know who that is. Ask him what is the second law. Yeah, alright, yeah. What is the second law of thermodynamics, and how does it answer the question?
Is that it's the law of decay. Societies tend to decay against the roots that created them. For example, as a side note, here in this country, you guys invented...
Alright, at least one person is enough of a degenerate and comfortable enough to admit it. What do you want the poll to be? Is Charlie Kirk a flurf? The second law of thermodynamics explains why you get no bitches. That's not how the law works. Of course it's not how the law works. I, me, wolf. The third law of thermodynamics, it's not cheating if your partner is watching and touching themselves. It's not, the third law of thermodynamics says you're not a cuck if you're a cuck, Charlie. It's fine. Way to do a poll of how many people got the reference so that way you guys can answer anonymously and not admit that you're as much of a degenerate weeb as I am. Alright. I don't know if I'm spelling his name right. I'm just gonna call it MX joke, question mark. Yes, no. Alright, the poll is up. Wow. This is a totally dumb person's idea of what a smart person sounds like. Might as well quit at this point. Yo, you know what? Snacks is right. Like, where do you go from here? How do you even, like, there's nothing else to do. There's nothing else to say. There's nowhere else to go. But unfortunately, we must trudge on because the actual arguments he is making is not, isn't actually the reason why we're here. Picking apart what he's saying right now isn't actually why we're here. We're here for this, for context, because we're gonna then dive into what we're actually doing. This is the prequel, this is the preamble.
The idea of free speech. You brought it to the world. You guys do not have free speech in this country anymore. 30 people a day are arrested in the UK for inflammatory social media posts.
That's not true. He's just misrepresenting what's going on. It's just that the UK has more strict laws about cyber harassment and are actually doing movement on it. Yeah, no, I know what he's misrepresenting. He's trying to misrepresent that people can be arrested for harassment and they take their online harassment laws more seriously in the UK than they do in America. And in America, as we've seen from following a harassment case, a few of them, you can see that the American system doesn't fucking take it seriously at all. Oh, that's really cool, Athens.
Someone by the name of Lucy Connolly is currently facing prison time for a Facebook post that was critical of migrants. It is.
Yeah, that's not true. Lucy Connolly. Let me pull it up for you guys. Woman jailed for race hate post and loses appeal. She's being arrested for hate speech and cyber harassment. The UK applies its laws, its harassment laws, to the online space. She's not getting arrested for tweets. As many people have been arrested in the UK for having wrong opinions as have been arrested in Canada for using the wrong pronoun. Right. Exactly. So this was as of May 20th. So this was as of, this is 8 days ago now, May 25th and May 20th. She had lost her appeal. Jailed for inciting racial hatred after online rant against migrants on the day of the Southport attacks has had her appeal against her sentence dismissed. was jailed for 31 months in October after calling for, quote, mass deportation now and urging her followers on X to set fire to hotels housing asylum seeker. She's inciting violence, Charlie. That's illegal in a lot of places. Just because it was online doesn't suddenly excuse it. The tweet was viewed 310,000 times before it was deleted. And this lady isn't just a random lady. She's a conservative councilor's wife. The town council. She's not random either. Connolly posted the swear word-ridden message on the 29th of July 2024, the day 3 girls were murdered at a dance class in Southport. Wow, it's almost like Charlie Kirk is fucking lying. Go fucking figure. Charlie Kirk is based. He never made it out of his first year of college and he probably stalked his wife. It's just a post critical of migrants. Yeah. Well, calling for mass deportations now, the 41-year-old childminder wrote, quote, if that makes me racist, so be it. She urged readers to set fire to all the hotels that were full of those she wished to deport. She has encouraged people to murder people through arson, Charlie. I don't know, babysitter? I think it means she's a... I think she, yeah, house, like a nanny? I don't know. That's not even legal in the land of the free. Oh, they probably get off in the current America, but it's also, yeah, it's against the law in America as well. But, I mean, Donald Trump did it, so I guess as long as you're doing it for the right people, it's fine. Because that's like classic right-wing extremist authoritarians. Ew, don't use grok.
Normal, unfortunately, for civilizations to face someone by the name of Lucy Connolly is currently...
I would like to remind you that this all has to do with the second law of thermodynamics.
...facing prison time for a Facebook post that was critical of migrants. It is normal, unfortunately, for civilizations to get away from how they once operated and how they once were. Now, to your question, does that answer the first part of your question?
Yeah, it's called progress. You're not supposed to stagnate, Charlie. That's what progress is. You're supposed to adapt and change and make society a better place. You're not just supposed to stay the fucking same way all the time. That doesn't work. What does this world come to where you can't threaten people's lives without the state telling you you can't? Oh yeah, I know, right? Where's all the fucking MAGA people freaking out that somebody fucking some senator made a joke with rocks about like a restaurant reference and they all freaked out being like, they're threatening the president. Meanwhile, Donald Trump was unhinged posting. Yeah, you want to see? Do you want to see what the fuck? I think maybe it got taken down by now. Donald Trump was reposting a crazy conspiracy theory that Joe Biden was killed in 2020 and was replaced by a clone robot. Like, what the fuck? This is the president of America is claiming the still alive Joe Biden, prior president, was assassinated, murdered, killed in 2020, and replaced by a fucking clone robot. Fucking what the shit?
Your question, you were saying, why do they get away from monogamy? I want to make sure I'm answering your question.
I would say I don't feel that that's...
What was your question? I forgot because of my unhinged lying.
Full answer.
Okay, so your answer.
It's not an answer at all. He's just saying societies degrade over time is what that, but he referenced the second law of thermodynamics as if it's relevant at all and hasn't actually correlated one thing to another. So you'll notice that Charlie Kirk just says a bunch of shit that is self-contradictory that doesn't actually go anywhere.
You're asking why do they...
Oh yeah, it was it today? That's the... No, it's not today. It was the 31st was the birthday of Kofefe. So yeah, happy birthday to Kofefe. Monogamy in this economy? Yeah, good point. There are lots of society... Because I don't even agree with this guy's premise. This guy's premise is that he's already agreeing with Charlie Kirk. But I mean, I don't agree with the premise. There are lots of societies and lots of places that have existed throughout history that do not necessarily practice monogamy, but also practice, like, group living. Or they do monogamy with group living. Like, it's common, it's not unusual. It's like the nuclear family is a relatively new concept that has not really ever shown itself to be very successful.
You were saying, why do they get away from monogamy? I want to make sure I'm answering your question.
I would say I don't feel that that's a full answer.
Okay, so you're asking why do they get away from what works? Is that correct?
Yes. Well, why do societies make this change once they become more prosperous?
Oh yeah, okay. I mean, because prosperity leads to degeneracy, for sure. That would be the answer.
What? Alright guys, get back to hunting and gathering. No more houses, no more planes, no more phones, no more YouTube, no more anything. Everybody gotta go back to hunting, gathering, get a stick, no swords, no guns. Actually, if we're going all the way back to our roots, like what Charlie is saying, we don't even get sticks anymore, guys. The nuclear family breeds poverty. Ugh, yeah, I mean, yeah. It's also isolating. The nuclear family is very isolating, and I think we've seen... I think that's something that's not really talked about very much, and I think that's a lot of what we saw during COVID and sort of something... I think so I shouldn't say we... I think it's something that reared its head a lot during COVID, because if families live together more often, then you would have less isolation during COVID. I think COVID made it very obvious that this was a thing that was happening and maybe kind of pushed it a little bit, made it more obvious, brought it more to the forefront, but I don't think that's something that gets talked about very often. And maybe I should go looking. It is that unhinged. No, it's that unhinged. Yeah, no, he's just, I'll put it back for you, it's fine.
Were. Now, to your question, does that answer the first part of your question? You were saying, why do they get away from monogamy? I want to make sure I'm answering your question.
I would say I don't feel that that's a full answer.
Okay, so you're asking why do they get away from what works? Is that correct?
Yes. Well, why do societies make this change once they become more prosperous?
Oh yeah, okay. I mean, because prosperity leads to degeneracy, for sure. That would be the answer.
So does that mean all the billionaires are degenerates? Because, I mean, I might actually agree with that. Like, because here's the thing. The people who are in poverty right now aren't in prosperity, Charlie. In America, the fucking poverty line. My God. Breaking news. Prosperity leads to degeneracy. So, are we gonna actually, because Charlie Kirk has again accidentally stumbled into the correct answer and say that the wealth inequality is causing degeneracy up here and desperation from here? And that this is a bunch of degeneracy that needs to be brought down a couple of pegs so that way these people can be healthy, because being up here is not healthy, it's not good for your brain? And so that these people, if we bring this down here and these people up here, you can still get to feel superior but not be fucking insane and a complete degenerate, according to Charlie Kirk? Did he accidentally into a real problem? Why would anyone make a clone robot that has dementia? Oh, maybe the cloning wasn't as successful as it could have been. I don't know.
And so once you are prosperous, you tend to no longer have the moral guard.
I want a comic book or a movie now about clone robot Joe Biden. Where's my B-list horror movie?
Change once they become more prosperous.
Oh yeah, okay. I mean, because prosperity leads to degeneracy, for sure. That would be the answer. And so once you are prosperous, you tend to no longer have the moral guardrails or the limitations. Let's just say you no longer have delayed gratification because you have instant gratification because you have a surplus of goods, and then you have a decline of a transcendent moral order.
How much money is Charlie Kirk worth? Charlie Kirk is a conservative activist, author, and media personality who founded Turning Point USA. He has a strong presence in political circles and shapes the views of young conservatives. As of 2025, Charlie Kirk's net worth is allegedly $12 million. So is Charlie, by his own admission, a degenerate with no morals? Because that's his net worth, allegedly. Is Donald Trump a degenerate? According to Charlie, by that logic? Elon Musk? Any of the people in the fucking Oval Office right now? I'll put this in the thing for you guys if you guys want to read this more later. Hey Jax, I hope you're having a good vacation. It also means that he doesn't want prosperity for his country. Yeah, which would be, guess what? Anti-American dream. That's the opposite of the American dream. The American dream is supposed to be like life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's prosperity. That's what prosperity is. So as much as Charlie Kirk is like, education is anti-American, he's the one putting forward this anti-American ideal. So, oops, I guess.
Second part of the question, can you remind me, please, what the second question was? About markets?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay, well, for example...
Yeah, I don't blame Charlie for having to re-ask these questions. Again, he is very rushed and he's very defensive, as we've noted before. I'm not going to go into it again this time. But, I mean, I probably would have been like, okay, sorry, I'm going to answer your first question and then tell me your next question. I would have probably done the same thing.
Example, you have to, I believe in intervention in markets if there is something that is improper morally. So for example, I do not believe that you should be able to scam your neighbor or have misleading advertising because I believe in a transcendent moral standard, and the same goes for my personal views on marriage.
But you're a degenerate that you just said doesn't have any morals, and you lose those things when you have too much prosperity. And you're in the upper echelon of people with money. Therefore, you don't actually have those things based on what you just said a minute ago. The American dream could use an infusion of communism. I mean, maybe. It's those dirty socialist Canadians. What makes it transcendent? What is transcendent moral standards? These are these qualifiers. He keeps using these qualifiers. Yeah, he's not gonna tell you, Feline. He's leaning on religion. He's leaning on Christian values. That's it. So therefore, he's throwing these words out here like he knows what they mean to give them more weight and more bluster, as if his argument actually has any weight or bluster, which it doesn't. Because all of the wind in his sails are completely gone because he fucking contradicts himself from one point to the next. Because he doesn't remember, he's running a script and he hasn't read his script he hasn't critically read his own script in a way to make sure that, like, well, if this person says this, then I respond with this. If they say this, I respond with this. And he hasn't actually double checked to make sure it's one, at best, two-dimensional thinking. I would probably say it's actually, I would call this one-dimensional. It's very one-dimensional thinking on Charlie's part.
Okay, so I think we largely agree on the foundation. I'd like to propose something that you might like to think about. So, firstly, I absolutely acknowledge that, again...
Are you guys just treating communism like it's MSG? Sorry.
Something that you might like to think about. So, firstly, I absolutely...
Well, that's just a... No. Charlie Kirk doesn't like to think, so you're gonna have to tone that down.
Foundation. I'd like to propose something that you might like to think about. So, firstly, I absolutely acknowledge that, again, if everyone in society was able to maintain healthy long-term pair bonds, that would be best. Again, there's strong data showing that independent of socioeconomic factors.
Terador's final form asked, how is Charlie Kirk... How is Kirk this famous? He is super uncharismatic. You will notice that a lot of the leaders in America right now are not very charismatic. So, like, current Donald Trump in 2016, I can kind of understand. Donald Trump in 2025, 2024, like, trash. But same with Jordan Peterson, same with Ben Shapiro, like all of these right-wing extremists, Steve Bannon, like they are not charismatic people. They're mean, cantankerous, rude. They're not funny. But the main reason Andrew Tate is another good example. And it's not because they're not their charisma is being. The thing that's charismatic about them, or people find charismatic about them, is this condescending, loud tone. A tone of authority as if they know what they're talking about. Because of the people they're selling to. And the people they're selling to are disenfranchised men. Younger men. And a lot of younger men, and, like, getting into, like, millennial men. Maybe a little bit less of the millennials, but I'm willing to lump them in there. Are disenfranchised with the world. And have a, from my reading, have a feeling of being dejected and having their issues put to the side. And not being... They don't feel like they're being treated fairly because they feel like they're being blamed for problems that they don't feel like they've either contributed it to or actually have any control over. So, for example, the weaponization of toxic masculinity. When you hear Andrew Tate talk about toxic masculinity, he misrepresents what it actually is and what it means. Right? When you hear Ben Shapiro talk about feminism, he doesn't actually talk about feminism. He talks about a misrepresentation about what feminism is, and then they cherry pick examples that are like extreme out of context scenarios and then use that to then justify what they're trying to get across. And now I think these men in these cases that they're targeting, right? It's not like it's only men that get caught up in this, but that's who they're targeting. When they get caught up in this, I think their disenfranchisement and the way they feel about it is valid, because there are a lot of men's issues that do not get the attention that that I think that they need. So, for example, male and men abuse and homeless shelters, for example. There's not a lot of those. There needs to be more. Men do not get the they don't get help and don't have access to a lot of mental health. There's not as much resources put into that right now, and there needs to be more. And they feel like they're being dismissed for other things. So, like, feminism helps men, but it's helping men is not feminism's focus. And when a man comes up and says, oh, hey, but I have this issue, they get shut down. Because guess what? We're not talking about your issue right now. And they feel dejected. And admittedly, maybe their feelings about that is fair, but maybe not reasonable. Right? So they can feel dejected, but saying, hey, what about me, isn't productive. And when everyone else is viewing you as coming from a place of privilege, and you don't personally feel privileged at all because you've had a hard life, or you have trauma, or you haven't been able to get help while you've been looking for it, and you're slipping through the cracks, and you feel like the world is changing, and there's this expectation on men that is no longer fair to expect from them in this particular economy, and then shitting on them for it. It's sticky, and there's a lot of personally hurt feelings. So grifters like Andrew Tate and Charlie Kirk take advantage of. They see this disenfranchisement. They tell them what they want to hear, and that it's not your fault. It's actually the world against you, and it's all these women's fault, and it's all those immigrants' faults, and it's all these people's faults, and it has nothing to do with you. You're okay. You didn't do anything wrong, sweetheart. Fuck those people. And it makes it really, really easy when these men are already in an emotionally fragile state. I personally think the world tends to set men up for failure when it comes to emotional maturity, and then women are expected to pick up those pieces. And it's not fair for anybody. Like, it's a bad scenario. But this is not, like, Andrew Tate, for example, is not the way to fix it. Jordan Peterson is not the way to fix it, as you can see with how toxic and how aggressive and how problematic a lot of that has gone, and how it has grifted into right-wing authoritarian, because these men who are being targeted and scammed and indoctrinated in some cases and bullied into taking these positions and participating in this way are being taken advantage of, and in a way that means that they have to accept this, like, daddy Trump authoritarianism, because they think that's the only way that they can be satisfied in life, because they don't have control and they want control. And so they're told, well, give up the control that you do have. But that's not what they're actually told, right? It's, toxic masculinity is bad for everybody. It's bad for women, it's bad for men. It's not saying being masculine is bad. If being masculine was being presented as bad, then you wouldn't have the majority of feminists agreeing with trans people, right? You'd see outrage in feminist circles about trans men, and you don't see that. Because being masculine isn't a problem, right? That's not the issue. The issue is these toxic traits that come from and are guised inside of this idealized toxic masculine idea. The point is that it helps everybody. It's utilitarian. But that's why. That's why Charlie Kirk is popular. It's because if I was going to be vulgar about it and crass about it, I'd say he takes upset younger men, he sucks them off, makes them feel better about themselves for 30 minutes, but it's a short high of instant gratification, and then they feel bad again, so he does it again, and he just feeds them, and as he's feeding them, he moves further and further to the right, and leads them into extremism, and radicalizes them, basically. And so because he is telling them that what they want in authoritative tone, so he sounds like he knows what he's talking about, and that they feel that they're smarter than everybody else now, and they now are part of, like, this group, this exclusive group that now knows things. It's the same kind of conspiratorial grift. But that's just my take on it. If you agree, disagree, let me know what you think. Sorry, I kind of went on a bit of a thing there. It was a good question. I wanted to sort of address it a little bit. And, like, this can happen to anybody. So I don't want to say that this isn't something that like anybody is immune to. Anybody can get caught up in this. And so it's definitely something to be aware of and keep an eye out for, and keep being critical. Keep being critical, keep thinking, keep listening, keep checking out what people are saying. Don't be afraid to hear what somebody has to say. Somebody can make a good point. That doesn't mean you have to accept it or agree with it, that it can still be a good point, etc., etc., etc. A lot of men and women view everything through a lens of men versus women, which is something they've been set up for, right? For years and years and years and years and years. And there are a lot of things that are men versus women, and they're like strategically, like structurally built that way. So they're not wrong, but that doesn't, feeding into it doesn't make it not a problem, right? You see what I'm saying? Think for yourself and don't blindly accept things. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. All right. Let's let this guy fucking socioeconomic factors. Yeah, Charlie Kirk knows about socioeconomic factors.
That, again, if everyone in society was able to maintain healthy long-term pair bonds, that would be best. Again, there's strong data showing that independent of socioeconomic factors, broken homes are some of the strongest predictors of poor life outcomes.
We totally agree.
Yes. And even, I'm not sure if many people here are aware of this, but if you track, as countries become...
I think it's a factor, especially when you set up the structure to be successful if this is the situation, right? So I think that it is true and likely the case that in a society that builds its structure around a two-parent lifestyle, if that home splits from into two separate homes, and there is nothing in the structure that enables you as a child in that scenario to succeed, you will have a harder time climbing through that structure because now suddenly you don't fit anywhere. So I think it's one of those problems that is like, it doesn't need to be a problem, it's only a problem because we made it a problem. If we don't make it a problem, like if we don't, for example, punish single parents, right? Single moms get shit on a lot. So do single dads, just in very different ways. Or in some of the same ways, but also, like, for example, a dad taking his daughter to the park and getting weird side eyes from other parents at the park. They're like, who are you? Why are you here? Like, what's this creepy guy doing here? And it's like, he's a dad. Fuck off. Right? Stuff like that. So there's like a lot of things that go on. And like, again, we can go into toxic masculinity where it will say, oh, well, you don't take care of your kid. You don't change diapers. You don't do that. That's women's work. Right? Like, that's no good. That's no bueno. It makes for a really bad relationship between a father and their kids. Especially when society is unnecessarily pressuring this parent, even if he is not that way. If society is pressuring him to be that way, that's an additional pressure he doesn't need when he's already got enough to work on. You know what I'm saying? This guy, he's busy enough, right? So, etc., etc., etc. Yeah, pushing women to be forced out of the workforce. Yeah, there's like, so although I do think this is likely true, I think that it is only true because we make it true. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy, as opposed to just change the way we do things a little bit, adjust the structures, and it would probably be fine. Easier said than done, admittedly, but...
more socially egalitarian. Somewhat surprisingly, rates of female depression and anxiety also spike disproportionately. So I think one of the problems here is that when you try and impose more absolutism, inevitably, again, due to variance in attachment issues, due to industrialized culture, absent parents, screens, raising kids, around 50% of adults in the West develop attachment disorders, which make it very difficult to maintain long-term pair bonds. And then additionally, you have things like variation in oxytocin receptors, in density and shape, also in vasopressin. There are going to be, even if there's 5% of people who feel that these rules really do not fit them, they will push back. And this will create ideologies that then grow into more wider appealing ideologies, which then, lead to the extreme. I think this is what happened in the sexual revolution. It started with a push for female autonomy, and then it was almost morphed into a really exaggerated expression of pushing for maximizing individual freedom. And I think that when you try and impose moral absolutism this way, it just inevitably causes pushback. And I think if you were to, as someone with a platform, instead say, hey, monogamy is great, it works best for most people, but I also understand there are some people it doesn't work so well for.
This guy is trying to suggest that Charlie Kirk be reasonable. Like, Charlie Kirk is an extremist. Here's the thing, if Charlie Kirk had a good idea and a good way of living, then he would be preaching that instead of preaching hate. He would say, like, for example, let's talk about purity culture, for example. Purity culture, if you want to not have sex before marriage, nobody should fucking care. Do whatever you want. However, purity culture, as soon as you make it an ideology, you make it a culture, and you start pressuring people, and you specifically aim at young people, now it's a problem. Now it's an imposition rather than an informed decision. If you wanted to preach the benefits of purity cult, of not having sex before marriage, and not call it purity culture, which on its own is already framing it that if you don't do this, you are somehow not pure and therefore you're dirty in some way, it becomes a fucking problem. And you end up with a lot of people not educated about sex when they go into marriages. And that's a problem, because that causes medical issues, that causes issues between partners, that causes things like divorce and unfair power balances, right? So I don't think that choosing to not have sex before marriage is a bad thing, but it needs to be an uninformed scenario where you do have facts, you do have information. And if you wanted to be a proponent of that, that's fine. But if you want to impose purity culture on people and try to sell this to young people, and you target young people, now we've got a problem.
Or people would hear the message that you want to push.
Okay, thank you for that. That's an interesting. I've actually never gotten that question before. It's very thoughtful. Would you say you're against?
Charlie Kirk isn't about being reasonable, though. Charlie Kirk is about being an extremist and pushing extremist ideologies to radicalize people, and so he can con them into voting for things based off of hate. So now they can all turn around and be like, "I didn't vote for this. Feel bad for me." No, I don't feel bad for you. Grow a pair and do something.
Moral absolutism, then?
Yes, I would.
Are you against that absolutely?
No, I'm very open to having my mind changed, and
so it's not an absolute thing.
Well,
That's not what that means. You're just changing the context of the word absolute. Absolute morality doesn't mean absolute certainty. Those are different fucking things. It was just him fishing for a soundbite, and this guy walked into it.
I'm against moral absolutism.
Are you against moral absolutism? Absolutely.
No.
Okay, so then you're consistent. So
I think
it's all just kind of. It's preference, not. It's about preference. And you could just basically do whatever you prefer. There is no transcendent moral order.
Well, no, it's not necessarily about preference either. There's more to. It's not that moral theory is fucking. You know, for the guy who was making fun of philosophy students for working at Starbucks, this guy sure doesn't fucking understand dick shit about philosophy. Moral and ethical philosophy is incredibly fucking complicated. It's dicky, and it makes people really uncomfortable to talk about it. But yeah, all Charlie is doing there is a bait and switch. You're right, Feline.
Well, I think what you're doing there is slightly unfairly putting me into a loop, because I'm very open to having my mind changed.
No, that's fine. What I'm saying, though, is that by definitionally, and this is something that will keep on coming back, you must choose.
Definitionally, you must choose. No, you must. You don't. You do not must. Just not is an option, usually. Go on, Charlie.
What you're doing there is slightly unfairly putting me into a loop, because I'm very open to having my mind changed.
No, that's fine. What I'm saying, though, is...
You know what? At least he called him out on the loop, so good job, man bun man.
That by definitionally, and this is something that will keep on coming back, you must choose what moral standard we live by. I'm very clear as to what moral standard. The lie of the West...
No, you're fucking inconsistent. You're clear about what you say, but you do not behave that way. It makes you a hypocrite, Charlie. You're a hypocrite. Do as I say, not as I do. You just said that living in prosperity makes you a degenerate, but I don't see you living in a low standard of life or at a lower, at the poverty level, right? You're not doing that, Charlie. So you're fine with degeneracy, but you want to preach that if these poor people got money, they'd be degenerates. Because he's a hypocrite, he's a liar, he's a fraudster, he's a grifter, he's a salesman, he's a snake oil salesman, he's covered in oil, he's sticky, he's gonna fall over. It's not, like, it's not complicated. He's trying to be slippery.
Moral standard we live by. I'm very clear as to what moral standard. The lie of the West, of modernity, the last 30 years, is that we're going to have you live and let live, and there will be no moral standard. That itself is a moral standard, and it's a really bad one. And to your point, that yes, it creates more suffering, it creates more despair. And no,
Does he think there's only two options? Yeah, the lie of I think he meant modernity, like the lie of the modern world, but there's a catch-22 going on here. This is like very much like things that the conservatives have been doing for a long time. They do it in Canada too. It's really frustrating, particularly like this is some Tory shit. They say we're going to cut funding to hospitals. And but they do that under the table. And they cut the funding to the hospitals. Then they say the hospitals don't work, we should cut their funding. And it's like, but they don't work because you're not funding them, not because there's issues because they're not being funded, not because they don't functionally work. If you funded them, they would work. Well, why should we fund them if they're not working? Because you made them not work by defunding them. They were working fine until you stopped defunding them. Like, what are you talking about? So they create the problem, then sell you a solution that created the problem in the first place. The reason why America is struggling socioeconomically is because the plan for America, the forward-thinking plan for America, was to move away from manufacturing and move into high-end tech, high-level education jobs that did less manufacturing. But then, over time, cut to regulation after regulation after regulation, allowing companies to then take advantage and take over. And now they're saying, oh yeah, the modern age sucks and we need to bring manufacturing back to America and that's why this whole thing failed. And it's like, no, it's because you cut the legs out from underneath it over the course of 50 to 70 years.
I disagree with what you say, and I respect the heart of which you're saying it. I will say that I have a moral obligation not to accommodate when people fall short, but instead try to lift them up towards the standard that is true and that I know that works.
Okay, then hold Donald Trump to that standard. He's a felon. He doesn't follow the moral standards which Charlie Kirk purports to fucking follow, or Elon Musk, or himself, or Steven Crowder, or like the closest one is probably Ben Shapiro. Like, I think the closest one to follow, like, that supposedly follows the morals that they sort of put forward, the closest one is like, if I had to make a tier list, probably Ben Shapiro is the closest to actually following what he claims. But, like, Jordan Peterson doesn't practice what he preaches. None of them do. So how are you going to hold anybody accountable? You're going to hold Steve Bannon accountable? You're going to hold Alex Jones accountable? You're going to hold Donald Trump accountable? No.
So where I'd push this is I'd ask you, you describe people falling short when they fail to engage in long-term monogamy.
Well, he describes people falling short on his imposed rules that he decided is good for everyone based off of fallacious nonsense. He hasn't actually justified anything. He's just like, no, I just know this, but do you know it absolutely? No. It doesn't work for everybody. The Bible says that! The Bible says not to fucking judge people that way, and Charlie Kirk is out here fucking judging everybody with a fucking broad-ass brush as if he's a fucking authority on the matter.
What do you think causes that? Why do you think some people struggle?
Many reasons. Economic is one of them, but the biggest is the death of religion and the death of Christianity in the West. As America...
What do you mean? You're a multi-millionaire with an entire fucking industry built around fucking religion in education. Joel Osteen is rich as fuck, and he's just got a big old fucking megachurch. Every president you have ever had has been fucking Christian. What the fuck? Where? How? Tell Elmo! What do you mean? So laughably untrue. Remember, didn't I say at the beginning of this video something about the American Christian persecution complex? Fuck. Don't ask them about the most repeated commandment in the Bible. Be kind to strangers, for you were once strangers in the land of Egypt. Yeah. Right now, the people who are the most egregious in breaking the tenets of Christianity and Christianity dying in the West are the fucking Christians.
I'll just talk about America. The UK is unfortunately far less churched than America. But as America has become less churched...
Hey, remember when he said, I'm not criticizing you guys. I don't know what's going on over here.
Many of these social ills rise.
So one thing I'd say, I study the evolution of behavior, in particular sexual romantic behavior. If you track all the different hunter-gatherer cultures that we can study, and we track how agriculture shapes things, you see that ecological conditions really reliably predict the prevalence of monogamy, certain marriage systems, and what I think is what we refer to as attachment issues. They seem to be an ecological calibration to an environment. In environments that are more unstable, it's less optimal for an individual to grow up with a tendency to rely on long-term pair bonds. And I think there's a mismatch with the modern world, again, coming back to industrialization. There are so many people who raise kids as absent parents. Daycare is massively linked to attachment issues. This then causes people to struggle to bond long-term. And then again, coming back to the genetic part, there's again real research showing that especially vasopressin mutations and oxytocin mutations, some people really just do not have the proclivity for this.
What brings stability? Because you say stability is a good thing, and what would bring stability?
So first of all, I would say we had what you might consider stability in the previous century, and then it became unstable. And then things...
Why?
I'm saying because moral absolutism was imposed.
Moral absolutism was lost. You see, modernity rose.
Okay, no, so he's calling it modernity, and I feel like that's... I think he might be just pronouncing the word wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. But, so you have... I mean, this is a little bit interesting, so where you have two people that have come to the same conclusion, but now they have come to opposite conclusions based on the same reasoning, but admittedly, the guy coming up to question Charlie is not making a presentation, right? He's not there to elaborate and explain very much. He has a little bit, but Charlie Kirk is the one who's supposed to have the consistent standard, right? He's the one who's supposed to be like the one presenting, quote unquote. Like, it's a debate, so he's supposed to be answering the questions. But I don't see how he's coming to the conclusion, and that's part of the problem, because I don't think he can. Why is he saying modernity? I don't know. I think he's just pronouncing it wrong. Yeah, state or quality of being modern. Yeah, I know what he means, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't agree with this student, but the student seems to actually know the subject. Yeah, I don't think I don't know how much I agree with this student or not, because I'm not entirely sure what they're proposing. Like, there's a couple of things that I agree with them on, and a couple of things that I would disagree with them on, but at least, like, there's a conversation there. Whereas I just don't understand how... I don't understand how Charlie Kirk is trying to say that moral absolutism is gone, but also advocating for authoritarianism. Right?
It
is a clusterfuck. Yeah, you're right. It's absolutely a clusterfuck.
Started to teach our kids moral relativism, and we got rid of moral absolutes. So it's the opposite.
You don't teach your kids that. In fact, I think it would be a really good idea to actually start teaching your kids morals early on in school. I mean, you do, like, we still teach, like... Wait a minute, aren't these the people who are trying to get rid of Sesame Street? Doesn't Sesame Street teach, like, sharing is caring? And, like, be nice to people, and, like, be cool to your neighbors? And, like, isn't there like, general moral, like... treat others as to how you want to be treated. So like, but you do teach that to your children. You just don't teach it in a religious context because it doesn't need a religious context. So if you are teaching your kids these morals early on, it's less of an issue that these kids are being taught this. You just don't agree with. They just don't agree with the what? What don't you agree with? Does Charlie Kirk not agree that do unto others is a moral absolute? Does he not agree with charity as a moral absolute? Does he not agree with... Yeah, so his... Yeah, no, Feline's right. His issue isn't that these things... He's presenting it as if these things aren't being taught at all. But what he's actually saying, because he's hidden it inside of like of this clusterfuck, what he's actually saying is that I don't care if you teach it this stuff or not. If it's not under a religious authoritarian theocracy, it's not valid. That's what he's pushing for. He's not pushing for moral absolutism being taught. He's pushing for moral absolutism being imposed, and that's the thing this guy is coming to. He's saying it shouldn't be imposed. Okay, I think we figured it out. Charlie Kirk wants a theocracy. The end.
Why was it lost? Was it lost because people stopped pushing from top
bringing
down?
this question to a close.
Why was it lost? That's a question for far smarter minds. I can only tell you that it was. In America, it's honestly one of the worst.
How do you know? If you don't know how or what happened, how can you possibly, like, can you at least demonstrate that it is lost at all, please?
Decisions, not just worst ideas ever, which is modern feminism, largely from Betty Friedan's feminist mystique, which acted as if every woman who's in a monogamous marriage in the States is in some sort of tyrannical environment. And it has led to the women of the West being the most miserable, most depressed, most suicidal, most prescription drug addicted cohort on the planet. And I think we need to appropriately...
Sir... do you happen to have a statistic for the amount of women who were prescribed drugs before divorce was legal? Charlie Kirk, can you do me a favor and talk to me about the invention of the vibrator?
Challenge feminism and tell young women that it's okay, in fact, it's courageous to get married and have children again. I think it would solve a lot of our problems.
Well, I've been told to...
I will agree that if you are a woman in America, it is incredibly courageous to attempt to have a child right now. Like, I think that is an incredibly courageous thing to do, to go through that medical system with the threat of imprisonment for a miscarriage and a not only even disregarding the abortion laws and issues with that, in case of any kind of medical emergency. America already has a horrifically high mortality rate for pregnancy. Horrifically high. But, you know, maybe stop shaming women for using epidurals also. How about make having children affordable? Women literally used to kill their husbands because they couldn't get divorced. He doesn't care about men. Correct.
Very much.
Very, yeah, thank you.
Our next question is from Tilly Middlehurst at Fitzwilliam College.
I think that guy asked a way too complicated question for Charlie Kirk.
So I'm a feminist. My question...
All right, blue-eyed blonde woman, kick his ass. I like that she's wearing an American flag sweater. This lady showed up knowing exactly what she was gonna do. Let's see how she does.
Is about the role of women, though. What should women's role in public and private life look like, and what are the material benefits of that?
Well, thank you for that. Can I take it? I don't even want to take this detour, but can we both agree on what a woman is?
Yes.
Whoa. I don't even want to take this detour so I don't have to answer your question, but can we agree on what a woman is? It doesn't matter for you to answer the question. I will look at the screenshot you posted, yes. I actually don't even have Discord open right now. But we can do that. He wants to take a detour into what is a woman because as much as Charlie Kirk likes to impose these things, he doesn't actually know what a woman is. Screenshot. Where is you? Oh, yes. Okay, got it. Open. Quotation from Kilby 2004. Ellipses, a cluster of issues surrounding the assessment of modernity. Modernity. There we go. Yeah, modernity. And of the apologetic task of theology in modernity. I'm saying it wrong. Modernity. 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 Both men were deeply concerned with apologetics, with the question of how to present Christianity in a world which is no longer well disposed towards it. Both thought that modernity raised particular problems for being a believing Christian and therefore apologetics. I mean, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. A woman is someone who isn't as quick as a coursing river with all the strength of a great typhoon. Except she is, because Mulan was a woman. So immediately sidetrack the debate. Yeah, he doesn't want to answer the question. Alright, I'm gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna get some tea before we get into what is a woman, because... we'll be right back. Oh, God. What is a woman? I can't wait. I can't wait for Charlie Kirk to not be able to try to define a chair. It's my favorite thing. Alright, I hope everybody got their snacks, got their drinks. Good God. Alright. Mulan's such a good movie.
An adult human female, it's a biological sense of that.
Well, thank you for that. Can I take it? I don't even want to take this detour, but can we both agree on what a woman is?
Yes. An adult human female, it's a biological state of being that is also socially experienced. Can I please elucidate just one example of that social experience?
Yeah, I was going to.
That's a really good way. Actually, that's a really good way of putting it. Biological expression and social experience. That's actually a really, this woman came prepared. Sar says I want to ask him, what is a buffoon? A separate seat for one person, typically with a back and 4 legs, which is not a horse. So a human? A human on all 4s? Or a cow? That is not a horse? Any other 4-legged creature?
Answer your question, but sure, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. So let's say you're a member of a tribe, and that in that tribe, you have the biological female anatomy, and in order to become a woman in that tribe, you have to also get a tattoo. That's a social experience that's mapped onto biological reality.
So can a woman have a prostate?
Can a woman have a prostate? Biologically speaking, a woman is an adult human female that has a biological reality, but it's also social experience, right? So I don't...
Yeah, it's super easy. Like, can a woman have a prostate?
So as per my definition of woman...
It's really simple because I don't understand what I'm talking about.
I would say that people who have a prostate are biologically male, but they can sometimes be socially treated as women.
Okay, got it. So women can have prostates. Got it. Okay.
Yes.
So you're a feminist.
It's a woman. This is a definition that functions for the sake of discussion.
Actually isn't just fighting for women, you're also fighting for men.
So, yeah.
Feminism has always been fighting for men. It's just not their focus. Feminism is good for fucking men. So remove the prostate. Yeah, right? If we remove, like, can we, I feel like the answer to Charlie's question, his smug-ass stupid face, is, so if we remove their prostate, are they women? He thinks he has a gotcha and is just embarrassing.
Yes, yeah. Men also experience harms from patriarchy, but I argue...
We're talking about the same feminism, though. Just make sure. Yeah, sure, go ahead.
So men also experience harm from patriarchal domination, but I would argue that those harms come from that system of domination itself. In the same way, for example, this isn't a threat, but if I reached across and punched you in the face, then my hand might hurt. Right? So are we understanding that there are, patterns of power? So I would also fight for the rights of men as a feminist, just as I would fight for the rights of women.
Sure. You think women are happier than they were 40 years ago?
I think...
Stop distracting Charlie and answer her questions. You're dodging her question. Remember what her initial question was? He doesn't remember.
I would have a few responses to that. I think that women report more stress and dissatisfaction today because, not because they have more rights or because of feminism, but because they're under dual pressure to both excel professionally and also because of the domestic labor in homes that is structured around outdated expectations. So, for example, studies like the OECD's Better Life Index show that women's life expectancy, education levels, professional achievements have risen in countries with higher gender inequality. So I would argue that what
I would like for you guys to notice Charlie Kirk's physical change and verbal change. A woman walked up. He suddenly got more relaxed, feels like he's more confident. His hand is in his pocket. He's leaned back. He's speaking slower because he does not feel intimidated. He isn't as defensive right away. He thinks he's got this. She already absolutely rolled him. And he has no idea. He didn't notice. But yes, feminism is egalitarian. Yes.
Your calling unhappiness is actually visibility, because now we hear women expressing dissatisfaction, whereas in the 50s, we prescribed them Valium and we lobotomized.
Yeah.
Hey, that's that thing I said a minute ago.
That's, That's really rich. I didn't know women not to complain 50 years ago. That's funny. So
We've always been.
no, hold on.
Boo! Boo this man! Boo! Were you there, Charlie? In the 50s also wasn't 50 years ago anymore, Charlie. He's making the... Guys! What year was it 50 years ago? Quick chat, what year was it 50 years ago? Yeah, you see how condescending he is? Yeah, he's condescending and then says it wrong. She said in the 50s, and he says in 50 years ago. Cocky like he's fucking smart. What year was it 50 years ago? It's currently 2025. That's really rich. Let me not be able to do math. Oh.
Hold on a second. Why are suicide rates going up more for women?
I think that encourages...
Can Charlie Kirk answer her fucking question?
Materially, women are killing themselves more. Why is that?
I think that even if both men and women have become unhappier, men's suicide rates have risen as well, and that's also been exponential. Can you at least concede that feminism offers only one potential explanation? There could be also other explanations.
Of course, obviously, but feminism is the glaring thing in front of us where we have fertility rates.
It's the glaring thing in front of you because you want to control women and put them back in a box because it bothers you because you want control and you're not getting it anymore. Suicides rate go up, we got more people now. This is true.
Down, we have marriage rates down, we have unhappiness up, and we did something in the 1960s out of the universities of Bretty Friedan and Gloria Steinem and all these feminists that basically said you're trapped in a home, go get a job, freeze your eggs, take birth control, and all of a sudden women are way unhappier than they were 40 years ago. And I just have to ask the question.
40 years ago? All right, well that would be in the 80s. I think Charlie Kirk might have lost track of what year it is. I think he might be a little bit lost in the sauce of what year we're in. All of a sudden, yeah, I think that we can all agree that there is a... Hold on, wait a second. Didn't Charlie already give one of his main arguments and problems with Western society right now as being the failure of moral authority and moral absolutism being imposed, and that people for decades, generations, have been being scammed by the education industry? Those are two things that are not feminism, that he already agreed on were making people unhappy as part of his argument that these things were making people unhappy. And feminism didn't come up at all. So why does he have two examples that he's prioritized without even mentioning feminism at all, that suddenly feminism is the problem? Do I think Charles knows the difference between correlation and causation? I think he could spout off correctly what is correlation and what is causation, and maybe he might be able to tell you the difference between the two, but I don't think he can apply it. I don't think he's capable of applying that. So, Charlie already gave two examples of things, and he prioritized two examples of things as the fall of Western society, and neither of which were feminism. So, the fact that he's now trying to retcon that to say that this is all actually feminists' fault is kind of fucking hilarious.
Why is that? Is it working? And maybe there are biological differences between men and women that we should respect, and that deep down a lot of women want to get married and have children. In fact, we should applaud it, and we should...
How do you respect somebody's biology? Particularly based on their biological gender. What does that mean? Yeah, visibility is also a good point, yes. Is respecting somebody's gender and their biology not kicking somebody in the nads? Not ogling somebody's breasts? Is that what respecting somebody's biology is? I don't know what that means. It's just a nonsensical bunch of words that don't have a point.
Is it working? And maybe there are biological differences between men and women that we should respect, and that deep down a lot of women want to get married and have children. In fact, we should applaud it and we should support it. And
deep down a lot of women want to get married. How do you know that? This is well, deep down you actually know God exists. Getting married right now is not an issue of biological differences. The issue is fucking economic status, Charlie. The issue is economics. Who's fucking paying for fucking the wedding, asshole? Who's gonna pay for the home? Who's gonna pay for the kids? How are you gonna afford fucking one person working and one person staying at home regardless of their gender? And why would their gender even matter? If one person's better at it than the other, then the person who's better at it should be the one doing it. You think that people don't applaud at weddings? Do you think people show up and say, boo, you shouldn't get married? I'm sure that happens sometimes, but that's incredibly fucking situational. Deep down, Charlie Kirk thinks that women just want to get married. Do you not think that women could want more than one thing? This is just sexism. This is just women are less than. Dog whistling.
Working, and maybe there are biological differences between men and women that we should respect, and that deep down a lot of women want to get married and have children. In fact, we should applaud it and we should support it.
Where does feminism say any of these things can't be done or shouldn't be done?
And we should say it means nothing if you're going to go be a CEO of some shoe company or be some banker in London. What matters
is, listen, the man should have all of the money and the success, and the woman should just stay home. See? Like, what do you mean? Suddenly, if it's a woman doing it, it doesn't matter. It doesn't hold any value. But if a man does it, it's something to brag about. Does bro realize that people don't want to work under the current system because it's ass? Right?
If you raise children and you have something to pass down long after you're gone.
I think I would bring...
What are you going to pass down to your children if you don't have a job, Charlie? Is that not accidentally suggesting that the woman should get married, have kids, and be a successful CEO so they have something to pass down? Why does Charlie keep undermining his own argument inside of his argument? Stop that.
2 points to that. The first one is just really simple, which is that you can ascribe liberalism all you want as the cause of the unhappiness. I would argue something else. I would say that it's certain economic policy that has very little to do with the social acceptance of alternative lifestyles. I would say that we can recognize that income inequality across a vast swathe of Western countries has increased, which causes all kinds of social ills, a lack of social cohesion, housing price growth doesn't correspond with wage growth, monopolies increasingly become kind of emboldened to interfere with politics, and monopolies don't prioritize social health either. I think that those offer more compelling reasons for a decline in happiness than an increase in freedoms, because just one more thing, on an intuitive basis, generally speaking, people want more freedom, not less.
Okay, so if that's true, why is it...
I would like to point out that it's really good of her to call out that what Charlie Kirk is selling, his pitch, is less freedom for people, specifically women.
Do you agree that the happiest women of the West are married with kids?
Freedoms, because just one more thing, on an intuitive basis, generally speaking, people want more freedom, not less.
Okay, so if that's true, why is it? Do you agree that the happiest women of the West are married with kids?
That doesn't matter. So this is a loaded question for a couple of different reasons. It doesn't address anything that she's brought up, but it's a loaded question because if you build the structure in a way that benefits a particular lifestyle, then that particular lifestyle is going to appear to do better than other lifestyles. Right? That's how that works. So you've already loaded the answer and loaded the question.
I would have to look into it, but
Every
I think there are certain
study, right?
there are certain
and
studies that
objectively, we know that, right? The women with kids are not the ones tearing down statues.
We don't objectively know that, Charlie. You don't get to just state that something is objective. That's not how it works. You don't just throw the word objective in front of things. People's fucking especially when it's about how people feel about things. It's an entirely subjective issue. Holy shit.
Right? They're the ones that actually have obligations.
Does tearing down statues correspond to some kind of smiles per capita data set that I wasn't aware of?
Again, it's like, it's a little bit of a one-liner. The happy and the grateful. The happy and the grateful usually don't go burn down Wendy's in their spare time.
You don't have to be happy and grateful. You can be happy and not grateful at all. You can also be unhappy and working towards that happiness, and if working towards that happiness and like getting rid of the thing that makes you unhappy, right, can bring happiness. Again, he's doing that thing where he's trying to cherry pick out random incidents and then applying it to everything. Right? So it's like, if there's an unhappy single woman because we've set up the system to shit on single women, like let's call it a single mother, right? Therefore, marriage is good and we should do a monogamy and not let women get divorced because this one woman is unhappy because we set her up for failure. Right? So, again, you're back to you've loaded the gun. Right? You're just saying like, hey, I shot you in the foot. Therefore, women are unhappy. Therefore, you should be married because if you were married, I wouldn't have shot you in the foot. If unmarried people are intentionally suppressed and made unhappy by people like Charlie Kirk, then they create that reality. Yeah, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. So by this logic, if you were to say objectively that Charlie Kirk's presence makes women unhappy, like they're not happy with him being there, they're uncomfortable, they don't like him, then objectively we should remove Charlie Kirk from society because that is one person negatively affecting 50% of the population. Right? By Charlie Kirk's logic, we should just remove Charlie Kirk.
We saw in our country all throughout a single summer. But as a side note, you would agree, objectively, study after study, survey after survey, that the women of the West that are married and have children, especially a lot of children, are far happier than even the ones that earn more money correlated at the same age.
He thinks a subjective poll makes his assumption to the solution objective. Right? So I'm gonna say this one thing just to be clear. Charlie Kirk thinks that a subjective study, right? A study that is asking a question, a survey, a poll, a subjective poll equals and is the equivalent of an objective and gives his solution and presumptions objective truth. That is, and he has never justified between point A and point B.
So I also don't think that happiness is a very good metric, and neither do you, because you think gay people shouldn't just pursue happiness by being gay. They have other moralistic considerations to be making. So I don't think smiles per capita is a particularly convincing way to measure whether or not we should encourage women to be autonomous. I think we should maximize agency within a fair system that has reasonable parameters because it's expedient, it's good for the economy, it's logical, it's the moral thing, because if we can't prove the material harms, we shouldn't discourage it. And also self-reported studies is a really flawed way to do psychology. It's the week before my university exams right now, and I'm standing here explaining the basic methodology behind survey collection in sociology, which you don't even think is a real subject, to Charlie Kirk. If I took one of those surveys right now, I'd check extremely miserable, but so would a Palestinian child who's been torn to smithereens. How are we going to measure...
You would say extremely miserable?
No, I'm
Yes, Charlie! When women have to explain basic concepts to you when they are well beyond your capabilities, it makes them miserable. And women don't like being around you because you hate them! And you're telling them that you should get to control their lives, you fucking jackass! Why are you surprised? Yes! Extremely miserable. I'm on my 3rd video watching your dumbass. Extremely miserable. Horrid. Baffling. Awful experience. Sometimes you do things that are uncomfortable or end up being a negative experience because it's worthwhile to do anyway. Straight women are happier without men in their lives. This is that's true. It's true. These are like it's a Hi Noodles, welcome. Good timing.
Kind of making a joke.
No, I mean, but seriously, like, she
had to explain that she was being hyperbolic to him. I'm going through exams and I am standing here as a student explaining the basics of statistical psychology to Charlie Kirk. Get me out. Charlie Kirk looks so fucking goofy when you take him out of his extremist bubble and put him around like regular, normal people that are like have some education.
Hold on, I mean, like that's an important point though, is that the women in the West have
that you fucking suck and they have to listen to you and people like you that you're dog whistling to and encouraging. Yeah, it's almost like if Charlie Kirk were to actually listen to women and actually care about women, he wouldn't be doing or saying the shit that he wants. He's just a hypocrite. He's just a liar.
The best in the world, and yet they're way unhappier than women of sub-Saharan Africa. There's something fundamentally wrong here.
Did he just miss what she said at the last bit of what she said? Because she said, when you take these statistics, when you take this information, context gets lost, and you can manipulate statistics and numbers really easy. Miserable women explaining statistics to Charlie Kirk, 100%, sample size 1. Exactly.
Women of sub-Saharan Africa have something that a lot of women in the West do not have. The women in the West have cats, and they have good jobs. And the women of sub-Saharan...
Do the women in the sub-Sahara don't have cats? Cats are the level? Really? Like, you understand that, like, this is why people don't like you and why women don't like you, right? Because you're distilling it down to stupidity.
Sub-Saharan Africa. There's something fundamentally wrong here. Because the women of sub-Saharan Africa have something that a lot of women in the West do not have. The women in the West have cats, and they have good jobs. And the women of sub-Saharan Africa, they have a bully.
And suddenly those are good jobs. Funny how that changes.
Women in the West have cats, and they have good jobs. And the women of sub-Saharan Africa, they have a belief in the divine, and they have kids. And maybe there's a
And no cats? And again, we're back to Charlie Kirk does not treat child rearing as a job. Sub-Saharan Africa has cats, and a lot of them. Cats are native to the Sub-Sahara. Wow. Cats. What an asshole.
Illogical undercurrent that is keeping a lot of women from realizing their full potential. And so without reading your phone and just like, connecting.
I'm not really reading my phone.
Well, it's fine. Sure, then you can answer.
She put notes on her phone. You didn't call anybody else out for having things written on paper and on their phones. That's how you know she fucking made him incredibly uncomfortable. Look, the way he's standing changed. His his tonality changed because she fucking nailed him to the fucking wall. She got him. And now he's mad about it, and instead of trying to talk to her like she's intelligent, like he has been attempting to do with the men that he's talked to, he's trying to fucking talk down to her, try to dismiss her, and try to treat her like she's lesser than, because Charlie Kirk hates women. And he's talking to her like she's stupid, like nobody knows where cats come from. Like, women in the West don't have kids. They certainly do.
Without it. Fair enough. Would you agree that it's a good thing that more women get married and have children in the West?
I would ask you, would you say that a sub-Saharan African woman who's experienced female genital mutilation and checks extremely happy in a survey, and I also would check extremely happy in a survey, who do you think would be objectively more happy, even if they both check the same answer?
No, again, so I fully, if you want to talk about how Islam mistreats women, we could talk all.
Nope. Answer the question, Charlie. And I would like to point out that remember a little while ago when I said what Charlie actually wants is a theocracy? He wants to be able to weaponize his religious beliefs and use them to impose on other people. And he just picked a predominantly not Christian area but just an area that he believes is more religiously oppressive as what to be aspired to, which is inherently anti-American. That is anti-America. That is an anti-America ideology. Fun fact, women are more likely to get married today compared to any other time in history. Oh, interesting. Do you have a citation for that? I want to also point out that a lot of marriages in the past were prearranged. There is also that. Yeah, he's absolutely overlooking that aspect. But yeah, he's just blatantly talking about how Islam mistreats women. Well, completely unironically putting out as if Christianity doesn't. But
Let's check the same answer.
No, again, so I fully, if you want to talk about how Islam mistreats women, we could talk all day long. Like, I'm all for that.
Me too.
Okay, good. So we agree.
Absolutely.
We actually have
agree on
agreement.
many things.
Then we should shut off Muslim immigration to the UK, right? We totally agree.
I think that all religious fundamentalism is bad, and if you take that logic, we should also not allow evangelical Christians into the UK either.
Hold on. So hold on a second.
hey! She's trying to dodge the question, and she just let him dodge the question into a spike pit trap. Oh my god. I don't know where this woman's going, but it's places. Good job. Absolutely rolled. Well done. This woman was prepared. It's almost like she's educated or something. Got him. Well, by the way, that would mean that Charlie Kirk would be banned from going to, from immigrating or going to the UK. Look at him, hold on, look at his hand. Wait. Wait, woman, no, shut up.
Fundamentalism is bad, and if you take that logic, we should also not allow evangelical Christians into the UK either.
Hold on. So hold on a second. Hold on. That's funny. Hold on. Can you show me what would your example, because I have 50, of a single Christian country that you would say mistreats women, right?
America.
America. Everybody say it with me now. America! Brilliant. Absolutely fucking mwah. Charlie Kirk's gotta be like, look at his face. Look at his dumb fucking, look at his stupid face. Hold on, let me, look at his stupid face. Look at this man's dumbass fucking. Ooh! Oh, he's so mad! He's so mad! He's so angry! 0.0000003 seconds to answer. America! Instant answer! He walked into that one. He dodged into a pit trap and then tried to climb out and then just got, like, kicked in the face. Wonderful. Oh, bro walked into that like a Tom and Jerry sketch. He did. Meme-erific. Ooh, America. Fucking America, like just America, straight up. God damn. I applaud thee. Absolutely wrecked. Absolutely destroyed. Wonderful. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10! What'd I tell you? I told you he was gonna get rolled. Wonderful! He keeps dodging into traps. Anvil drop. The piano. Bong!
Scared, Daddy?
Well done, well done.
Oh, really?
Yes.
We had a female woman vice president. We had a female vice president, a female speaker of the House. Women earn more than men in
You want to talk about how the Republican Party talked about and treated Kamala Harris? That is not the flex that you think it is. And again, an individual does not mean the whole of women. If you treat one woman well, it does not mean you are treating all women well. This is the same argument of, oh, but I'm not racist, I have a black friend. You like a singular black person. That does not mean you are not racists.
America.
In Rwanda, female representation in government supersedes the UK by quite a lot. Did women get treated better in Rwanda?
Okay.
What a brilliant turn. Brilliant. This woman is fantastic. Oh my god, she is just ready. She's charismatic. She's witty. She's snappy. She's got the shit. She is fucking wonderful. She's got the American flag on her sweater. She's got the blonde hair, the blue eyes, pumped up kicks. Let's go. She is the Aryan that Charlie Kirk wants, but she talks and he's mad about it. Brilliant. He fucking turned this into, we had a female vice president and she's like, you want to talk about representation of women in politics? Rwanda. Fucking wonderful. Oh, God. If you possibly could you have this lady on the channel? I would love to speak with this woman. I'd be intimidated.
I might be super off this. Like, is Rwanda Islamic? Like, I'm not totally sure. I don't think it is. Like,
why would it matter? Is it? What the fuck? We're back to Charlie Kirk only knows about America and doesn't know anything about anybody else, and so bringing up anybody else embarrasses him because he's an idiot.
I might be super off this. Like, is Rwanda Islamic? Like, I'm not totally sure. I don't think it is. Like, is it? Like, I don't know, actually. It's not.
They're laughing at him.
So, again, we were just talking about Islam. It's a little bit of a side note, but you must be morally clear, because you brought up female genital mutilation, which is...
The fuck about morally clear? Look at this man. He's just fucking waffling all over the place. He's drowning. He's drowning. Religion in Rwanda. Christianity is the largest religion in Rwanda, with Protestantism and Catholic being its main denominations. Around 3% of the population claims no religious affiliation. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I will take the correction, Smitty. He thinks he knows about America, but he doesn't necessarily. Catholicism 40%, Pentecostal 21%, Protestant 15%, Seventh-day Adventist 12%, other Christian 4%, non-Muslim and other. The Constitution of Rwanda provides for freedom of religion, and the government generally respects this right in practice. In 2023, the country was scored 2 out of 4 for religious freedom. It was noted that the government policies are getting stricter. So Charlie Kirk, instead of addressing the thing that he brought up, that he got answers to, he's trying to jump to fucking moralistic bloviating about female genital mutilation.
A teaching of the Islamic faith. But as a side note, like, again, this is very important.
She already agreed about this. Look at her. She's like bored. Like, look at her face.
You must be morally clear, because you brought up female genital mutilation, which is a teaching of the Islamic faith. But as a side note, like, again, this is very important, which is, I'm not here to require you to do anything or not. I'm making a simple...
You're trying to require things of women, Charlie. You're trying to take away women's rights and freedoms, Charlie. And then trying to say that you're doing them a favor and they should be grateful and this is you treating them well, Charlie. He's trying to completely redirect, yeah.
Observation, which is objectively true regardless. The women of the West...
If it's your observation, it is not objective. fucking Christ! Christ on a bike! Motherfucker, if it's your observation, it is not objective. That is definitively, that is by definition, since he wanted to bring that up, subjective because it is your observation. God, he's such a coward. He's a coward, he fucking sucks at this, and he looks like a complete fool. This woman has just fucking dog-walked him.
Are miserable, and they're miserable for a reason, because we've told them this.
Charlie, she just told you that you make women miserable. Do you think that maybe it's your observation because the women around you are fucking miserable because of you? Maybe you're the fucking problem? The call is coming from inside the house! Ah! Guys, I don't understand. All the women I observe are miserable. It's like, yeah, because you're observing them. No women want you observing them, Charlie. You're making women uncomfortable. Stop it. I'm back to, for a guy who is making fun of the philosophy students for working at Starbucks, I think he should probably eat some fucking crow and go fuck himself.
Suppress how they are made by God and pursue something else and get a bunch of trinkets and get a bunch of promotions.
I thought fucking America was a Christian nation. The fuck to get a bunch of trinkets? So money? So women should just be poor and be happy with it. The women shouldn't have economy. Women shouldn't have the ability to make money. Women shouldn't see. You see the problem here? Do you see the issue? Do you see what he's getting at? He wants women to be completely financially reliant on men again. Do you guys remember what that was like 50 years ago? I would like to point out that that is actually relevant to closer to 50 years ago. I'm actually being correct, because go look up when in America women were allowed to have bank accounts. Women in sub-Saharan Africa don't have trinkets? Yeah, I guess not. He's just trying, he's just trying to throw incredulity and try to pretend he's talking about morals when he's actually talking about personal freedoms. He thinks that the American dream doesn't apply to women. He thinks the American dream only applies to men. I.e., he's anti-American.
And they end up at 38 years old with a big flat in London, and they're miserable. And we should tell them to stop freezing their
Why are the American women ending up in a big flat in London? Talking about fucking women in the West and then ended up at a big flat in London, as if he's now applying this observable objective truth, that like his observed objective truth is about American women in the West, and then he suddenly shifted it to apply to women in the UK, which he already admitted he doesn't know about and has not observed. Do you see this switch here? Do you see the flip-flop he's doing? I'm not going to criticize you. I don't know what's going on over here. Here's me criticizing you and telling you what to do. Hey, if trinkets are a moral failing, Charlie, why are you worth allegedly $12 million?
eggs and start finding their partner earlier and have lots of babies.
Yeah, okay.
If they were gonna freeze their eggs, doesn't that enable them to have more babies? By the way, doesn't that enable them? Because then you'd be able to have babies with those eggs and the eggs that you have eggs saved for later. Shouldn't he be a proponent of more eggs? Like, also, how many women freeze their eggs? I just want to London, UK or London, Canada. Yeah, I don't know. Is there a London in America? Is there like a London city in America? Bro, pro capitalism but hate trinkets. Yeah. London, Texas. Freezing eggs also gives people who can't give birth a chance to have children. Yeah, breeding fetish. Hey, you remember that time that Jordan Peterson unironically shared fucking milking porn? If you wanted to know whether or not Charlie Kirk hated women, that rant was it. Let's see what she says. I want to see what she says.
To tell them to stop freezing their eggs and start finding their partner earlier and have lots of babies.
That's literally, feminism doesn't say, there's no, like, time limit on feminism. It's not like, oh, don't get married until X amount of time. There's no doctrine, there's no dogma in feminism that says any of these things. He's just making that up.
I think I'd bring two just final points to this. First one is just really intuitive, right? Which is that if you actually care about women's happiness, then the solution is to structurally support them. That means universal childcare, shared legally.
She just ignores his whole rant. She's just like, whatever. That is the best answer. The best answer was just to ignore his insane rambling. Perfect. Perfect. 10 out of 10. No notes. Preach. Preach to us.
Babies.
Yeah, okay, I think I'd bring two just final points to this. First one is just really intuitive, right? Which is that if you actually care about women's happiness, then the solution is to structurally support them. That means universal childcare, shared legally enforceable parental leave, and in Nordic countries where women have high workforce participation and also some state support, they report higher life satisfaction than in more conservative countries, including America. So if your metric is happiness,
just use satisfaction surveys. You just told me they're BS.
So are satisfaction surveys bullshit or not? Because you told me they're bullshit.
Do you acknowledge satisfaction surveys or not? You just told me that they're BS. Do you think...
No, she didn't. She said you didn't understand them. That doesn't mean they're bullshit, Charlie. You're just making shit up. Yeah, satisfaction is bullshit. No, he's talking about the surveys. He's saying that, like, yo, you said that the surveys were bullshit. That's not what she said. She never said that. Funny that suddenly swearing is okay with Charlie now, with his moral high horse.
They're objective. We can use that as data?
I don't think that...
They're not objective! Charlie! Jesus fucking Christ! The things that are objective are the only... Is the only thing that Charlie thinks is viable have to be objective? Like, if it's not objective, it has no value, because that seems to be his position.
The only sole data set, but it is a data set that necessarily
You told me they're so
matters.
flawed and you self-report. Okay, by the macro self-satisfaction data, I am correct. And you are right. When you have paid family leave, you are happier. I'm actually a proponent of that. At Turning Point USA, we pay for 6 months when somebody has a child. I think there's a lot of agreement we can have on that. We need to encourage having more children. I think the Hungarian child policy is phenomenal. We should look at it.
Let her answer, you prick. Stop misrepresenting and lying about what she said. Not sure he understands objective versus subjective. Yeah, now he's on to Hungary. She got him so good that he is totally all over the place. She's just letting him burn himself to the ground right now.
That is plaguing the West is we're not having enough kids. And it's not just bad because we won't have a future, it's also bad because the present is awfully miserable for too many women as well.
But you are attributing it to feminism, and that's the contention, because you are misattributing it to feminism, which you cannot justify. You just strawman feminism and say that it is doing things and saying things and encouraging things that it is not doing. No feminists. Feminism is not going to tell you you can't be a stay-at-home mom. That's not what it says. Economics says, and socioeconomic status says you can't be a stay-at-home mom. And that's about pragmatism and capability, not about ideology or desire. You need to have a happy society. You need to have a stable socioeconomic status and a healthy economy. And America does not have a healthy economy. And has an overabundance of low socioeconomic status, where fucking like 5% of people own the majority of money.
Okay, in which case I think we get...
Do I start bringing this to a close, please?
Okay, I think just one final thing, which is that in which case we
He's trying to interrupt her because he wants to have the last word.
to a really interesting argument about what parts of womanhood can be demarcated to the social and what kinds of womanhood can be demarcated to biological. So for example, my anatomy is demarcated to the biological, but the fact that I might potentially be a better nurturer than a man, I would demarcate that to the social, you might demarcate that to the biological, in which case we have differing moral scales of value. I would ask why we should necessarily prioritize your moral scale of value, which prioritizes things like the birth rate, when in actual fact there are various other moral scales of value. And if you yourself are a free market American, why is it the case that you would not, like the previous speaker noted,
I've already answered
extend personal freedoms towards all spheres, including a private sphere?
I believe in absolute truth claims, and it's absolutely wrong and bad when a society stops having kids to replace their own population. And then you have
They're not stopping having kids. And no, you didn't answer. Charlie Kirk doesn't understand what borrowing from the future is. When you borrow economically from the future, which is something that has been crushing millennials from in economics and in society, it means that you make those loans and you take that money based on the assumption that the birth rate will be maintained in an upward scale. It's not just not replacing themselves, it's that you need to have an upwards tick of job market, socioeconomic status climb, social mobility, and population growth. Not population stagnation, not population decline. Charlie Kirk does not understand what he's saying. He doesn't understand what he's talking about, and he weaponizes that ignorance to speak incorrectly on an authority as if he thinks he knows what he's talking about, proud of his ignorance. His ignorance is what's entitling him and emboldening him to do stuff like this. If you want women in America to have more children, you need to treat them better. Telling them they don't matter and to get back in the kitchen and go get pregnant is not going to encourage women to have children. If your goal is for women to have more children, then you need to make it economically feasible for them to do so. You need to enable them. That's what she is saying. But it's not about women. Charlie doesn't care about women. He just wants more babies. He doesn't care about how they get there, how they survive, whether or not the women live. It's irrelevant to him. Which it means you would think that if you wanted more babies, you would want women to be more healthy and have better access to medical care. And a woman who has an ectopic pregnancy able to get it aborted as soon as possible so that way she can have children sooner. But Charlie doesn't want those things because it's not actually about the population. It's not actually about economics. It's not actually about morals. It is about control. It is about Charlie Kirk hates women and wants to put them in a box so he doesn't have to listen to them. He wants them to sit down and shut up and take dick. That's all he wants from women. And he wants to use the government and his religion to impose that on people, including men, because it doesn't put men in a good spot either. You know what that sets men up for? To be murdered by their wives. It puts undue additional stress on men. It puts undue additional expectations onto men that they are not set up to succeed at. It makes everybody miserable. That's why we changed it. That's what fucking civil rights movement was. But he doesn't know about the civil rights movement. He doesn't understand that. He doesn't understand what any of these fucking things are about. He's an idiot. He just wants power over women because he realizes that women don't like him. Remember? He objectively observes women being miserable. Yeah, because they're around you. And he deep down, he knows that that's what it is. Because remember, who is he catering to? He's catering to disenfranchised young men who are going to buy this bullshit and that women are uncomfortable around them. And they don't understand why and they don't know what to do. And they think if you just suppress women, that will make their lives better. And it won't. It won't make your life better. Suppressing a woman won't make you feel better. It won't improve your life.
to import the third world and you become the third world. It's bad.
I disagree, but thank you.
America's already a third world. It's just a third world dressed up as in a first world suit.
Thank you.
See, he just wanted the last word. That woman rolled him. He should be embarrassed. Look at him looking at the floor. He fucking knows. Nice fucking shoes, you fucking loser.
Thank you. And the final question that we've got time for today is from Sammy McDonald from St. John's College.
Yeah, and Smitty is right. He did just make the argument that America should be the sub-Saharan Africa.
Good evening, Mr. Kirk. You've obviously devoted a lot of your life to electing, keeping in power Donald Trump, and you did so partly because you said Trump would put Americans first and take them out of foreign conflicts. Should we see how that is going at the moment?
This is the most Weasley-coded person I have ever seen. I love him. I love this man's hair. This is great. I like this guy already. Before this guy goes, this dude is about to unleash doom upon Charlie Kirk. But I'm gonna go and get I only put some hot water in here. I'm gonna actually make a fresh tea. Yeah, I love this man's hair. I'm already into whatever this guy is saying. We'll be back in 1 moment. Alright, are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready, kids? This guy's name is McDonald. Alright, we're on the last question. Let's go!
For today is from Sammy McDonald from St. John's College.
Good evening, Mr. Kirk. You've obviously devoted a lot of your life to electing, keeping in power Donald Trump, and you did so partly because you said Trump would put Americans first and take them out of foreign conflicts. Should we see how that is going at the moment? Currently,
Trump has just accepted a $400 million debt from Qatar, which we're assured is perfectly above board. Billions in arms are going to Saudi Arabia, which they're using to bomb and starve Yemeni children. Not sure how that's in the interest of the United States, but it might be in the interest of the $5.5 billion deal his failed sons are receiving. At the same time, this great president of peace has greenlit mass killings not just in Yemen, but in Gaza, where he greenlit an invasion called Operation Gideon's Chariot with the express aim of wiping out the Gazan population. You promised to put America first. Haven't you and your ilk sold America out?
No.
Well, I'm glad you have great intellectual substance and can...
No. Boo. Oh, his response to that was way better than than I think I would have done. Glad you have great intellectual substance. Charlie Kirk thought he was being clever, and he is getting rolled. Absolutely rolled by students. I think everybody that he's talked to is at least 10 years younger than him at this point.
Because it's all the culture wars for you, isn't it? The second someone actually tells you what you're doing, which is red.
Can you calm down a little bit? Like, just a little bit. You're pounding the table, you're all over the place. No.
Boo! 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 Tone policing! So, Charlie Kirk walking back and forth and being bombastic. Wow, Charlie. Wow. Not happy that the word no didn't fucking work?
You want me to go piece by piece? Or would you like me to talk slower?
I think you can...
Number one, Donald Trump is convening a peace deal between...
You're not gonna let him finish? You're gonna condescend to him and then not let him answer? Of course, Charlie, you fucking prick. Why does he keep dodging into traps? I don't know.
Between Russia and Ukraine. Joe Biden gave them armaments.
Going well, isn't it?
We're not asking about Russia and Ukraine. Stay on topic. And also, that is not going well at all, Charlie. I don't think Russia and fucking Ukraine is fucking very, is the flex you think it is.
He's going well.
Can you not interrupt me? Well. I allowed you to talk uninterrupted.
You were supposed to sit there and answer the question. You answered the question and then interrupted his next point. You are the one interrupting, Charlie. You seem pretty triggered, Charlie, and you're trying to hide it by pretending you're calm, which is why you're actually lashing out at being confronted with facts. Charlie also interrupted the woman when she was finishing off her last 2 points and didn't let her get to the second point. Charlie also interrupted the med student. Charlie also has been interrupting literally fucking everybody. It's almost like Charlie is stressed the fuck out.
Famous for not interrupting.
Yeah, I haven't interrupted a single person here today. Can I speak uninterrupted,
Well,
actually?
you just interrupted him! You just interrupted the woman! Should I have been doing a counter to see how many times fucking Charlie Kirk interrupted people? Motherfucker, are you serious? I'm glad this guy fucking got him on that one too. Holy shit! So, what are we at? 4? I'm gonna start dinging for fucking this guy just nailing fucking Charlie. That's 4 at least. Let me know if you think it's more than 4.
Actually? Okay. He is convening a peace deal between Russia and Ukraine. I believe we will see an end to that war.
He is, in fact, not doing that, and he is, in fact, pulling out of doing that. He promised... I will, again, remind you, Trump promised in 24 hours a peace deal, and he is grossly fucking not even gotten close to that. So, nope. Nope. You believe incorrectly.
Number 2, he's actually talking to Iran and discouraging Israel to strike the interior of Iran and has stopped many other international countries to do the same. Number 3, can you give him credit for ending the Indian-Pakistan?
You see that? Watch fucking Charlie. Oh, this is so gross. Look at what this guy is trying to do here. Look at this. Hold on. Watch Charlie Kirk. I'm gonna mute the audio because you can just see what he's doing. Let me show you. And yeah, no, he did not. Trump has a habit of trying to take credit for things that he's not doing. Okay. Hold on. I'm gonna mute it for a second. Watch Charlie Kirk. Did you see what he did? Let me zoom out a little bit so you can see a little bit better as well. I zoomed in a little too far. You need to be able to see his feet. Watch him. Watch what he does. This is nefarious as fuck. Switches hands, puts his hand forward, leans it in, leans his knee forward, and then puts his fucking mic down like he made some really big point. Like he's trying to be fucking intimidating. Like, you see what he did? And he's saying like the most unhinged, untrue shit. This is what this is it's posturing. He is trying to seem far more confident about and like imposing about what it is he's actually saying. So let's watch it again. But we're gonna watch it with the actual with the audio on and the subtitles, so we can see what he's actually saying.
Any other international countries to do the same. Number 3, can you give him credit for ending the Indian-Pakistan war?
I told you he's saying the most unhinged shit. Fucking Trump had nothing to do with India and Pakistan. So no, nobody's going to give Donald Trump credit for something he had literally nothing to do with. If anything, Trump has emboldened Pakistan to take money from Russia to fucking fund attacking fucking India. Oh my god! If you want to know more about the Indian-Pakistan war, there is a video coming out on Debate Hub, but also, like, Monty was talking about it, if you want to go find it in our stream yesterday. Or, sorry, on Saturday. India's pissed about it. About fucking Donald Trump taking credit for that. Absolutely fucking pissed. Absolutely pissed. Let me see if I can find it. India responds. I try to find her. Let me go to... I'll be able to find it from here. I think it's this one.
Her program.
Yes, it is. Okay, here we go. I don't want to worry about what Midas is saying. I want to just... Here we go. This.
She does not mince words. Play this clip.
India's position, Pakistan sponsors terror and it will have to suffer the consequences. And while India sends this message to the world, someone else is trying to steal the mic. I'm talking about US President Donald Trump. India and Pakistan decided on a ceasefire, but the announcement came from Donald Trump. And since then, he's been telling a lie, repeating it on loop, that he stopped this conflict.
On Saturday, my administration helped broker a full and immediate ceasefire, I think a permanent one, between India and Pakistan, ending a dangerous conflict of two nations with lots of nuclear weapons. Just days ago, my administration successfully brokered a historic ceasefire to stop the escalating violence between India and Pakistan, and I used trade to a large extent to do it. I don't want to say I did, but I sure as hell helped settle the problem between Pakistan and India last week, which was getting more and more hostile.
And Trump said it again yesterday to the South African president that he mediated the ceasefire.
Doing a big deal with India, we're doing a big deal with Pakistan, and I said, what are you guys doing? You know, somebody had to be the last one to shoot. but the shooting was getting worse and worse, bigger and bigger, deeper and deeper into the countries. And we spoke to them, and I think I hate to say we got it settled, and then 2 days later, something happens, and they say it's Trump's fault. But Pakistan has got some.
He's such a freak.
Excellent people and some really good, a great leader. And India is my friend, Modi. And he's a
mutual friend.
Yeah, he's a great guy. And I called them both, and we just did something good.
Yes, he's still not giving up. India has fact-checked him on more than one occasion, but Trump won't let it go. It's like a broken record. Today, India's External Affairs Minister debunked Donald Trump's statements. S. Jaishankar is visiting Europe. Earlier this week, he was in the Netherlands. He was asked about US involvement in the ceasefire, and Jaishankar had just one thing to say. The US was in the United States, meaning Washington had no role to play. And it's something that India has been saying from day one. India hit terror camps in Pakistan on May 7th. Pakistan hit back. That's when India struck their military bases. A humble Pakistan sued for peace. On May 10th, their army sent a message to India. They were ready to stop firing, and New Delhi responded accordingly. That is the story. That is how the ceasefire came about. The US was informed, as were many other countries. None of them is claiming credit. But Donald Trump wants to be the hero in the story. India won't have it. There is no room for the US in this conversation. The Kashmir issue is bilateral. Operation Sindoor was not about Kashmir. It was about Pakistani terrorism. India will not tolerate it. And when it comes to national security, India will write its own script. No one.
Ta-da! Charlie, nobody's gonna give Donald Trump credit for shit that Donald Trump had nothing to fucking do with. So how about, Charlie, are you willing to admit what Donald Trump is lying about and actually call him out and hold him accountable on the things that we know that he's fucking accountable for? No, because you would rather detract and try to claim that Donald Trump's bullshit is bullshit. All this is Charlie Kirk huffing his own supply. He's just huffing his own supply. That's all it is. I'm back to, and I've said this before, and I've posted it on Blue Sky, I've talked about this before. America has blinders on, where there is only America and not America. For the love of God, if you are in America, please go and read something that is written outside of America. Go and find a cast or the news that is not just American news. That doesn't mean you have to believe everything that India's news outlet says about Pakistan. You don't have to believe that. You can watch Pakistan news as well and find out what the fuck they are saying, and then actually have some context to what you're fucking listening to and what you're talking about. I am sick of fucking people like Charlie Kirk and the people who follow Charlie Kirk running around knowing nothing about anything that's going on in the world, as if they do know, and they're like, what? America is just the best, as he sits here and talks about how shit America is. Woo! Good job! Remember, this is the guy, meaning Donald, who took credit for celebrating the cemetery on women's suffrage, saying that no one had celebrated the 100th year anniversary until he was in office. Fucking literally insane. Literally fucking insane.
Both of them said he didn't do that.
Well, hold on.
Both of them! India and Pakistan both said he didn't do that! So why would we give him credit for something that had nothing to do with him, you fucking psycho?
For ending the Indian-Pakistan war?
As if it's not, it's terrorist attacks, not a full, like, a war, meaning what? What war are you talking about?
Both of them said he didn't do that.
Well, hold on a second.
Let's go back.
No, that's important.
Russia, Ukraine.
Hold on, that's important.
Can I speak now?
Yes, but the Indian-Pakistan thing, you got to go deeper than that.
We'd have to go deeper than both of them said that Trump had nothing to do with it? Why? Why do we need to go deeper than that? No, we don't! We don't need to do that! In fact, I propose that we in fact do not do that! Ah!
Let's go in order. Is a peace summit where the main person in question, Russia, doesn't show up, is that a success, Mr. Kirk?
I'm not even sure. I'm not even sure.
A success?
Well, again, these are ongoing negotiations.
Yes or no, dude? He's talking about that fucking Vladimir Putin didn't even bother to show up to the negotiating table that he demanded that Zelensky capitulate to. Zelensky capitulated, and Putin didn't even bother to show up, and Charlie Kirk's like, I don't know what you're talking about, because he's a fucking idiot.
And it's a lot better than when your Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, went alongside our Secretary of State, Tony Blinken, to Istanbul and unnecessarily blew up a potential Russian peace.
Whataboutism? Boo! And no, there was no potential peace with Russia. Peace with Russia starts as soon as whenever Vladimir Putin wants to stop attacking and invading people. It stops whenever that happens, or everybody else forces him to stop. There is only two options. This is a complete deflection of whataboutism that is completely irrelevant to the point he brought up. He brought up Russia and Ukraine as a point in his favor. And then when confronted about how that's not a point in his favor, he deflects to fucking Istanbul. Pretending there is any potential peace with Russia right now is just a dog whistle and fucking fake news. R.I.P. Russian planes. R.I.P. Russian planes.
Peace deal, which has resulted in hundreds of thousands of dead Ukrainians, one of the great unnecessary wars of the modern era. Donald Trump believes in conversation.
You mean the one that happened because America agreed to protect Ukraine under the circumstances that they denuclear? And then has stabbed them in the fucking back? And you think that's a point in your favor as your president? The guy on your side is continuing to stab them in the back and they're just ignoring him now?
And police through strength. He has been president for well over 120 to 130 days, and he has already ended a war between two nuclear conflicts of India.
No, he did not.
Pakistan. He has secured our own U.S. southern border while we were being invaded.
No, he has not. You were not being invaded at all, period. That's a lie.
By foreign powers. And thirdly, he is brokering a potential settlement with Iran that will prevent a major escalation in the Middle East. And finally,
no, he is not.
It is very difficult, but I believe they'll get it done, that will finally see an end to the Russian-Ukrainian war.
It's really interesting that all the things that Charlie Kirk wants to bring credit for Donald Trump are all bullshit. It's almost like there isn't any legitimate thing to give Donald Trump credit for, so he has to use bullshit propaganda about things that aren't even true and are not successful. It's almost like this is a lie. So how come, Charlie Kirk, you can't come up with one singular thing that is uncontested and actually Charlie Kirk says he works in objective truth, remember? A minute ago, I work in objective truth. That's funny, because none of these things you just said are true.
I'm just going to disregard the enormous lies you just put out there about Russia and Ukraine. Okay. But do you really think leverage, negotiations work if you cut off all your leverage and scream at one party in the Oval Office? Don't you think that has just emboldened Russia? Because look at the approach.
He's talking about Zelensky, the Zelensky debacle.
Putin thinks so much of your glorious president, he can't even be... Negotiations work if you cut off all your leverage and scream at one party in the Oval Office. Don't you think that has just emboldened Russia? Because look at the approach. Putin thinks so much of your glorious president, he can't even be asked to show up. You have...
Not only is he not even can be bothered to show up to the thing that he put forward, but also he talked to Trump mocking him at a fake school setting that he set up to mock Trump, and has his news that he controls, the government controls the news in Russia, playing Melania's sex tape on loop. They are mocking Trump.
Elected or help elect somebody who is at best an idiot and at worst is deeply corrupt.
I think Charlie Kirk does actually believe this bullshit. I think that Charlie Kirk does believe that Donald Trump had anything to do with the Pakistan India conflict. I would also like to point out that Charlie Kirk is not intelligent enough to think otherwise and is intellectually lazy to bother. So I think that there are a lot of things that Charlie Kirk believes because Big Daddy Trump told him to. Big Brother said to believe this stuff. He just eats propaganda and then spits it, regurgitates it back out, and expects everybody to be grateful to him for it. And nobody's fucking buying it. Not here. He's getting rolled.
Okay, again, so Trump and Putin had a 2-hour phone call today. You'll acknowledge that's a good thing. The pursuit of peace.
No, that is not necessarily a good thing. Is this the one where he said he had to leave real quick to go talk to Putin and then he went golfing and then bombing happened immediately? That call, or are you talking about a different call? I don't inherently believe that Trump talking to Putin is a good thing because Why? Why is that a good thing?
Sometimes be a winding road, and it's a lot better than
Trump campaigned on 24 hours peace. You still haven't confronted or answered the actual question.
Sending hundreds of billions of dollars further into the killing fields of eastern Ukraine, something that tragically both the UK government and the US government has been unnecessarily supporting for a couple of years. President Trump.
So you think that taking support away from Ukraine will stop the death of Ukrainians? Why? That's just going to cause more Ukrainian deaths, you fucking psychopath. I like how Charlie Kirk has no idea. Listen, come here. Charlie Kirk has no idea about Canada's involvement in arming Ukraine. He has no idea. Don't tell him. Don't tell him. Don't. He has no idea. Guarantee it. He has no clue how much damage Canada has done to Russia specifically and to Putin specifically. And if he thinks it's bad now, again, I would like to point out, real quick, Ukraine, without bothering talking to Washington, bombed the shit out of some fucking deep Russia planes. So, shut the fuck up, Charlie. Nobody cares about what your president has to say on the world stage. You're a fucking embarrassment.
Wants to see a brokerage, an ending of this settlement. I pray we can get it. It's very complicated because of the mess that Joe Biden left, which...
Pray harder. And it was not a mess left by Joe Biden. Joe Biden was actually, if I remember correctly from Saturday, because we double checked on this, about deep strikes. On Saturday, I literally said, hey, Ukraine's allowed to do deep strikes. And then the next day, deep strikes. I was like, yeah, because Germany, the UK, France, and America, signed on by Joe Biden, allowed Ukraine to do deep strikes with their weaponry, because before it was disallowed. They were like, listen, we're going to support you, but you can't do deep strikes in Russia. Well, they lifted that restriction under Joe Biden.
Which was an active kinetic war with a nuclear power sending American-made missiles into the interior of Russia. So President Trump has already...
They weren't allowed in the interior of Russia until recently. This is only like the other day. So like, this is as of May 25th, and it was only like this weekend that Ukraine struck the interior of Russia. So this is a lie.
Ended a war. He's ended an invasion. He's only 130 days into this, and I believe...
Wrong. Lie.
We do not know. At this point, we are merely speculating, which I think we should not spend our time doing that, because eventually...
This isn't speculation. It is a fact.
One of us will be right. I believe we'll be right, and I believe we'll see an end to this war.
Can we just talk about 100?
We're going to see an end to this war, but it's not going to have anything to... It will not be helped by Trump at all.
Worth of weapons, because you dodged my question.
No, he's saying that Trump ended the invasion of America. But that is also the same invasion that they're claiming is ongoing, that they're trying to use the Aliens Enemies Act to deport people. So, again, we're back to Charlie Kirk wants to have his cake and eat it too. That was rejected, but let's roll it back a little bit. The invasion that Charlie Kirk is claiming that Trump stopped was the invasion of Mexico into America at their southern border. That doesn't exist. That's not a thing. But even if it were a thing, Trump is claiming he is allowed to deport people without due process under the Alien Enemies Act which is an act that states that there is an active invasion. So did Trump stop the invasion, or did Trump not stop the invasion? Because if he stopped the invasion, he can't be using the Aliens Enemies Act because he's acknowledging that there is no invasion because he stopped it. If he didn't stop it, then he can theoretically use the Aliens Act, which didn't work, by the way. That was denied by the court, so that didn't fly either. It's almost like because there's no fucking invasion of America going on right now. It doesn't exist. In fact, tourism in America is in the dirt because nobody wants to fucking go there because you're fucking crazy and nobody wants to be there. So it's almost like Charlie Kirk is full of shit or something. Oh, wow. Baffling, truly.
On what was going on in the Middle East.
Time doing that, because eventually one of us will be right. I believe we'll be right, and I believe we'll see an end to this war.
Can we just talk about 100 billion's worth of weapons? Because you dodged my question on what was going on in the Middle East, where Trump has just signed enormous arms contracts with Saudi Arabia and with Qatar. And I noticed you ignored the fact that this might have had anything to do with the blatant corruption going on through the Trump coin and going on through giving the very competent sons of Donald Trump billions of investment from Saudi Arabia and Qatar. This is something that is directly...
I like that this guy was clearly nervous at the beginning, and he has settled in quite nicely, and I'm good for him. Good, especially in the face of Charlie Kirk's belittling attitude. So, good job.
Of Donald Trump, billions of investment from Saudi Arabia and Qatar. This is something that is directly embroiling Americans into conflict, but is importantly killing many innocent people. Those nations have been known to terrorize innocent civilian populations. So if you're coming to me and you're objecting to America selling weaponry, why are you defending shilling for the Saudis?
Well, hold on. One is sending weaponry, one is purchasing. Secondly, you do know that the biggest purchase that was announced was commercial.
Wait. How do you sell weaponry without... How do you do one and not the other? You have to, if somebody purchases weapons from you, you have to send them. Didn't Donald Trump in the Oval Office, when Macron was there, the Prime Minister of France, said out loud that they're sending things to Ukraine, and Macron had to, elaborate for him and say, yes, we are sending these things, but that money is to be paid back by Russia. Presumably, when Russia loses. Not by Ukraine, because Ukraine is the defending nation. And Donald Trump agreed with him. So basically, Ukraine is purchasing weaponry to defend itself that is on quote unquote, on credit to be paid back by Russia. Because Russia's the aggressor. So what the fuck does this doesn't mean the difference between sending and purchasing? Are people buying things from America and America's just not sending the weapons? Because that actually did happen. It got resolved eventually, but Canada, I'm back to Charlie Kirk doesn't know what Canada does. Canada bought and contracted a bunch of weaponry for Ukraine and paid for it through America, contracted America to make this stuff and paid America, and then America didn't complete the contract on time, and it got pushed back and pushed back and pushed back until finally they finished it. So it's almost like America is not reliable.
Airliner 737.
Are you defending shilling for the Saudis?
Well, hold on. One is sending weaponry, one is purchasing. Secondly, you do know that the biggest purchase that was announced was commercial airliner 737, $100 billion. We've heard of Qatar Airways. They purchased $100 billion of commercial airways. You are right, there were some weapons contracts, but I guess the question...
He's talking about the blatant plane, not the fucking airways, you dipshit.
...is, would you rather have Saudi Arabia buy weapons from America or China?
I'd rather they...
What? How does that answer the question?
But I guess the question is, would you rather have Saudi Arabia buy weapons from America or China?
I'd rather they not have American weaponry at cut price rates.
See, I disagree.
Let's talk about Qatar for a second.
Okay, fine.
Because you mentioned Qatar.
He didn't let him finish, and it was interrupting him. Because, you know, Charlie Kirk never interrupted anybody in this thing. Did you hear the whole thing? He said, I would rather they not have U.S. weaponry at a cut rate And Charlie tried to interrupt him at the US weaponry part. Charlie Kirk didn't even listen to the whole thing that he had to say about the cut rate. Because Charlie's an idiot.
You've been talking a lot about Hamas and the evils of Hamas. Can I ask you, who's the main funder of Hamas?
Well, the Palestine. Well, the West actually funds Hamas.
Which state?
Well, Iran funds.
No.
Also,
where are the Hamas leaders?
And also
where are the Hamas
Qatar
leaders?
funds Hamas.
Yes.
It is a combination
So is
of
this a state we
international
should have
relief
a
organizations.
400 million jet with the President of the United States on it?
Hold on. First of all, it was not
Fucking got him.
given to him personally. I understand the optics of it, but it was not given to him personally. It was given to the.
It's given to him as Air Force One. And that's just to him. And listen, shut up, Charlie. We all fucking know. We all fucking know. Defend it all you want. We all fucking know. Don't try to fucking wiggle your way out of that one. Answer the question.
The U.S. government. And under that standard, no U.S. government should ever receive any gifts from any foreign countries whatsoever. It's not given to him.
So, because he is trying to finagle and hide it behind other things, he's trying to Al Capone it, right?
Him personally, and not a violation of the.
And why is he trying to transfer it to his personal library? He is.
Actually, okay, again, he sent out
You're
a
lying.
statement. This is way too in the weeds. If you want to keep on going it, we can.
It's in the weeds because I can't accept objective facts, but only operate on objective truth, which is based on what I subjectively observe. Charlie Kirk. Cry harder. This dude is doing great. I applaud him. Again, like I said, he was clearly nervous at the beginning. He is doing a very, very good job.
It's a fundamental moral principle.
Okay, so under that fundamental moral principle then, can you acknowledge, though, that President Trump is getting more done in a less period of time than any president we've seen, while our prior president...
No, I don't agree with that at all. Not even a little bit. I guess it depends on how you define getting stuff done. I don't know what that means. What has Donald Trump completed?
Did not even know what year he got elected. You understand the contrast here?
What aboutism again? I'm not a defender of Biden.
No, I'm not saying President Trump is far better than
That's right. He has not defended Biden at all. Good call out. Well done.
I'm the person you spent millions to
I will defend every day of someone who ends an invasion.
That's all you do is
brings down the price
He
of
has not ended an invasion.
oil, who is revitalizing the American economy.
He has not brought down the price of oil. He has not revitalized, he had definitively not fucking revitalized the American economy. Again, this was May 25th, 2025. He has not done any of these things. He's just dumping to new lies. He moved from lies about conflict into lies about the economy. None of this is true.
Who's brokering peace, who stopped the potential nuclear war, who is bringing Iran to the table and bringing Russia to the table, someone who does...
Russia literally didn't show up to the fucking table! There was a physical table and Russia wasn't there! What the fuck?
Not want armed conflicts with the greatest powers of our time. I will defend that endlessly.
Well,
what are you
I'm gonna defend this thing that is not true endlessly because I work... Because I fucking do the fucking objective truth only.
So we don't make mistakes. Go ahead, Ken.
I'm Chuck Canterbury, the National President of Fraternal Order of Police from South Carolina.
I'd like to maybe have Matt Blum. Nambia's health system is increasingly self-sufficient.
Nambia doesn't exist.
But what we just saw, we just left pleasure. For paradise. We appreciate it very much, Tim Apple. So will Christian ever run for president against you? And you heard the Prime Minister, you heard Netanyahu yesterday. Did they forget your name, John? I don't know. What's going on here?
There are so many clips about this. There are so many clips about this. This has been going on for years. Like, you're gonna endlessly defend a bunch of lies without actually understanding that they are objective facts and those things are true. He can't even contend with India and Pakistan both agreeing. Two people in conflict, both agreeing that Donald Trump had nothing to do with it. Unbelievable.
A fantasy world of your own creation. So it's quite hard to engage with.
But then disprove it.
But let's check on how Trump is doing in terms of diplomacy. Look, with the war in the Middle East, do you think it was a defensible decision to tell the Israelis you wanted Trump Gaza to agree for Israel to invade the Gaza Strip and to continue to murder thousands of innocent children and civilians in a pointless war? Is that in America's interest? Is that in humanity's interest?
Well, first of all, you should know something about Trump. There's something
No. This is a really good direction to have taken this in, and I don't know if he thought about this ahead of time before he asked this question. Charlie Kirk already decried the UK and America for quote-unquote letting Ukraine versus supporting Ukraine to defend itself against Russia. He already decried that because so many Ukrainians have died. So how are you going to defend it when Donald Trump encourages genocide? How are you going to parse those two things? And the answer is you can't, because this is a rake that Charlie Kirk put on the ground, and this guy just said, hey, there's a rake there, and then Charlie Kirk was like, what rake? Poof! Boom!
If you realize with Trump over the last 10 years, he is quite the social media user and uses hyperbolic language at times. But let me ask you, in the conflict of Israel versus Hamas, who's the good guy?
Boo! No! We're talking about the murder of children, Charlie! Boo!
I believe both Hamas and the Israeli government are evil, but I think also that there is no justification.
Are they equally?
There is no justification.
It doesn't, you don't know. Just because you don't like that this guy doesn't like both of them doesn't mean you get to impose.
For the murder and mutilation of thousands of innocent people and children in a futile...
Let's zero in on it.
There is no justification, Mr. Kirk, for invading hospitals, for bombing innocent populations and dragging out a war which is damaging Israel and the West's security.
You've made that point, but...
Well, it's not a point, it's a moral truth, isn't it?
Okay, yeah. It was also a moral truth that the war started because 1,300 Jews were killed and 200 were taken hostage.
No! That is not true! He understands nothing. You see how he's trying to get aggressive with his verbiage, with his lying? He can't deal with... It doesn't matter who started it either. If Hamas did the worst thing fucking possible, period, it does not justify killing children and civilians. Period. End of sentence. And yes, Feline is right. This is a conflict that started back in 1917. And has been going on for a long time, and there were contentions even before that. This is a very long-running scenario. This most recent conflict may have been instigated by Hamas. Maybe. You could argue that. We could accept that as a premise. But how does Hamas starting a war justify the killing of millions of children? If Hamas kills 1,000 Israeli people... Right? That's what he said? How many? Let's see, get the numbers.
Also moral truth that the war started because 1,300 Jews were killed and
1,300 Israeli people, not necessarily all Jewish, by the way, you racist fuck. If 1,300 Israeli people were killed, how does that justify a genocide? How does that justify a genocide? How does that justify murdering children? How does that justify bombing a hospital? It doesn't. The answer is it doesn't. It doesn't justify turning off water, food, not allowing humanitarian aid. It doesn't. It does not justify that. So what, Charlie? So fucking what?
200 were taken hostage. And when you declare war on Israel, expect a firestorm in reaction. Let me finish, I let you talk. Israel...
No, you didn't. You kept fucking interrupting people, and now you're just being a dick because you can't actually address the question. Because you're not justifying anything. You're trying to justify genocide.
At its holiest day of the calendar year besides Yom Kippur and Rosh Hashanah, Samat Torah, the 50-year anniversary of this...
All right, as a Canadian, by the way, we threw grenades disguised as food on Christmas at Nazis. Charlie's very angry. Yeah, he needs to calm down. He seems like he's losing it a little bit. He thinks that if he speaks with more authority, he'll have, like... He's the might makes right. If I yell, it makes me correct. He's very triggered, yeah. Good point. But yeah, as a Canadian, historically, during World War II, we gave canned food to the Germans on Christmas. One year, during like, in trenches. And then the following... That was World War II, right? Or was that World War I? It might have been World War I. I'd have to double check. Anyway, historically, we gave the Germans food one time at Christmas. And so the Germans came out the next Christmas expecting food, and they got bombs and cans filled with bombs and nails. If you want to talk about what is and is not acceptable during wartime, you'll have to check off the Geneva checklist. So, Charlie, go ahead and go get me a Geneva checklist and go check off the number of war crimes have been committed by the Palestinian people. And then go ahead and check off the number of war crimes committed by the Palestinian army, which doesn't exist. And go get the Israeli army and go find how many they've done. World War I, thank you for the correction. So go ahead. You get back to me on that. If you want to compare war crimes, if you want to compare a bombing, I do not think that the death of 1,000 people justifies carpet bombing children. And if you think that's true, it's ironic that you want to stand on a moral high ground, you piece of absolute fucking garbage. Almost every American president have done war crimes. Yes. Also that. Most recently, Obama and... wait, did Obama... Did he get tried? Has he technically done a war crime? I know there was, like, a lot of questions around all the drone bombing he was doing that people weren't happy with. But specifically George W. Bush Jr.
Six-day war. On Shabbat, Hamas invaded Israel, deciding to go recklessly...
This is all emotional rhetoric, by the way.
...to music concerts, to homes, to kibbutzes, and taking 200-plus hostages. They knew what they were doing. In one of the most cloistered...
Yes, and how does that justify bombing the shit out of children? Nobody has said, don't attack Hamas. This guy didn't say, don't attack Hamas. He's arguing, he's shadowboxing right now. He's shadowboxing nobody.
Urban environments on the planet, 2 million people live in a place where it's impossible to wage war. Impossible. Where they wear civilian clothing, they violate every tenet of the Geneva Convention, and the IDF, when they do something right, they get...
Where? What are you talking about? They violate every tenet of the Geneva Convention? So surely you have a list and citations, right?
Credit. When they do life-saving surgeries of a Gazan child, they get no credit. When they drop leaflets, they get no credit. But when they happen to bomb a place where they are operating their military from, which we now know from third-party verified sources, hundreds of Hamas military operations are in Moscow.
That's a lie that was touted by Benjamin Netanyahu, a war criminal with a warrant. And yes, he did say tenant, as if, like, yeah, talking about hyperbolic language, yeah.
Schools and hospitals. I'm sorry, the country where they were living in relative peace on October 6th, that all of a
I
sudden...
would like to remind you that Israeli forces recently were shooting at Canadians, diplomats that were there on a tour.
We had a war, and Hamas started the war, and I don't see people that
That's
were really...
not true. I remind you again, 1917.
Upset about the 2 million Germans that were killed in World War II, civilians. A tragic truth of war is that civilians die. I don't like it.
That's World War II predates the Geneva Convention. First off. Second off, relative peace. Third off, civilians die in war sometimes. Yes, that does happen. That does not make them targets or justified targets, Charlie. You fuck? You absolute absurdist motherfucker. Ridiculous. So I guess all the Palestinians are just supposed to lay down and fucking die.
And you don't like it. And they brought it upon themselves. The only operation...
Yes, Charlie. The children brought it upon themselves. Those people sick in the hospital brought it upon themselves. Yeah, definitely. This isn't disgusting and unhinged screaming about justifying the murder of children. And yes, I'm saying murder because genocide is murder, i.e. unjustified killing. You will notice, particularly with Canada and its notorious history of inventing war crimes, that Canada also has an incredible reputation during war of being incredibly kind and helpful to civilians. Funny thing that. So this is apparently abortion, not okay. Complete moral failing of an entire collapsing society. Bombing children, perfectly fine. Perfectly okay. No issue here, everybody. Totally fine.
The blame is the leadership of Hamas, not the Israeli government, for fighting this defensive war after they were invaded.
It is not a defensive war, and who's ever clapping needs to be taken outside.
I'm no defender of the terrible pogrom that was launched against Jews on that day. But the justification for the death of innocents cannot be an infinite cycle of bloodlust. It cannot be killing tens of thousands of innocent civilians with a war with no end in sight, people who are not complicit in those atrocities. It cannot be bombing hospitals which children use. It cannot be bombing hospitals in which cancer patients are dying and starving in there. The deaths that have been inflicted, nobody knows the true toll, but somewhere between 50 and 100,000 people lie dead under the rubble. And what is left for Gaza except for to continue to suffer under Hamas? Because it turns out Netanyahu's political strategy has not worked. It has entrenched Hamas within the territories. To be a Christian, I would have thought, Mr. Kirk, would never have involved suggesting that the price for an atrocity must be an infinite cycle of bloodlust, that innocent people and the young population must be killed to avenge some kind of providential quest. How can you call yourself a Christian? Well, you just did.
I want to make sure we get our moral clarity.
He did just say that. He said the killing of children was justified and the starving of children, because these kids aren't getting, like, mercy killed. These kids are starving. They're dying from starvation. They're starving from not having food and water and shelter. They are being starved out. They're not letting humanitarian aid in. And yes, he's interrupting again.
Straight before we proceed. No one likes what's happening in Gaza. No one with a heart.
You like what is happening in Gaza. We just listened to you bloviate about it. And you were applauding what Netanyahu was doing. That is you liking what he is doing.
Or a soul or a mind likes when kids die. But you must understand who started the conflict so that you could end it correctly. And until...
And how is Netanyahu ending the conflict? By genociding Palestine. And like this guy said, he's 100% right. Unfettered bloodlust. And Charlie Kirk doesn't understand how the conflict started, which we've already been over. He doesn't know how it started. He doesn't understand it. He just thinks that killing children is fine.
Until Hamas brokers an unconditional surrender, of which they are unwilling to do, they could release the hostages.
Why would you surrender to someone invading you and genociding you? You're literally not giving these people a choice. The choice is to lay down and die. They've all released the hostages. They've already talked about releasing some of them at a time. Netanyahu has broken any ceasefire. America has vetoed any UN attempts at ceasefires and pressure, to the point where Canada, France, and the UK spoke on their own and threatened Israel. And guess what? Netanyahu responded by military personnel shooting at Canadians. And on top of that, and all they said they wanted was to allow humanitarian aid in. Netanyahu has also threatened annexation of the West Bank. If anybody dares to even recognize Palestine as a state. Charlie Kirk is at best grossly misinformed, and at worst is a puppet for Netanyahu and his talking points and his lying, blatant lying. You know, the war criminal with a warrant on his head.
Hostages and drop their weapons and their lives would be spared. Instead, they
they would not. How do you guarantee that? How do you guarantee that? Because every time they've tried, they've been mowed down. And the ceasefire has been broken by Israel.
Using children of Gaza as cannon fodder, financed by...
No! Israel is using the children as target practice.
Iranian mullahs and dragging the entire world into this conflict. So, I don't even know what we're debating at this point, other than I believe that I believe the facts. Israel was unconditionally attacked.
Not true. That's a lie. That's not a fact.
On October 7th, they're responding in kind. And I would just ask you a very simple...
That is not true. If they were responding in kind, they would have killed somewhere around 2,000 people. If it was going to be an eye for an eye, which is what he's purporting to say is justified, then you would have killed no more than 5,000 people maximum. Maximum. Because you have 1,300 and then 200 taken. If you went anywhere above, realistically, you shouldn't be going above 3,000 people if you wanted to eye for an eye this. You don't think he believes this? No, I think he's just bloviating.
Moral question. How should Israel have responded?
Not with...
How about something similar to the way India responded to Pakistan? How about that? How about not the way that America responded to 9/11? That wasn't a very good way to respond to that either, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. There's a little bit of a parallel there, isn't it? Lying to everybody about what's going on and trying to drag the world into a war? America? Sound familiar? So a bunch of civilians could die to root out terrorism, which didn't work. It's almost like we've done this song and dance before. And the reason America wants to justify Israel is so it can feel better about itself when it tried to do this against Afghanistan. Funny thing, that prick.
The blanket carpet bombing of a city, not with bombing hospitals. Of course, some kind of military operation might have been necessary, but not murder on this scale. There is no justification for what is happening with the enormous death toll that is being produced. I really cannot see how you come here and you have the gall to lecture us on Christian morality and then sit here and justify the murder of thousands of civilians. And is it working, Mr. Kirk? Is Hamas dismantled?
I've never said that.
You just did.
Yes, you did!
Well, no,
this is your whole
in
thing.
war, these are called casualties of a war.
Charlie's not even he's not paying attention, and he interrupted again. Yep, Mr. fucking Liey McLiar face.
We're going to need to stop bringing this
Again,
to close.
I'm not going to justify every military maneuver of a
That's not what anybody's talking about. He's dodging.
1,000-person army. Instead, what I will do is I'll be clear that there is a good guy and there is a bad guy.
And the bad guy is the guy doing the genocide. And the bad guy is Charlie Kirk, who's trying to lump the Palestinian people together in with a group that did a terrorist attack. It's the same kind of problematic thing where Americans lumped Muslims in all Muslims in with the 9/11 terrorists. Sniper shots to the chest and head of children, that's casualties of war. Yeah, that's not a military maneuver. Correct. He's just lying. He's just lying. He's been lying ever since this guy stood up and started talking. He got absolutely rolled by that woman. He didn't know what to do or how to handle it, so he's jumped to just lying on lie on top of lie on top of lie, and it's just all scripted. That's why he's disengaged.
Honestly, isn't that the morality of a child?
Well, hold on. It's interesting you say that, because a child who knows that Israel is the good guy, Hamas is bad, has a lot more wisdom than a student like yourself at Cambridge University.
This student didn't say Hamas was the good guy, asshole. Nobody said that. Wow, Charlie, you absolute piece of shit. And what if that child is Palestinian? Oh, get shot, I guess. And yeah, ad hominem. Absolutely. Fucking wow, Charlie. Fucking wow, you absolute prick. You look like such a clown against all these students.
University.
I will be glad that I will not have been somebody who has defended the genocide of the Palestinian people. And I think you will have to reckon one day that you have reckoned with...
Interesting. I want to close on this. So can you tell me what...
This guy should just walk away. He should put his thing down and leave and be like, no, we're out of time. And then just walk away. A child knows that Russia invaded Ukraine.
African countries currently ongoing a civil war?
Believe it or not, I know about Sudan because I'm not an idiot.
Believe it or not, I know about Sudan. This guy's doing such a great job. Good job dealing with this piece of shit.
How about what Southeast Asian country has an ethnic cleansing going on right now?
Wait. He just said, okay, what about this? Believe it or not, I know about this. So he moves, so he's like, okay, well, what about this one? Charlie Kirk is bald-faced trying to find a conflict that this guy doesn't know about. And he's failing. It's another complete deflection. You're 100% correct. And he's specifically trying to find a conflict that this person doesn't know about. Did you see this? As soon as he said, oh, I actually know about Sudan, he's like, okay, well, what about this one? Well, what about this one? Well, what about this one? What about it? You're saying murdering children is just a casualty of war. Were all the Jews who died in fucking the Holocaust just casualties of war because Germany was at war at the time? No, you fucking psycho.
Good, and you have strong opinions on both sides?
Unlike you, I take an effort to be informed about foreign policy and to come to conclusions. You are a culture warrior. I believe when everything is done, Mr. Kirk, people will see you and the people you supported as corrupt, as selling the country out to the lowest bidder, and of doing
You will notice that Charlie never answered his actual question. His actual question was, how do these things help America? Because Trump ran on America first. So how does supporting these things help America? And he never answered. He just deflected and tried to make the question about something that was never brought up. And tried to basically slander this guy.
Irreparable damage to a country I'm sure we all deep down love.
The difference...
I think you will have to reckon with that.
Difference
Mr. Kirk.
is when...
I'm so glad he put his microphone down and left. Good job. Well done. Fantastic. I applaud you. Well done. He did the thing! He did the thing! Oh, look at how bad Charlie Kirk looks when he doesn't get the last word. Oh, so sad.
Out to the lowest bidder and of doing irreparable damage to a country I'm sure we all deep down love.
The difference...
I think you will have to reckon with that.
Difference
Mr. Kirk.
is when...
The difference.
I think that he still tries to have the last word. He's talking to nobody. He's talking to an empty space. Jesus Christ, Charlie, have some fucking, like, pride. You fucking clown. There is something that Gio said to me while I was talking with him about fascism and what is fascism and recognizing fascism in America, which is over on Debate Hub, and I recommend going and checking it out if you can when you got some time. But there's something that he said, and he said that there are people who voted for and were very gung-ho for the National Socialist, the Nazis, the Hitler Nazis specifically. And they weren't able to live with themselves after they saw what's going on. And there are people in America right now who are like Charlie Kirk, or who follow Charlie Kirk, who are supporting this, and it is devastating their country. And some of them are starting to notice, and some of them haven't noticed it yet. I think that what happened in Germany and what happened to those people who supported Hitler will have a similar outcome in America for people supporting Trump and or whoever comes after Trump, depending on what America decides to do, and what the American people decide. And I've already seen people going, hey, I didn't vote for this. And it's like, no, your hatred and your chosen ignorance your hatred enabled you to justify your ignorance, and blinded you to facts of the matter and the obvious outcomes, and enabled you to blind yourself and cover your ears to what everyone knew was going to happen. And now you feel guilty and you feel bad because the outcomes that you did vote for are turning out to be absolutely fucking horrific, both for you, for those people, for the country on a whole. There will be people who voted for Donald Trump, like Charlie Kirk, who enabled and encouraged him, and they are likely not going to be able to live with themselves. And that, I think, is a reality. I think that will happen. I don't think it's happening yet, as far as I'm aware, but I think it's something that will happen. You're not going to get a pat on the back for saying, I didn't vote for this. And because you did. You absolutely did. And you just felt enough anger and you allowed yourself to steep in that. And that was a choice. That was a decision that you made. You chose to be ignorant. You chose not to listen. You chose to not look at objective facts of the matter. And chose to be emotionally triggered over a culture war, a fake culture war, needless to say, rather than, and vote to harm other people than to protect the ideals of America, and chose to vote in what I would say is an anti-democratic, anti-American direction. If you feel guilty about that, you should. If you feel bad about that, you should. You should feel bad about that. Now do something about it. You're the party of pull yourself up by your bootstraps. You're the party of go and do something about it. And facts don't care about your feelings, so man up and do something. If you are one of these people who's like, I didn't vote for it, stop trying to fucking guilt people and stop trying to get a pat on the back and stop trying to get people to emotionally support you, which you said isn't something that matters, and do something.